The continuing resolution passed by the House of Representatives requires the district to reduce its previously approved budget authority for the current year by $1.13 billion. And that has created some dilemmas. And in fact, it contributed to the mayor transmitting the budget to the council very late. In fact, we just received it a few days ago. But we are here and we are a resilient community, and so we're going to move forward. To address the various spending pressures, we have seen reductions across the board and a district-wide hiring freeze to save on personnel costs. All of those items relate exclusively to the current budget, which will, of course, end in October 1, 2025, when we begin the new FY26 budget. I know that you're here today to talk about the FY26 budget. So today, we hope to glean information about the agency's spending and any budgetary concerns or spending pressures that they may be facing. And I certainly look forward to the discussion from our government witnesses and certainly from a huge majority of public witnesses. I want to hear from each and every one of you, and I want you to know that your testimony will be a part of the public record as long as I get your testimony in writing. So if we have not received it, please make sure that we get that for the public record. Believe it or not, these public records do influence how we allocate the funds. Once we get the budget here at the council, we're in the driver's seat. And so I'm always influenced by the public and what the public has to say. You're the taxpayers and you're the ones that we always attempt to listen to. So what we will do today is hear from, I think we have a public witness for the Workforce Investment Council. The Workforce Investment Council government witness will testify, and then we will move to public testimony regarding the Department of Employment Services. So that's the order of our agenda. Since we only have, I think, 2 individuals, we thought we'd take them. We know what DOES is about. It has multifacets of concerns. So we'll start now. All right, we do not have our public witness for the WIC, so we will call Mr. Drew Hubbard, the Executive Director of the WIC. Now, the WIC is the Workforce Investment Council, and any of his team that will be with him at the witness table for testimony. Just you? All right. So if you will raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. This is to swear and confirm that and affirm that the testimony we receive from you today will be accurate and complete.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Drew Hubbard. I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the DC Workforce Investment Council. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the agency's proposed FY26 budget. I would also like to share why sustained investment in the WIC is essential to ensuring the district remains regionally competitive, economically inclusive, and positioned for long-term growth. Let me begin by expressing my deep appreciation to Mayor Bowser for her unwavering commitment to building a more equitable and growing economy. Her leadership, along with this of the council, has empowered the WIC to fulfill this vital role, guiding, aligning, and holding accountable the district's workforce development system. The WIC is charged with serving as the strategic epicenter of a broader system that brings together training and education, employment, economic development, and equity. Through coordinated policy, data analysis, and strategic partnerships, the WIC continuously works to ensure that our workforce system serves the needs of district residents and our business partners. The WIC has made strategic investments in multi-sector workforce intermediary funding, including the Healthcare Workforce Partnership, which is positioning the district to have a sustainable pipeline of trained medical professionals to meet the needs of the growing healthcare sector. As a result of the partnership, the WIC worked with employers, training providers, and other government agencies to design and implement a healthcare apprenticeship pipeline. This includes both pre-apprenticeship and the registered apprenticeship programs, which enable district residents to earn while they learned, acquire industry-recognized credentials, and access stable, family-sustaining careers. These programs also help employers strengthen their workforce pipelines and address ongoing challenges in maintaining continuity of care. The Healthcare Intermediary Partnership, funded originally at $258,000 beginning in FY '23, and then later at $658,000 in FY '24, is a sector-based collaboration primarily led by the DC Hospital Association through the DC Healthcare Partnership. This initiative has grown to over 50 members, including 21 healthcare providers, and serves as a key connector between businesses, training providers, and job seekers. The partnership has produced 4 annual healthcare occupations reports, guiding workforce planning, employer engagement, and the creation of advisory boards aligned with high-demand healthcare occupations. The partnership has transitioned largely to a financially self-sufficient as originally contemplated, while continuing to partner with the Department of Employment Services. The work of the partnership served as a successful pilot that broadened the district's approach to career pathway strategies. Career pathways are structured, data-informed, and industry-aligned approaches that inform residents of the potential avenues for moving from entry-level jobs to high-wage, high-skilled careers. The WIC has worked in close collaboration with public and private partners to map, fund, and promote these pathways in industries like IT, construction, hospitality, healthcare, entertainment, and the growing green economy. We have also invested time in ensuring that our frontline workers are adequately trained to advise our district's job seekers on the available pathways through family-sustaining careers in our high-demand industries. The proposed FY '26 budget seeks to fund the next sector-based partnership using lessons learned from the healthcare space. To ensure that our workforce professionals have the knowledge and tools to effectively serve both residents and businesses, last year the WIC trained nearly 200 frontline workers. The WIC intends to use budgeted funds for the same purpose this year and in FY '26 as the jobs landscape continues to shift. In addition to the programmatic work, the WIC board fulfills the critical state and local workforce functions as outlined in both federal and local law. The WIC staff is responsible for supporting the statutory role of the board and provides strategic planning and comprehensive oversight of the WIO funding and tracks performance of other programs funded through the public workforce system. We drive coordination across multiple agencies and stakeholders to improve outcomes for job seekers and employers. We provide technical assistance to more than 150 frontline staff and more than 20 unique community-based organizations to improve service delivery and outcomes. And we promote alignment of federal, local, and philanthropic resources so that every dollar supports a more effective integrated system. We acutely understand the financial constraints the district faces and the responsibility that comes with managing public dollars. The WIC is creating alignment, driving systems change, and raising expectations across the workforce ecosystem. This work is deeply aligned with the mayor's Grow DC initiative. Growing DC means growing our economy, growing a skilled workforce, growing opportunity in every ward, and expanding regional opportunities for our residents. The WIC is not adjacent to that vision. We are central to it. You cannot grow a city without growing its talent and aligning its systems and preparing its people. This work happens in meaningful ways when we assess, design, and implement currently funded programs more efficiently. Operationally, the WIC is built for performance. We are a small but highly capable team of subject matter experts, authorized for 13 full-time positions, with 9 currently filled and 4 held strategically in response to the district's fiscal climate. In spite of our size, we deliver, providing policy leadership, employer engagement, interagency coordination, funding alignment, and technical support, as well as program oversight. We seek not to duplicate efforts, but to make sure we align them. We do not just coordinate programs, we raise their standards. And it goes without saying, now is not the time to pause. It is the time to build on what is working. The progress we have seen is not accidental. It is the result of clear strategy, coordinated leadership, and shared accountability. The WIC is ready to further scale our work and deepen our impact, but doing so requires sustained investment to expand oversight and create proven results throughout continuous system improvements. Chairman Bonds, thanks again for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to the residents and businesses of the District of Columbia. I look forward to our continued collaboration to build a more inclusive, resilient, and opportunity-rich economy for all.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard, for your testimony. I do, of course, have a few questions. I note that the FY 26 proposed budget is $3 million. And it's sort of a mix of federal grants and local dollars. And I also note that it is tremendously down from the last few years when your organization had the ability to actually deliver a grants system to the businesses, to encourage the businesses to hire DC residents. Can you remind me of the success of those programs, those years, the expenditure of those dollars? Because I worry when we say that we're on a path to grow DC, and I wonder how we going to grow DC. I know that we have an alliance with, you have an alliance with UDC as an example, and some of the agencies, but how are we really going to grow the idea of apprentice in every business across the city?
Yeah. To your first point, the yesteryear amount of dollars was primarily made up of ARPA funding. So that was, time limited money that was appropriated to the city by the federal government for a time certain. So a lot of the programming that was direct service provision to businesses and others was funded that way. We had initiatives like training businesses on how to modify their hiring practices, looking at, instead of just relying on a resume or credentials, you're looking at life experience and creating your job announcements and your hiring practices around kind of the whole totality of the person. We had direct grants for piloting programs around apprenticeship, around other sector-based models. What I'm happy to report that, as we have pivoted more to our traditional role of policy and oversight, we are not letting those initiatives fall by the wayside. The ones that we have piloted, specifically in healthcare, as I mentioned, the original plan was to really seed that organization and for it to be self-sustaining. That alliance has found philanthropic funding to keep going, as well as some other support from our sister agency at DOES to keep it going. So there are really is a deliberate way of kind of proving concepts and then finding ways to keep them going. You mentioned UDC as a partner, specifically around apprenticeship. They are doing great work to expand their footprint in the workforce space. Just last week, they announced and unveiled a new apprenticeship program where they are partnered with Accenture. They have currently about 50 apprentices in the cybersecurity space. Again, another earn while you learn model that folks will be getting a wage while they're trained in cyber, while employed and going right into Accenture as a company. So these are the kind of things that we are looking at and continuing to do.
And in trying to get these new profiles moving forward, do you see that there's a requirement that the government put money into the, I guess, shoring up the apprenticeship process?
Yeah, and there's and not just apprenticeship, but all the earn while you learn models, whether it's on the job training or work experience that provides a stipend. We see those type of models where you don't have to make residents make a tough choice about skilling up versus putting money in their pockets. So making sure that we expand and scale all those are a major priority that we are looking at. Apprenticeship specifically, your main costs of an apprenticeship program are going to be monetary support of the related instruction. This is the classroom time. And then the practical training happens really through the employer, through their wages. So finding ways to offset both is going to be a way to strengthen and expand what types of apprenticeships that we have. Traditionally, apprenticeship has operated for almost vastly in the construction field, but we are adding consistently new sectors to adopting apprenticeship, whether it's IT, there are even food service apprenticeships, there are line cook apprenticeship programs out there now. So we're trying to expand it to every sector as a proven model.
All right, so what can we anticipate as far as your plan for FY 26? I know construction will continue.
Mhm.
So what are some of the other, I'll say commercial areas that you will expand the apprenticeship program? And I ask because I think whenever we talk about, employment and we talk about jobs, it's, a little bit here and a little bit there. I want to, for the record, I think we need to know what is it that we as a government are putting our resources behind. And I know that a lot of the resources that we include are those wraparound services that you need, transportation, even clothing in
Mhm.
some instances for the new worker as you call it, earn while they learn. And so I'm trying to understand clearly what we can anticipate as a community, as a city, to be the new normal as we're bringing more people into the workforce.
Sure. And with a particular focus now and going forward, IT is probably the sector that is most ripe for that type of expansion. We already have an existing apprenticeship intermediary in the IT space, but what we want to actually get to, and I think it's something we have made great strides, again, looking at the healthcare engagement as an example. It's not just a large concept, but we're actually drilling down to what are the actual jobs that fall under that umbrella. And you can only get that, you can't get that by training and then pointing people generally in a direction. We have to do the business engagement, start with our employers, help them, help us really develop curriculum for the particular opportunities that really exist. So it's doing that front end engagement both with our job seekers as well as our businesses to really create impactful programs. So IT is a major focus going forward, both in our shop as well as pulling in sister agencies, including in other clusters, including the deputy mayor for planning economic development and really coordinating efforts that have been kind of disparate and spread out over government and rowing all in one direction.
I appreciate that. There's an understanding in the community that when we talk about healthcare, we're primarily talking about the technical fields. But when I have conversations with the hospital association, they're saying, well, whatever it takes to run that institution, even cleaning the floors, being at the front desk, that those are also jobs that we want to fill with as many DC residents as possible.
Absolutely. I started talking about that as an aha moment, but it really was a duh moment because, you know, there's any other number of types of workers that are needed to run these healthcare outfits. You mentioned some, but finance, IT, uh, building maintenance. And so one of the things that actually came out of the partnership too was pipelining folks into those opportunities too. So that's happening with both the what you would think of as the kind of healthcare career or technical jobs, but also the support jobs too.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I know you're on the spot, and I know that you have a tiny little budget, and most of our discussion is really devoted to how you're spending your tiny budget. Tiny in the grand, we're talking, when we talk out in the public, we talk, $22 billion, and yours is in the neighborhood of a few million. I understand that. But really and truly, I think this is a great opportunity for the public to understand how we are putting in place, I'll call it infrastructure, so that more residents can have an opportunity to training, even literacy training. We know that that is an issue. So that they can move on to skills-based training and actually be in a job and retain the job longer than 6 months. That's what I'm interested in knowing, and I think that's what the community wants to know. I've been here for a few, for a decade now, 10 years, 11 years, and I hear the same messaging that we're working to get people jobs. And I think it's time that we have a bona fide plan. And I know you sort of sit at the top of the heap through the Workforce Investment Council, where you can call on the business sector, the commercial sector of our community to do the right thing. But what is the right thing, and how do we get it done? And what dollars are going to be utilized of taxpayers' dollars to go into this? And I'm sure we're talking more than $3 or $4 million. So I'm just trying to understand, how close are we to having a workable plan so that we're not so fragmented here and there. We have about 7 or 8 agencies that I know of that are working on jobs for DC residents, but that's a tiny drop in the bucket because, as you know, of our $22 billion budget, a large amount of it comes from the commercial sector. And so I was just really trying to get you to tell me if we have something, or are we near to having something, or what's the plan for the WIC this year to move us into having a bona fide plan that we can follow, that everyone, will through consensus decide that they will follow.
And as you know, Councilmember Bonds, our agency is chiefly charged with our federal dollars and how they are deployed. And then with that, we are on a 4-year cycle to produce and get approved a state plan that governs the use of those dollars. We just finished up that process throughout last year, and the Department of Labor approved our program earlier this year, which serves as a framework, not just primarily for our federal dollars that come in, but one of the charges for utilizing and receiving our federal dollars is how you make those federal dollars, make the local dollars stretch farther, how you braid that funding together. So the WIC state plan that I'm referencing and can be found on our website really serves as a blueprint on leveraging those federal dollars to really push how our local initiatives operate and can serve district residents. So one of the things that I'm proud that we were able to do is to be deliberate and to name particular initiatives, demographic groups, areas of the city that we want to see impacted with direct programming. Some examples are we wanted to put a focus on underserved communities that have traditionally not had the exposure to some of the existing programs east of the river. Looking at specific programming for justice involved individuals, looking at specific programming for Black women. We are trying to be more deliberate instead of a big pot, one size fits all. Let's put a framework together that calls out specific communities and district residents and how we can impact them moving forward towards economic stability.
All right, so you're going to deal with the socioeconomic demographics of different groups, and those groups are how you're going to prioritize identifying jobs and jobs that would come through the private sector.
That's one way, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So that's one thing we're going to do. Anything else we're going to do? I mean, you told me you want to continue the construction and the healthcare involvement. I would assume also energy. And then I know that OSSI has a number of jobs processes that they use. But I really am concerned about the career pathways as a conglomerate as to how it's really going to get us there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you knew I was going to talk
did.
about this.
I did.
You knew I was
No
going to try to
surprise.
zero in on this because it's so important. And we're at a real crossroads. And it's just, to me, it's high time that we have a bona fide plan. We know who the different players might be. And some are in government, most are outside of government, but how do we coalesce them and get their commitment that they're going to work with us?
So I think one of the main areas where we are effective and are seeing some positive change, and you alluded to this, there are pockets of different job supports and workforce money at different agencies, some of which are at agencies where workforce or jobs are not their core function. So we sought them out and offered and sometimes bullied our way into offering them technical assistance, but they've been receptive. I think some of the main examples are some of the federal funding that came down through the Inflation Reduction Act, through the BEADS Act. So some of this infrastructure money. So we are working closely with the Department of the Environment, with OCTO and other agencies, the Department of Transportation, that have other non-workforce money, but that have workforce as a contemplated activity for those federal funds, helping them to really look at what they are planning to put out in support of district residents and offering our help. And it's been well received, and we're engaged with that group to make sure that those funds can be deployed in a way to help district residents get those job opportunities.
All right, and when we talk about the vending community, the companies, the commercial companies, I know that you have some work you've done with, let's say I think we call it the arena, because we know electricians that local electricians that were finally engaged in that work, and we're cheering for that. But what has been your involvement, or what do you anticipate your involvement to be as you think about RFK Stadium as an example, and the thousands of jobs that have been identified that will come about through that process?
So, if that and other projects kind of stick to their timeframes, what we can do best now is use the lead time to get folks otherwise prepared to take advantage of opportunities. So whether it's pre-apprenticeship, other ways we can get them ready for those opportunities, and then doing the business engagement is part of the battle, right? So knowing that these opportunities are coming, and the scale that they're going to represent, gives us both time and opportunity to put our folks in front of uh, those particular potential jobs.
Okay.
I'll say this, and I think we learned a lot, and this is going back a few years, but we had a similar situation before ground broke at the Convention Center Hotel. We took a deliberate set of steps to do the kind of pre-training, identifying folks that wanted to work both on the construction side of the Marriott Marquis build, but then also train folks for the jobs that would exist when the hotel opened. And we were able to achieve great outcomes for that. So we got to take a similar stance on these projects.
All right. I'll let that go, but, and let's talk about the WIC board. Does that mean that there's the potential, if not already in the works, opportunities for RFK vendors, maybe to be a part of the WIC board?
In a couple ways, and I'm glad you raised that. You know, the WIC board itself, by federal and as amplified by local law, has to be at least 51% business entities. We are working with the mayor's MOTA office right now to recruit new members to the board. There are members who are term limited, but we are looking at the sectors that we know are going to be there, especially in projects like the ones you're alluding to. So, you know, we don't know who those vendors are going to be yet, but we feel like we'll have a cross section of opportunities for folks to sit on the board. But then also we are going in a direction where, although folks may not be permanent or sworn in members of the board, they can still serve the board on different committees, and we'll make sure we incorporate folks from those projects into those opportunities also.
All right, I'm hoping to see a new protocol for how the board might operate, to be very honest with you, so that it reflects the contemporary situations that confront us. So we can hopefully maximize participation of these businesses, new businesses that are here within our community. I remember when Nat Stadium was in the works, and I can tell you, some of those vendors who came here from other parts of the country are still here today, and they have become, you know, a part of the fiber of our community, and do a lot of the major contracting. So
Mhm.
I'm hoping that, you know, our people will benefit from it. That's the whole bit. I do want to ask you very quickly about your 13 full-time positions, and you only have 9 that are currently filled. What's going on there? I mean, you're such an important entity, a tiny little giant in our village. So help me understand.
So of the 4 vacancies, I think 3 of the 4 were in some stance of recruitment as we went into a posture of the hiring freeze. As that plays out, of course, we will be following the guidance of as that is modified or what have you going forward with the rest of the fiscal year. But those positions did halt kind of that process due to the financial situation we're in now citywide.
So are any of those 4 positions critical for now that you need to do a waiver request?
Possibly, but we are lucky that one of the actual vacancies was created by internal promotion. So we have internal capacity to execute our plans as they are now, and we'll continue to look at how we fill those positions at the
All
proper
right,
time.
so if my colleagues want to take some of your money, you're okay with that?
Well, they can't. Because most of these positions are split funded between federal funds. So unless they're going to do workforce.
All right. I appreciate doing that. Okay. I'm just, pointing out what may be the inevitable. Everyone's looking for money, for things that they say are critical. I know that workforce is more than critical. It's at the top of our heap, and thank goodness it's finally there. And so I want to hold on to every penny, but I do need a justification as to why they are vacant, and how critical they are
Mhm.
to the work that you do.
And we can
So,
expand. I think we gave some description in the answers,
right.
but we can expand on that going forward.
All right, so if you have any other thoughts, can you make sure that I get it by
Absolutely.
next Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. We meet every Tuesday to talk about these things.
I remember those days.
I know you do. Thank you very much for that. Um, you- And my final concern is you said that the WIC trained nearly 200 last year. What does that mean? Train? uh, I did not realize that the WIC actually does training. You mean the programs?
No, actual training. So we've
Okay.
developed training modules for frontline staffers. So think of someone that is a staffer, a professional workforce staffer at either or one of our one-stop centers, or may work for a CBO or a nonprofit that works in concert with us. So again, as a convener, as a policy setting agency, we also try to bring best practices from across the country, and we've put together training opportunities to really impart that knowledge on the folks that are dealing directly with our residents, so they have the best and newest approaches to how to service our residents.
All right, well, that's very interesting. So you're also working as a vendor in this arena. Okay. I would be interested in seeing, let's say by next Tuesday, a list of the different job types that the various models are using, and the agencies are using. And if you could include in that the types of jobs that the private sector is interested in seeing strong training models for now, as they anticipate real jobs that we'll have over FY 26, 27, 28. That would be very helpful. We know that labor standards provides a review of real time, but I'm thinking about what we have that is moving forward now and what we anticipate the needs to be over the next couple of years.
Absolutely, and you got to use both. We use our labor statistics. We have some supports to help us really parse those numbers down to as minute a detail as we can, but you got to couple that with talking to the folks actually employing folks in the district to see what they're seeing on the ground. So we try to couple that together. So I'll get that to you.
All right. And also the question of how resources come to your committee, to your council from DOES. Have we worked that out so that it's very clear that the WIOLA monies come to you as you need them?
Yes. So that happens through MOU that we renew annually.
Yeah.
And we have our FY 25 MOU in place and are working on FY 26 already.
All right. All right, well, let me just check. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hubbard, for your testimony, and I'll do what I can to hold on to everything. I consider you very, very important in our so-called economic development um, cluster. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. I know we'll be working more going forward.
All righty. Okay. Oh. All right. All right. We'll now call forth Mr. Jimmy Williams. He is the public witness for workforce and will receive your testimony. You missed an opportunity to have your issues examined by Mr. Hubbard, but we'll take your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Just let me know when to begin. No.
You can begin now, sir.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and the committee. I'm Jimmy Williams, President and CEO of the Washington Literacy Center. For more than 60 years, the Washington Literacy Center has been helping residents build foundational literacy and job readiness skills that open doors to employment, civic participation, and economic mobility. I'm here today to respectively ask the council to make Washington Literacy Center a priority when it comes to funding and strategic partnerships, as we are uniquely positioned to help advance the mayor's and the council's shared goals on equity, economic opportunity, and inclusive recovery. Our organization experienced a major disruption in 2024 when one of our major contracts ended with just 6 days' notice. The result was not only program and staffing cuts, but a direct disruption in the services to hundreds of DC residents who depend and build their literacy and career skills. However, despite that setback, we move forward. In March, as you may know, we released our report, Bridging the Literacy Divide, which highlights just how urgent this crisis is and how interconnected literacy is to the goals of the city. 1 in 4 DC adults reads below the level 1, the first grade level. 1 in 3 lacks basic math skills to complete a job program. And residents in wards 5, 7, and 8 are the most impacted, but residents in 4 and 5 and 6 are not far behind. Our report calls attention to the interconnected nature of literacy, housing, economic mobility, and public health. And we offer solutions that work. We detailed initiatives like our Jumpstart to Success program, Learning Skills for Life programs, which pair adult education with job readiness training, financial literacy, civic engagement. These programs are not theoretical. They are active, results-driven, and deeply rooted in DC communities. The Workforce Investment Council has been a valuable partner in helping us take us to the next step, pursuing licensing through the Higher Education Licensing Committee, or HELC, to formalize our training programs. Their technical support and guidance has been invaluable and key. But the path to funding is complex. As it stands, WLC has to secure funding, secure certification through OSSI. Then we have to receive validation from the Workforce Investment Council, and then seek separate approval and funding through agencies like DHS, DOES, and other agencies. The process slows our ability to act. We urge the council to explore ways to streamline these efforts and to ensure high-performing, community-based providers like us can move quickly to meet the growing need, especially in this environment. And the need is growing. The recent closure announcements of DC's Job Corps is just one example how WLC is ready to assist affected youth and young families, providing a bridge to opportunity, self-reliance, and lasting success, as you mentioned. We're not new to this work. We've already been working with the city to execute real valuable outcomes and partnerships in place. For example, we work with AmeriChoice, WellPoint, Volunteers of America, MRN contractors, and several others. Our mission aligned, these are mission aligned organizations. We are a trusted local nonprofit, not a national contractor. We've been here for 62 years with a decades-long record of trust, results, and flexibility. We know how to serve learners with multiple barriers, including low literacy, housing, instability, limited digital and financial skills, and we do it through a model that integrates the following: foundational skills, which include reading, math, digital health, and financial literacy; career preparation, which I heard you mention earlier, which includes credentialing, resume development, job navigation, and employment; and finally, civic empowerment, which includes understanding systems, policies, and how to influence them. This is how we help the council and the mayor achieve their priorities, from economic development and workforce expansion to education equity and family well-being. We support infrastructure, development, investments, but we urge you not to forget the people who will power the future, and I know you won't. Investing in WLC is a strategic, cost-effective way to ensure your policies translate into measurable progresses and success for DC families. We are ready to do more. We just need the opportunity and support. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your leadership. And thank all the agencies and WIC and others who have done so much to help us strategically and work with us to building a stronger and more inclusive city.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just wanted to understand where are you in the path to funding now? You mentioned secure certification from OSSI. Where are you in these steps that you mentioned?
Yeah, most of the steps we've applied for additional grants, and those grants we don't know the decision yet, so we're in that waiting period.
Right.
And to answer your second part of the question, so right now, our funds are really depending on funds from corporations and other private donors.
All right, but you have your certification from OSSI.
No, not yet. We're in
Okay.
process, and that's where WIC has been
The
very
beginning.
helpful. Exactly, and
right.
working also with that through OSSI.
All right. So you will keep us informed and you're going to reach out. I'm assuming you're going to reach out to OSSI. Am I correct?
We already have, yeah.
All right. Okay. And then you're going to reach out to the Workforce Investment Council.
In process, and we
All right.
definitely.
Okay. So you are, okay. Of the 3 steps that you mentioned, you're now, I guess, down to number 3. Separate approval from Human Services and DOES and other agencies.
Right. So with OSSI, we are an applicant for the literacy program to offer literacy services. We are also applied for workforce programs through DOES. And so we're working to get those funding. And then the last is getting through the final steps with the HELC licensing.
Okay, all right. You'll keep us informed and we'll check on you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. We really appreciate it. All right, now we will move to the Department of Employment Services and its public witnesses. And I will get my list out. Right, she's here for that, yes. The first, I understand the first 3 panels that we'll call forth. I think the table will take 4. Will require interpretation, and we have our trusty interpreter here ready to accommodate you. And so, well, we don't know if they're all.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Estrada, Rodriguez, and another Rodriguez. Okay, all right. So we're gonna call forth the first panel, Eduardo Estrada, um, Alice Rodriguez. Okay, that's what we were trying to, okay. Rosabella Rodriguez. How about Evelyn Barrios? All right. Jesus Hernandez. Oh, yes, outside. They're coming in. Okay. Karina Sons. Right. Yes. All right. Excellent, excellent. All right. And you can begin, and if they would give us their name, start with the name. All right, we're ready when you're ready.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Areli. Soy Bazar en el restaurante Bazar. Estoy aquí para exigir que el Consejo proteja los aumentos de los trabajadores que reciben propina. Yo decidí organizar una unión con mis colegas del Bazar porque no teníamos suficiente dinero ni beneficios. Organizamos para ganar una mejor vida. Gané muchas cosas, incluyendo aumento salarial. Mis aumentos de $2 significan que puedo pagar por los gastos de mi vida y mi familia. Escuché que varios concejales le dijeron ayer a mi compañera de trabajo que el salario mínimo le basta. ¿Les importan los salarios de los trabajadores o creen que alguien puede mantener una familia con el salario mínimo en esta ciudad? Deberían reducir su salario a $17.50 la hora para ayudar a la ciudad a equilibrar el presupuesto. ¿Pueden mantener a su familia con el salario mínimo? Mis aumentos salariales están protegidos gracias a mi contrato sindical. Estoy aquí en solidaridad. No reduzcan los salarios de los trabajadores con propina. Esa ciudad es cara. Los trabajadores no pueden sobrevivir con $5.35 la hora. Muchas gracias.
My name is Areli, and I am a busser at the restaurant Bazaar. I am here to ask that the council protect the wage increasement for workers that receive tips. I decided to organize a union with my colleagues of Bazaar because we did not have sufficient money nor benefits. We organized to have a better life. I won a lot of things, including an increase in my pay and our salaries. My increase of $2 meant that I can pay for the family's expenses in my home, and I can support my children. I heard that many council people told my friend yesterday, a coworker yesterday, that the minimum wage is enough. Do you care that the salaries of workers, do you care about that? Or do you believe that someone can actually maintain a family with the minimum wage in this city? Should you reduce our salaries to from $17.50 an hour so that we can help balance this city's budget? Or could you maintain your family with that minimum wage? My increase in salaries are protected, thanks to my contract with the union. And I am here in solidarity. Please do not take down the workers, the tipped workers' salaries. This city is very expensive. The workers, we cannot live with $535 an hour.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rosalba Rodríguez. Soy residente de la zona 2. Soy trabajadora de restaurante desde hace 19 años. Actualmente soy ayudante de mesero y hace aproximadamente 8 años empecé a recibir salario con propinas. Cuando escuché que el salario aumentaría, me alegré porque iba a poder tener un poco más de dinero. Para la realidad es que aún así no es suficiente para cubrir mis gastos porque los precios se han incrementado y ahora tengo que tener 2 empleos para poder pagar lo más necesario. Hoy vengo aquí porque quiero que sepan que la situación ya es difícil para muchos de nosotros con un salario de $10. Y será aún peor si ustedes no apoyan la enmienda 82 y permiten que se pause o se revoque. Señores concejales, si ustedes tienen hijos, se darán cuenta que eso implica tener que darles más necesario y algo que yo no les puedo dar, que es el tiempo con ellos. Porque tengo 2 trabajos y si ustedes bajan el salario, entonces debo buscar un tercer trabajo. Desafortunadamente hay temporadas bajas y nosotros no podemos depender de las propinas. Sabemos que por ley debemos tener un salario mínimo. Y eso no es justo para mí porque tengo 19 años de experiencia y merezco un salario mejor que el mínimo. Entre mis compañeros de trabajo hay mucha desinformación y confusión en el pago de salario porque piensan que pagarán más impuestos. Yo lo único que entiendo es que siempre he pagado mis impuestos. Devuelvo a esta ciudad constantemente y merezco vivir con dignidad y cobrar un salario digno. Como personal de apoyo, quiero decirle que mi salario se reducirá en aproximadamente 250 por cheque de pago. Si la legislación del alcaldesa pasa, me gustaría que apoyaran a la mayoría de los trabajadores de restaurantes y realmente necesitan este aumento, en lugar del pequeño grupo de personas que más ganan. Hoy estoy aquí porque uno de mis principales objetivos es que mis hijos puedan ir a una universidad y mi preocupación es no tener el suficiente dinero para que ellos puedan lograrlo. Por favor, protejan la iniciativa 82 y permitan que podamos seguir recibiendo nuestros aumentos. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. She had already prepared it for me in English. Thank you. My name is Rosalba Rodriguez. I am a resident of Ward 2. I have been a restaurant worker for 19 years. I currently work as a support staff and have been a tipped worker for about 8 years. When I heard that our salary would increase due to Initiative 82, I was happy because I would have a little more money. But the reality is that it's still not enough to cover my expenses because prices have increased. And now I have to work 2 jobs to pay for the basic necessities. I'm here today because I want you to know that the situation is already difficult for many of us on $10 an hour salary. And it will get worse if you don't support Initiative 82 and let it get paused or repealed. Council member, if you have children, you'll realize that this means having to provide for the basic needs and something that I can't provide, which is time because I have 2 jobs. If you lower my salary, then are you telling me that I have to look for a 3rd job? Unfortunately, there are slow seasons and we can't always rely on tips. We know that by law, we must have a minimum wage, but that's still not fair to me because I have 19 years of experience and deserve much better than a minimum wage. Among my coworkers, there is a lot of misinformation and confusion about salary payments because they think they'll pay more in taxes. The only thing that I understand is that I've always paid my taxes. I give back to the city constantly, and I deserve to live with dignity and be paid a living wage. As a support staff, I want to tell you that my salary will drop by approximately $250 per paycheck if the mayor's legislation is passed. I would like to see you support the majority of restaurant workers who really need this raise instead of the small group of highest earning individuals. I'm here today because one of my main goals is for my children to be able to go to college, and my concern is not having enough money for them to achieve that goal. Please protect Initiative 82 and let us continue to have our raises. Thank you. Loli, puede apretar el botoncito. Perfecto. Y si usted quiere apretar el botón y después me la pasa, yo se lo doy.
Ok. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Jesús Hernández y trabajo en los restaurantes Modena y Dairy Heavy. Mi puesto es runner y he estado trabajando en la industria de restaurantes de DC. En 20 años, el Consejo debe eliminar cualquier mención a la I-82 del presupuesto de Washington, D.C. Gano 10 por hora y mi sueldo neto es 200. Tengo dos trabajos porque como ayudante de mesero no gano tanto las propinas. Eso significa que estoy viviendo sueldo a sueldo, porque vivir en esta área es caro. Si el ayuntamiento de Washington, D.C. me reduce el sueldo a la mitad, significaría que no pudiera pagar por la renta o que voy a necesitar a conseguir un tercer trabajo. Mi empleador puede pagarme más. Ayud Bajad desmanteló agresivamente la unión y no hizo nada sobre el acoso sexual en nuestro lugar de trabajo. Intenté hablar para mis compañeros de trabajo y defenderlos, pero Ashok atacó a la gente que apoyaron la unión y los empujó afuera del trabajo. Los trabajadores de sus otros restaurantes tienen denuncias por robo del salario en su contra. ¿Por qué deberíamos recompensar así a los restauradores? Muchas gracias.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Jesus Hernandez, and I work at the restaurants named Modena and Dirty Habit. My role is to be a food runner, and I have been working in the restaurant industry here in DC for 20 years. The council must eliminate any mention of the I-82 of this budget proposal for Washington, DC. I earn about $10 an hour, and my net pay is $200. I have two jobs, which is a job that I support food running for servers, and that doesn't earn a lot of tips. That means that I am living paycheck to paycheck because living here in this area is very expensive. If City Council of DC were to reduce my earnings by half, that would mean that I cannot pay for my rent or what I would need, or I would need to find a third job. My employer can pay more. Ashok Bashash dismantled aggressively the union that we had and did not do anything about the sexual assault in our places of work. I tried to speak up for my workers and to defend them, but Ashok attacked the people that support this union and pushed us out of a job. The workers of their other restaurants also have complaints for wage theft against him. Why should we then reward restaurateurs like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gracias for your testimony. I appreciate it very, very much. I do want to make it very clear that the legislation I think you're speaking on the issue you do not want I-82 repealed. Am I correct? Is that what I'm hearing from everyone? Okay. All right. The action that the council took yesterday was to pause the payment amount where it is. In other words, additional payment amounts would not go into effect in July, but where you are in your, what you consider your salary from the restaurateur, remains. That must be paid. And not only must it be paid, you must be made whole so that the amount of monies that you are paid on an hourly basis is the minimum wage amount. I just want to clear that up because there is a lot of misinformation that implies that somehow your monies will be diminished. Where your monies are now is where your monies will be coming from the restaurant. If you are a tipped worker working tables, if you are in this industry, those tips come from the customer, not from the manager, but the manager must make sure that whatever amount that you have and you are paid on an hourly basis is the minimum wage. That is a requirement. If you're not getting that wherever you are in the industry, you do need to file wage theft. Please. You must do that so that we know exactly what's going on in the industry. But you are to be making minimum wage. So when I hear someone say that I get $10 an hour, that is wrong. That is not what you're to be paid. You're to be paid minimum wage. And minimum wage, I think today is $17.95, I believe it. $17.50. $17.50. You are to be paid that amount. Okay. So I just want you to understand that. If you would like for me to check any of the restaurants where you work, I'm happy to do that. All right. But I thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not going to hold you any longer because we have so many others that want to testify. And also I did want to say that once we can complete the interpretation part of presentations today, I know some will need to get to their jobs. And so those that have, to be at your job within 30, 40 minutes or an hour, let me know so we can move you to the next group of witnesses, please. All right, thank you very much. And we'll take the next panel. Do we know? Okay, that's fine. What are the names? Okay, so Maria Paredes. All right, Maria Paredes, we understand that you may be here. Yesenia, Gracia? No. They are on the Zoom. We have. That's all right. She is explaining to us her shift ends at 2 o'clock, so we will not have translation, official translation after that time. We're sorry, but we have been notified that some of the witnesses in the first and second panel will not be here until later. So I apologize. Okay, all right. That will be perfect. All right, thank you. We're trying to move forward now. We're on the fourth panel. Robert Brennan, Edwana Seffron, Alex Samuels, Adam Ellinger, all right, we can take a couple of more at the table. Nikki Afar, Absa, all right. Rachel Yang, we can begin with Miss Yang. You're at the end of the table and we'll go down the table. Thank you. Yes, always remember to press the button and then my mic is on.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Rochelle Young, and I work as a bartender in Ward 2. I'm here today as a tipped wage worker to speak in support of Initiative 82. I've been working in the restaurant industry since I was in college in 2006 in a variety of positions from host to bartender. Initiative 82 was passed by an overwhelming majority of DC voters, and it is fundamentally undemocratic to ally with the restaurant lobby to overturn the will of the people. Any attempt to pause or repeal Initiative 82 must be removed from the budget immediately. The restaurant lobby has engaged in fear-mongering tactics to discourage their employees and guests from supporting Initiative 82. The following are common myths that are untrue. It is not true that Initiative 82 created service charges. Confusing service charges which restaurant owners implement voluntarily lead guests to believe that restaurant workers are already being tipped. However, unlike tips, service charges do not go directly to workers. Rather, they become the property of owners who can use them for any reason, including paying for overhead, rent, and personal expenses without reporting their purposes. Service charges are a deterrent to guests tipping and are not required by Initiative 82. It is not true that Initiative 82 removes tips. Tipping is an ingrained part of dining out culture in the United States, and an increase in wages for restaurant workers will not lead to a decrease in tips. Indeed, in the 7 states that have already implemented one fair and equal minimum wage, tipping has not gone down. In California, which pays the highest minimum wage for tipped workers in the country, tips per hour for restaurant workers have increased nearly 6% from the year prior. It is not true that Initiative 82 is killing the restaurant industry. Based on data by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the number of restaurants and bars in DC has grown by 5% since Initiative 82 took effect. This growth is faster than in the surrounding metropolitan area. Finally, it is not true that more service industry jobs will be lost because of Initiative 82. Since Initiative 82 took effect, there has been a steady increase in the number of restaurant jobs. Each worker is also now making more in annual income than before. Rather, the gradual increase in wages set forth by Initiative 82 guarantees more stability and predictability in restaurant workers' income. A complete repeal of Initiative 82 is unconscionable. Repealing Initiative 82 would mean cutting our wages in half. How do we tell our landlords, our cell phone companies, and our medical providers that we can now only afford half our bills? Interfering with the implementation of Initiative 82 would also be a betrayal of the trust of voters who engaged in direct democracy to pass this legislation not once but twice. The restaurant owners you'll hear from today will not pay us a living wage unless they are required to. A living wage is what we deserve, and we should not accept less than what is already the minimum. I urge the council to reject any changes that would weaken Initiative 82. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Eduarda Serafim. I am an organizer with DC Jobs with Justice, and I am testifying today to strongly oppose any attempt to roll back Initiative 82 in the budget. The council has many pressing issues to address in the DC budget, issues with fiscal impacts that affect the ability of DC to raise and spend revenue on needed services. This is not one of them, and the council should swiftly and clearly move on from conversations about changes to I-82 in the budget and on to the important work of funding our government services. However, since we have been forced to discuss the tip minimum wage in this forum, allow me to share my unwavering support for the tip minimum wage increase and the tipped workers who need it. Over 74% of DC voters approved Initiative 82. Every ward in the city said yes loudly to ending the subminimum wage. Voters understood exactly what was on the ballot, and it's offensive to suggest otherwise, especially to the restaurant workers who led the campaign, knocked doors, and organized their coworkers. The Yes on 82 campaign was abundantly clear about the initiative's intentions and outcomes. I would know as a volunteer who spoke directly to my neighbors in detail about I-82. Some say this initiative isn't needed because employers are already legally required to make up the difference if tips fall short. That argument fails when businesses consistently break the law. Wage theft, improper tip pooling, and misclassification are commonplace in the DC restaurant industry. Just ask the OAG, which has prosecuted case after case of restaurants illegally keeping tips and underpaying workers. Workers need structural protection, not case-by-case mercy from owners. A system that depends on perfect employer compliance and almost no enforcement fails workers every day. I-82 replaces the tip credit with a stable base wage and closes the loophole. We've heard that this will hurt small businesses and kill jobs, but that's not what the data shows. In fact, studies from the Economic Policy Institute and the UC Berkeley Labor Center show that when states eliminate the tip credit, workers do better, businesses adjust, and the industry grows. We've also heard fear-mongering about service charges and price increases. According to the memo from the Council Budget Office, the restaurant industry in DC has actually grown since Initiative 82 began phasing in. From March 2023 to March 2024, food service establishments increased in number and workers saw real wage gains. Cities like Seattle, San Francisco, and Minneapolis don't have a tip credit, and their restaurant sectors are alive and well. The truth is, what's hurting DC restaurants is not paying fair wages, it's rent hikes, commercial displacement, and a lack of support for small operators. If the council wants to help, offer rent relief, technical assistance, and grants. Don't take it out on workers. The council has many opportunities to address the needs of businesses in the district and many tools to do so. Considering cuts to workers' wages should not be on the table. I urge the council, remove this anti-worker measure from the budget, respect the will of DC voters, let Initiative 82 finish what we started of raising the wage floor for every worker in this city. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair Bonds, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alex Samuels, and I'm an organizer at DC Jobs with Justice. We're a coalition of labor organizations, community groups, faith-based organizations, and student groups dedicated to protecting the rights of working people, supporting community struggles, and promoting racial justice to build a more just DC. The district's groundbreaking paid family medical leave program has helped thousands of people take time away from their work to heal and care for themselves and their families. Despite its tremendous impact and the fact that sufficient funds are available to cover benefits, the mayor has proposed devastating cuts to the program. This is part of the mayor's overall proposal that balances the budget on the backs of workers and residents with the least resources while giving out subsidies and tax breaks for businesses and billionaire sports team owners. It's vital that the mayor and the council change course and restore the district's paid leave program and the universal paid leave tax that funds it in full. The mayor's proposal makes two major cuts to the paid family leave program. First, it cuts the maximum weekly benefit by nearly 15%, placing a significant financial burden on DC workers, many of whom already struggle with the discrepancy between their typical income and paid leave benefits. Second, the proposal limits the number of weeks workers can take. Currently, workers can take 12 weeks of leave, but the mayor reduced it to 8 weeks for a personal medical issue and 6 weeks for a family member. This is a slap in the face to DC workers who are trying to make ends meet in times of crisis. Doctor recommendations govern how many weeks of leave workers take for caregiving and medical, which is a natural limit on use. Workers don't take the full 12 weeks of leave unless they really need it. Ultimately, the small cost savings these cuts may yield are vastly outweighed by the value of benefits to the workers who need them. In addition, the perception that workers don't really need this much leave, based on DOES's estimates of average use, is also false. Many workers are prevented from using all 12 weeks of leave benefits even when they need them because they're not covered by the Family and Medical Leave Act, and therefore, instead of using benefits, they would get fired. But paid family leave doesn't just benefit DC's workers. The program plays an important role in stabilizing DC's economy. When people lack sufficient time to recover from serious medical issues and caregiving needs, they're less likely to re-enter the workforce altogether. If they do manage to return to their jobs, many will still struggle to be fully productive workers. This not only hurts workers, but business outcomes as well. Many of our union partners have negotiated benefits on the assumption that DC would cover 12 weeks of their leave. Our staff union, NPEU, represents 48 units with contracts nationwide. Of those, nearly every DC-based unit has a contract that relies on our paid family leave program. Some workplaces built on the program offering additional benefits because they knew that a large portion of that would be covered by DC. Others simply negotiated the standard 12 weeks in their contract. Removing the program or cutting it would leave employers on the hook for benefits that they negotiated with their employees on the assumption that they would be able to lean on DC's paid leave floor. Finally, DC's paid leave program attracts people to live and work in the district. Cutting paid leave will take away one of the greatest incentives for workers to stay in DC long term. The council must restore the paid leave tax and ensure an equitable, sustainably funded future for the paid leave program. The mayor and council don't have their hands tied. The paid leave program has a dedicated revenue stream with more than sufficient revenue to cover the existing level of benefits. The council should keep the universal paid leave tax at 0.75% for fiscal year 2026 to maintain the current level of benefits. Maintaining DC's paid leave program with current benefit level will not only do right by DC workers, but will help foster and sustain a healthy and productive workforce and a growing economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Afsar. I live in Ward 4 and I bartend in Adams Morgan, and I am a tipped worker whose take-home wages have gone up since I-82 passed. Mayor Bowser's attempt to sneak this legislative issue into the budget is not only insulting to DC voters who have shown overwhelming support for I-82, it is another example of her disdain for DC workers. Mayor Bowser's capitulation to powerful lobbies and business owners comes as no surprise, but what deeply concerns me today is the condescension this council has shown towards its working people and its voters. It is condescending to tell us over and over again that we don't know what we're talking about. It is condescending to imply that voters didn't understand what they were signing up for when they voted on this initiative twice. It is confusing to suggest that more data and clarity are needed when your own committee has shown that the restaurant industry in DC is in fact alive and well since I-82's implementation. Yesterday's bill was a shameless attempt to stall Initiative 82 in order to buy RAM-W time they can use between now and the budget vote to come up with more faulty research and skewed data claiming that we don't deserve a living wage. This repeal, if it were to go into full effect, would take away up to $4,000 from each worker's annual earnings. But from the perspective of an owner, that's $4,000 saved. Now, my question is, why are business owners more deserving of that money than the people who run their businesses? Why is the restaurant owner more deserving of that money than the single mom supporting her kids as a food runner who qualifies for the lower tipped minimum wage, even if she only gets tipped out $50 a month? For workers, that money means we can count on making rent, putting food on the table, or even, God forbid, putting money away for savings. You cite inflation, Congress, federal job cuts, economic precarity as reasons you need to protect the owners and the operators. So are workers immune to these issues, or do owners just deserve the support more? Council members White and Councilmember Pinto tell us not to vilify owners, which makes me ask, have any of you actually had to work under a restaurant owner? Because as someone who has for 10 years, I can confidently tell you they lie all the time. Almost every owner I've had to deal with has resorted to lies, wage theft, harassment, and retaliation against their employees to protect their own interests. Because when it's time to crunch the numbers, they will always prioritize the bottom line over paying their workers. If you really want to support owners, you'll do your jobs and find ways to offer them financial relief that don't defy the will of the people and cut our wages. But if I-82 is repealed, the only thing being protected will be profits. You won't be looking out for the business owners, you'll be protecting their money. And it's the most vulnerable people, the workers, who will have to pay the price. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the entire panel. We're going to move on to the next panel. Thank you very much. Okay, I believe Dante O'Hara is here. Max Holla. Online. He's online. Okay. All right. Well, let me just see. Okay. All right. So Max is online, correct? Okay. Dante's here. You're here. Okay. All right. He's gone. Okay. Now we can call forth anyone that must get to their job, let's say by 2:30. Please come to the witness stand so that you can get out of here and do what you have to do. We can only take 4 at the table, so we can take one more. Yes, please. All right. Okay. It's Max. He's on. All right, we're going to take Max Holla first and then come back and go down. All right. Max, you're on. All right.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Max Holla, and I'm a bartender and server in Ward 1. I voted yes on Initiative 82 back in 2022, and I still support its implementation now. Today, I am here to ask the DC Council to remove any changes to the tip minimum wage from the budget. Doing so will not only protect the stability in wages that I-82 has brought to workers, but will also uphold the will of the voters in the district. I voted in favor of 82 because I want to see a hospitality industry where people no longer have to clamor for scraps and put up with various forms of abuse. I personally have felt the benefits of this policy. As my wages have increased each year, I can afford groceries more consistently and my tax returns look more normal each season. I opposed Initiative 77 back in 2018 because I believed the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington's lies about the tip credit. They spread disinformation like wildfire to the public in heavily funded comms campaigns, claiming that businesses will close. Lies. They instruct their membership's operators to trick staff into believing they'll lose tips. More lies. They've created a boogeyman out of service charges when Initiative 82 makes no mention of them in its language. Lies upon lies just so they won't have to raise some labor costs. There are 7 entire states in the US who have eliminated the tip credit, and guess what? They still have booming restaurant and bar scenes. Ram W has just gone into this change, kicking and screaming and making stuff up. I want to mention again the point about upholding the will of voters. This is more important than ever amidst our federal political climate. As elected, I would imagine this would be specifically important for you to defend, as otherwise nullifying our votes might set a precedent that could invalidate your own electoral standing. Let me be clear. Councilmember McDuffie and Mayor Bouncer, with their attempts to sabotage Initiative 82 undemocratically, are engaging in Trumpism. If the DC Council overturns something that we, the people, voted in favor of overwhelmingly twice, they are saying that our votes don't count, and they are equally complicit in this opposition to democracy. Now is not the time to be normalizing this type of behavior, no matter how much some restaurant operators kick and scream. So to reiterate, I'm asking the DC Council to remove any language in Bowser's budget that affects tip workers' wages and to protect our votes. We need our wages secure. I yield my time. Thank you again for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. And now we'll take those at the table, starting with you, sir.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Dante O'Hara. I'm giving a testimony on behalf of Ryan O'Leary, who could not be here in person. So I'm submitting this on his behalf. Chairwoman Bonds and members of the council, I'm running to express my absolute and unapologetic opposition to Mayor Bowser's proposal to eliminate Initiative 82. And I'm incredibly disappointed in those council members who chose to betray the will of the people yesterday. You have stolen from thousands of workers. This is wage theft. Those who voted for this, Chairperson Mendelson, council members Bonds, Henderson, McDuffie, Felder, Robert White, and Charles Allen, this is what scabs do. Let's not mince words. The mayor's proposal is a betrayal of the nearly 75% of voters who passed Initiative 82, of the tipped workers finally getting a measure of stability and of the basic principle that democracy should mean something in the city. The idea that DC is somehow uniquely incapable of adapting to a full minimum wage for tipped workers is false. 7 states have successfully operated for years without a tipped sub-minimum wage. Economies have not collapsed and restaurants have not disappeared. What has changed is that workers in those states enjoy greater income stability, protection from wage theft, and dignity on the job. What the mayor is proposing isn't about economics. It's about bidding to a well-funded lobby that has spent years trying to convince you that poverty wages are normal, that a wage boost is a wage cut. The National Restaurant Association is lobbying to kill this law, just like they've lobbied against child labor protections. The same group that some of you seemed so keen on listening to yesterday. They want you to believe DC is uniquely incapable of functioning like California, Washington, or Oregon, states that have already proven that a full minimum wage with tips on tops works. But it's not DC's wages that are out of control. It's commercial landlords and their triple net leases. It's liquor liability insurance premiums that are 100 times what restaurants pay just across the border. And it's the raw political influence of these real estate developers and business lobbies who think they run this town. This repeal would solve nothing. You don't fix inequality by caving to those who profit from it. You fix it by governing. You fix it by taxing commercial landlords who've been bleeding our neighborhoods dry. You fix it by capping the obscene insurance premiums driving up costs. You fix it by funding stabilization programs for small businesses without sacrificing workers' rights. Initiative 82 was not a fluke. It was a resounding citywide mandate for justice. Reject this rollback, do your jobs, and show the people of the city that their votes, their wages, and their dignity still matter in Washington, D.C. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Unfortunately, I have to remind you, we cannot have demonstrations in this tight space or in the building. So I hope you'll adhere to that. Thank you. You're next. Now it's on. Now it's off.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, there you go.
I don't work in tech. My name is Danielle and I'm a server at Pesties. As a DC resident and a server of 6 years, I rely heavily on both my hourly wage and my tips to support myself, as rent and the general cost of living continue to rise completely uncontrolled. Currently, I earn $10 per hour, and the anticipated $2 increase was crucial for my financial stability. When my wage was increased from 5 to 6 to 8 and then $10 an hour, it was the first time I felt a sense of stability in an otherwise unpredictable industry. As a tipped worker, everything is uncertain. Some days the restaurant is completely packed, other days it's nearly empty. I could get cut halfway through a shift without warning, or lose tips just because the sun doesn't shine and I have the outdoor section. These raises didn't just increase my paycheck, they gave me a safety net and a buffer between my financial needs and the chaotic conditions of the restaurant world. If the DC Council proceeds with the proposed cuts to I-82, halving my hourly wage, I would face significant financial hardship. Such a reduction would force me to drastically adjust my budget, jeopardizing my ability to cover essential expenses like groceries, utilities, and all of that during slower weeks like the dead of summer and during winter holidays. Since the implementation of I-82 in 2022, my tips have remained unchanged, and my employer doesn't impose a service charge at all. Despite being one of the wealthiest restaurant owners in the city, the company has never voluntarily increased my hourly wage. The only wage increases I've ever received from any of the 4 restaurants I've worked at in this city was mandated by the city. My employer, also the owner of the famous restaurant Le Diplomat, is one of the wealthiest restaurateurs in this city. This company can absolutely afford to pay me more, considering the restaurant has spent thousands of dollars on union busting efforts when me and my colleagues organized earlier this year. And they've recently invested much more than that in opening 2 new restaurants in the city. The upcoming $2 per hour increase is the sole raise that tipped workers can rely on, and I've been counting on it for years. My tips can vary significantly, ranging from $20 to hundreds of dollars in an 8-hour shift, and I never know what to expect until the moment I clock out. This variability makes the scheduled wage increase even more critical. Me and my colleagues were expecting it next month. So don't cut our stability and don't cut our wages. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
My name is, sorry. My name is Venorka Tucker. I am a 76-year-old woman. I've worked in hospitality all of my life. I learned how to do this work well and therefore to make decent wages. So, I mean, I feel like when people are struggling, and since the pandemic, many people in this industry struggled. We were sitting at home looking, like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to manage? And when an opportunity presents itself where you can see better, you're feeling like, okay, well, we're all going to do well. We're going to do better. I don't understand the council people, or I especially don't understand Bowser. In my opinion, decrease her money. How's she going to manage? She's not going to be happy with that. If you decrease the money that this woman makes, she's not going to be happy. So we all simply want the same advantages that everybody else should be wanting. They want to make enough money to take care of their families, pay their bills, do the things that they need to do. And if they can do a little extra, hey, that's fantastic too. But right now, a bill has been passed. A change has been made, and you're saying we don't deserve it. And I especially, when this young lady was mentioning what the head of the council said, because I worked with Initiative 77, 82. I went to doors, knocked on doors, spoke to people, stood at the metro stations and waited for people to come in and sign, saying that they agreed with what was going on with 77 and then 82. And just to have the council say differently, you don't have that right. You do not have that right. We voted for you. We voted for the people that are there. So we're smart enough to do that, but not smart enough to make wise decisions? No. Well, we're smart enough to make wise decisions. I was saying in DC, when you say things like, we want to have the right for a voting representative in Congress. We want to have all of these things that other states have. And we're not a state, but we want these things and we deserve these things. And to have someone on the council say, oh no, these guys are not smart. So lucky for them, we're here to make decisions for them. It's not right. I think you all know it's not right. And so I'm hoping that, you'll do the right thing and correct this.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Tucker?
Yes.
All right. I didn't see you on the list. Could you give me your first name?
First name is Venorica. It's V as in Victor, Enorica.
Thank you very, very
You're very
much.
welcome. I work right next door,
All right,
Ronald Reagan International Trade
all
Center.
right, okay, thank you.
Sure.
I think I heard a story about you
Yeah, I'm
working
sure
with
you have.
someone the other day. Uh-huh, yes. Thank you very much for your engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, members of the council. My name is Will Westbrook. I'm a server at the Bazaar Restaurant. I'm also a member of the union and a union leader, and I'm very proud of that position. I'm also a voter, excuse me, a voter in Washington, DC, and a believer in democracy, both indirect and direct. In the lead up to the last presidential election and the re-election of many of the members of this council, one of the phrases we often heard was democracy is on the ballot, especially from the Democratic Party, which many members of the council are members of. It's very sad to see democracy being overturned, direct democracy. We voted on this, y'all. We voted on this twice. The entire city has spoken. This is solved. It is done. This piece of legislation, 82, has been signed into law, and it must remain as law. Repealing or pausing the motion only serves to benefit lawbreakers, okay, like Stephen Starr, who is actively union busting in violation of federal law in DC right now. In my opinion, we should probably be talking about that instead of this. A signed, sealed, done matter of principle and law within the district. By overturning the will of the people, you're harming the most vulnerable members of our community and giving money to rich people from Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you. We are 5 before 2. If there are individuals that need to be gone, please come to the podium so we can take your testimony. Now, we only have 4 seats, so we have to go in, and we'll have enough time, I believe, for everyone to get to the table. And if you would. And Miss, we'll start with you.
My name is Yemi. I've been in the restaurant business for most of my life.
All right.
Since
you
everything else has been said.
You signed up, so we.
Indeed, yes, ma'am.
All right.
Well, with Rob. Because I have to go to work. That's why I'm speaking now.
All right. We'll just, I added Miss Tucker's on.
139, madam.
Oh, you were number 139.
Yes, indeed.
I have Mr. Sparks as number 139, but.
Okay. Yemi, do you have Yemi? Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. You know that. There is no way I will be here. Randomly? No.
You were signed up under the virtual, in other words.
Oh, because
okay, we have you now. Okay.
Because of your kindness, I get a chance to speak.
You do get a chance to speak, and
but
please.
Since everything else has been addressed, my thing is going to be explaining more issues which happens to be interconnected, like housing, which you guys are not addressing, affordable housing, guaranteed income, you guys refuse to address. The mayor never ever showed up whenever we have a rally or a speech or whatever. She never participated. She never stood up for the hardworking laborers, workers of the city. And we voted for you, and the vast majority of Washingtonians voted for this bill. So we shouldn't be here wasting your time and wasting our time. You should have honored it and just seal it, and that would have been it. But unfortunately, since a lot of other issues, some extracurricular activities is going on with the council or with the mayor, we are totally being disregarded, and then we are also not being respected, and we are the one who who produce kids to be the next leaders, the next everything. And with this kind of wage, we cannot raise a decent family. And then we all are talking about criminality. We all are talking about kids killing each other. Why not? If they don't have any family to provide for them properly, if they don't go on a vacation, even to New York, why not? Because the other people who are fortunate enough, who have a lot of money, they're sending their kids to Europe, they're sending their kids to a tennis tournament or whatever, and will not be able to do that. And outside of that, we're supposed to be totally respected because we are the backbone of this society. We make you and we make everybody shine. We are the people who are forgotten. So you have to put all this thing into consideration. Affordable housing is also a main problem for us because we cannot afford to live in this, one of the most expensive cities in the world is Washington, D.C. It's equivalent like Tokyo or New York. They're trying to kick us out of here. Gentrification already did it 10, 15 years ago. And now also they're systematically running us. And you shouldn't be taking it lying down. You should stand up for us because we put you on the pedestal. You should deliver back to us. And thank you. Now I can go to work.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right. And have a good day at work. Thank you. Next, yes, sir.
Good afternoon, council member and associates. My name is Damon Dixon. I'm 51 years old, born and raised in DC. I'm a Ward 1 resident and have been a bartender in the DC service industry since 1998. I could use this opportunity to talk about how One Fair Wage and Rock have been disingenuous, status-seeking, clout-chasing, fake activists and bad actors from the start. I could talk about how the out-of-towners came to our city under false pretenses to try to save people who didn't ask or need to be saved. I could talk about the paid actors that the RFC have brought in to testify on their behalf and their attempts to dox good, hardworking people who want their quality of life not to be affected by outsiders, and in the same breath, accuse these same good people of being paid actors. I could talk about how sad it is that the DC voters allowed themselves to be duped into this situation and that has come to pass, which has left them with a deficit in quality small business dining and drinking establishments, as well as quality staff and experience. What I want to talk about is autonomy. Prior to Initiative 82, as a bartender and server, I knew every day going to work that after leaving work, the tips and the money that I made were exactly what they were supposed to be. Tips might be up, might be down, depending on the night or occasion of the year, but I knew that because it's the nature of the beast. It's the nature of the business when I walked in the door, and I knew that the tips that I was making, I was taking home, were mine, and no one else was going to touch them. Thanks to the passing of I-82, that's no longer the case. We now have a system with no tangible means of oversight or enforcement. Each establishment is free to operate within whatever confines of this poorly constructed mishmash of an initiative with little to no fear of repercussion, taking control of the finances and autonomy from the workers. Should service industry workers make a higher hourly wage, especially in the back of the house? Yes. Should it happen at the expense of workers who are thriving until a bunch of outsiders came along and blew it all up? Outsiders who've been successful in misinforming the public, performative activism here in my hometown, but have failed everywhere else that they've tried this? Absolutely not. Initiative 82 was poorly conceived, poorly executed, has been poorly regulated, and needs to be repealed immediately. Conversations about improving wages within the DC service industry are 100% valid, but need to be had by people who actually work in the city, who are interested in putting legislation together that is comprehensive and will actually benefit the workers, small business owners, and the guests of these establishments as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Remember, no demonstrations. Next. And sir, would you touch that mic? So, all right, I don't want it to be now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dia King. I'm a native Washingtonian. I currently reside in Ward 7. I have been working on this minimum wage issue for over 10 years trying to get this done. There has been back and forth ever since. But let some billionaire come to town wanting some change and you guys make it work out to their advantage in a few months. I've testified at several council hearings in favor of I-77, I-82. I've visited council members this one right here, in their office and protested at their homes, including the mayor's, several times. I've made myself available to talk about my experience as a tipped worker, and frankly, I'm tired. I'm told you're meant to represent us, but I've lost faith that our words carry any weight in this building. I don't see myself reflected in these decisions and conversations. I'm tired of trying to get bad people to do the right thing for the marginalized few in my community instead of the greedy thing for the rich, entitled few. Is there genuine empathy in you people, or has it shriveled and been overshadowed by narcissism and greed? This measure has passed several times and gotten stronger each time, but you are all still trying to take it away from us. It is okay to take from those at the bottom as long as you enrich those at the top. Rent does not go down, bills don't go down, food doesn't go down, your pay doesn't go down, but tip workers' pay does? How come tip workers have to take a pay cut when everything else is going up? How is that fair? The mayor cuts services to those in need while serving up DC to those in greed. The mayor does not do what the people want. She does what she wants and what big money wants. I think the council can sometimes see other colors besides their own in green. And I also think that some in the council can and see voters as intelligent people and not just idiots with a vote. So to that end, I ask that you see and hear me as a person and a voter. The people have spoken. So please stop making excuses. Uphold the will of the people. I-82 is law. Now make it work. That's it.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next.
My name is Rebecca Abu Rakia Einhorn. I am registered 78, I think. Man, well, I was in the right, decade or whatever.
In the right zone, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, please, we'll take your testimony.
Members of the council, my name is Rebecca Abu Rakia Einhorn, and I am a resident of Ward 5. I am here to urge you to fully restore and protect the DC Family Paid Leave Program, which is facing devastating cuts in the FY26 budget. I am the director of a national scholarship program, and I direct a team of 17 people, and I have about 500 students traveling abroad to 19 countries starting on Monday. But I am here because I have personally benefited from DC paid leave as a parent, a public servant, and someone with serious medical needs. My story highlights the life-changing impact of this program and the danger of taking it away. When my first child was born in 2019, paid leave didn't exist. I had only 3 weeks of paid leave from my employer and no sick leave left after 2 prior ankle surgeries. I returned to work 6 weeks postpartum, exhausted, overwhelmed, leaking breast milk, and without affordable childcare. I wish I could have taken more time, but it simply wasn't possible. By contrast, just 2 years later, when my second child was born in 2021, the DC paid leave program allowed me to take 4 full months at home. My husband was also able to take 2 months off, and this support made an extraordinary difference for our family, my recovery, and my return to work. I wasn't forced back by circumstance. I was ready to go back to work. DC paid family leave isn't just for parents. In 2024, I had 2 hip surgeries and finished off my year with a 3-level spinal fusion. This wasn't a routine procedure. I spent a week in the hospital with incisions on my front, side, and all over my back. I have 2 titanium rods and 6 titanium screws. I couldn't walk downstairs for 17 days. When I got home, it was the most painful experience of my life. I couldn't bend, lift, or twist, put on my shoes, or take care of my children. But for the first time, I had enough leave to recover fully. I could taper off my medications, rebuild strength, and prepare to return to work sustainably. Without this program, I would have been forced to return to work far too soon, risking setbacks and further complications. This program gave me time, security, and dignity, and it must be protected. The proposed cuts, including a 15% reduction in benefits and fewer weeks of leave, will force workers to choose between their health and their livelihood. It's unjust to balance the budget on the backs of DC's workers while billionaires and businesses receive tax breaks. Life-changing events, whether babies or injuries, I'm almost done, don't come at predictable times. I urge you to restore full funding to DC paid family leave, maintain the universal paid leave tax, and explore fairer revenue options. Paid family leave is not a luxury. It's a lifeline for public health, family stability, and economic resilience. I am living proof of its impact. Please protect it.
Thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. And we can now take the next panel. Again, if you need to get to your job, I'd like to get you up front now so that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we'll start with you and we'll go down the list again. All right, you're on, and
is
please
that
be
on?
sure to give us your name so we can find you on our list.
Is
Yes,
this on? Okay.
it is on. When
Okay.
the red light is on, your mic is on.
Dear council member Bonds and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak. My name is Yana Tarakanova. I'm a restaurant worker with a 13-year experience. I'm currently employed as a server, part-time manager at Hengsu Estebar Dupont Circle location. Can actually name the place where I work. Initiative 82 was not justice. It was not reform. It was a hostile takeover of my income, my autonomy, and my industry by people who have never carried a tray or worked a double shift. This was not a worker uprising. It was a PR stunt backed by a millionaire-funded NGO, One Fair Wage, who repackaged their Initiative 77 failure in new wrapping paper. Back in 2018, they said tipping causes harassment because the issue was trending. Now they have swapped that out for dignity and economic justice because this polls better. Same scam, different pitch. Initiative 82 passed because voters who have never worked a tip job in their lives were manipulated by professional activists with big money marketing campaigns. Before I-82, I earned good money, tips, not promises. My pay was tied to performance, rhythm, hustle. I owned my tables. Now I'm watching a chunk of every bill get vacuumed into mandatory service fees. The addition of those charges often leads to customer confusion, with many believing that tips are no longer necessary. This misunderstanding results in reduced tipping, directly impacting my take-home income. Before the initiative, for every $1,000 sales, I used to get 220, 250, which equals 22, 25% in tips. Now, since my average tip percentage went down, I make around 180, 200 in tips, which equals 18, 20%. Based on these, I lose approximately $400 a week, $1,600 a month. As a server, I was not only impacted by this change. The kitchen staff and support team lost hours, shifts, sometimes even their jobs. More than 70 restaurants closed in Washington, D.C. last year. Very few small businesses are capable of adjusting and surviving under the new system. Do my opponents really rely on $12 an hour? Do they call $12 a living wage? Do they really see a big difference in $2 increase? I wonder, do they really make money with tips? And where they work, they never name a place where they work. They call a ward. They work at star restaurants, which is a completely different story. Very few of them just a part of our industry. I've never seen them. I want to see pictures of them working. You can come tonight. I'm working a shift at Hank's Oyster Bar, and you can see me working there. It's just really frustrating, and I wish I could ask them about the menu they serve so they can prove that they actually work in the industry. Just a few more words. I want to say that I'm just right now making less with less control in the system designed by people who will never depend on tip to pay rent. Do not call this progress. Please do not insult us with those living wages. Just
I think we just need to repeal this initiative and listen to real workers. We need to repeal initiative not for charity, not for compromise, but because it's a huge lie. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
That would
Next,
be great.
please. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying, okay? Thank you very much, whatever you're saying. Next, okay? I will have no control if you are ushered out of here if there is some discourse, okay? Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Gracie Patton. I'm not sure what number I am slated under to testify, but I am signed up to testify. I work as a server at Le Diplomat and at No Goodbyes in Adams Morgan. I'm a DC resident and I support I-82 as both a voter and as a restaurant worker. At both restaurants, I make $10 an hour plus tips, and I often work lunch shifts where guests' orders are smaller and less expensive, and as such, my tip percentage is lower because the guest is spending less money. I rely on a higher tipped minimum wage during these lunch shifts to ensure that I can pay my rent. If the DC Council cuts the tipped minimum wage and overturns the will of voters who supported I-82, my take-home pay will decrease. I would also like to point out that my restaurant, Le Diplomat, spent thousands of dollars on union busting when my coworkers and I organized a union. If they can afford to spend money union busting, they can afford the raises prescribed in I-82. The $2 an hour raise I am expecting on July 1st would allow me to have more security in my finances so I can focus on planning for the future. I urge the council not to slash the raises promised in I-82 and to implement it as ratified by the voters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Joseph Florence. It might say under Wes, I am speaking in his place. My name is Joe Florence, and I work at a barista at No Goodbyes at the Line Hotel in Adams Morgan, and I'm a DC resident in Ward 4. I'm asking that the council removes any mention of I-82 from the budget. As a barista, I currently make $15 an hour plus tips. Repealing I-82 would allow my employer to pay me less, which would impact my own ability to pay rent and continue to afford to live while I work through my own graduate studies. I'm also concerned about the precedent that this action from the mayor and the council sets. I-82 was passed by voters with an overwhelming majority and represents a critical function within our democracy as DC residents. What is the point of a ballot initiative if the mayor and council can undo our democracy with a stroke of a pen? I encourage the council to continue to listen to the voices of workers from the city who have been relying on this wage increase from I-82 to live comfortably here in Washington, DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. My name is Yannick Omicton. I think I'm 130 something on the list, but I got to get to my shift. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. I am speaking on my own behalf. Nobody paid me to be here. And I work at Revelers Hour, which is a restaurant in Adams Morgan. I'm support staff, so I do back waiting, food running, hosting. And at Revelers Hour, I make $20 an hour. And I get tips on top of that. It's a nice restaurant. We do have a service charge, but we also get healthcare and we also get other benefits. And I'm here to make sure that you know, Councilmember Bonds, that it is possible to be a successful restaurant, to make money as a restaurant, and to pay your workers what they deserve. So, you know, all this talk from restaurant industry folks, from the no on I-82 folks about how this will kill the restaurant industry, we're living proof that this model can work. And, you know, it's true that restaurants still need help, right? It's true. One of the biggest things they need help on is rent. You know, I see all these restaurants that are closing, you know, a couple that I've seen in the news. If you look at how long they've been open for, it says 10 years. How long is their commercial lease typically for? 10 years, right? And when that lease comes up for renewal, the landlord, commercial landlord comes back and says, we want to charge you 50, 80% markup, 100%, you know, markup on what the rent was back in 2015 or 2014 when they first signed that lease, right? It's a complete Wild West for commercial rents and for commercial rental agreements. There's no rent control. There's no, you know, oversight by the DC government. Developers and landlords can do whatever they want with these restaurants. And I heard directly from a retail broker once that does a lot of restaurant leases. that said that a lot of landlords would rather just leave their spaces vacant. They would rather just leave it vacant until someone can come around and pay the huge kind of fees that they have, so that the market rate, the going rate for those rents remains high, so the property values don't go back down. You know, that's a bunch of restaurants, a bunch of developers working in cahoots with each other. That's a cartel. That's, you know, a distortion of the market. And at the end of the day, who suffers? Restaurants do. And then underneath those restaurants, the workers do. And what's always the case is that when there's a downturn, when things are happening, right, who gets the short end of the stick? It's back of house workers. It's support staff. It's the dish pit, right? It's the lowest worker that gets hit first. Commercial landlords, they don't have to do anything, right? Even restaurants, they're asked, you know, they're the ones getting off the hook, right? So if you're going to repeal the will of the voters once again by getting rid of Initiative 82, you are going to be responsible. You, Councilmember Bonds, and the rest of this council will be responsible for screwing over the littlest worker once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this
Thank you.
panel. And now we'll ask again, are there others that must get out of here to their job? If so, join us at the witness table. All right.
Has to work today?
Okay. Yeah, don't be shy. I mean, we're trying to accommodate you. Right. Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. And we'll start with you. Thank you. Remember, press the button and the red light comes on. You're then on the mic. All right.
Right, thank
And
you.
give us your name so we can hopefully find you on the list.
My name is Samantha Holly. I'm number 78 to sign up today. Not 77, that's an unlucky number. So again, everyone calls me Sam. I'm a 22-year DC resident, and I've been a tipped worker for 20 of those years. I would like to thank you for your time, Councilmember Bonds. This issue is recurring, and we've been through this process. You've been with us since 77. I believe I speak for my colleagues and perhaps you and your staff when I share that this process has been exhausting. It will never go away. And I really, really appreciate that you are not leaving us behind and you're hearing what we as actual tip workers have to say. Now, as you sit, as 77, I testified obviously in support of repeal, and I testified again in January for repeal of 82 as well. As we sit in these hearings over the years, you start to notice trends. Certain verbiage or buzzwords start to become apparent, and the theme or word of the day by the opposition appears to be stability. I keep hearing that word utilized. However, because of Initiative 82, I would say this is the time when my income has been the least stable it's ever been in my 22 years in the service industry. And that's because there was no guidance into how it would be implemented. This was also implemented at a time when the service industry as a whole was recovering from a pandemic and increased costs. Now, as restaurant owners, there are decisions that have to be made, and that usually involves, unfortunately, a service charge or cutting labor costs. As one of a restaurant worker, I forget the gentleman's name that was just up here speaking to you, it does tend to be support staff and our lowest, most vulnerable workers that will pay the brunt of increased cost. I can speak to you of my experience in that we have cut busboys, we have cut barbacks, we have cut shifts, and our hourly shifts have been shortened as a result of trying to save these labor costs. Now, because of that, I don't necessarily know that I can go and pick up a double, make that extra money. To be honest, when you go into a restaurant these days, everyone has to do a math game. What is the service charge here? Is that going to go to my server? Is it going to the house? Should I tip the full 20%? That game has left to what used to be an acceptable social standard of a 20% tip. Now, well, I'll take 5% off because there's a service charge. I think it also invites, and when Initiative 82 was first passed, a guest sat at my bar and the first thing he said was, I don't have to tip you anymore, right? And that has been the culture of it. And we're only halfway through implementation. I'm very scared and I feel very insecure about the stability of where I'm going to be in 2 years when we reach full implementation, when it's $17 an hour. I cannot afford as a 22-year resident of DC to live on $17.95 an hour or wherever the minimum wage will be at the time. I make well over that. That being said, help me maintain my income stability in the future and my choice to stay in this industry. And please repeal or at the very least maintain the pause of 82. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello. Hi. My name is Dan Sertse. I am a DC native and I was a restaurant worker for 6 years of my life. To be very clear, I worked at 2 restaurants. I was a host at Pearl Dive on 14th Street for 2 years. My favorite drink that I used to love to run was our Fleur 75, which is like a take on the French 75 with lavender and thyme. And then I was a server at North Italia for 4 years, where my favorite dish to sell was our cacio e pepe pizza and our La Dolce Vita, which was like our mango margarita. I miss our menu a lot. So I'm here today because during my time at North Italia, unfortunately, I did experience wage theft and retaliation due to having a boss that was racist and corrupt. And because of that, I lost a lot of wages and I was unable to pay my rent for a very long time. And in fact, I still have back rent that I owe to my landlord because of this. If I were able to get a sustainable base wage, that could have prevented me from being behind on my rent and for going hungry. Especially because I also experienced discrimination from consumers sometimes based off of my race and gender, which I'm sure a lot of folks can attest to who have worked in the restaurant industry. As well as being a tipped worker for a long time, I'm also a DC voter. When I voted for Initiative 82, I knew exactly what I was doing and what I was getting into because I am a literate adult able to read and comprehend initiatives on DC's ballots. And my coworkers and I were very, very excited to hear this is passed because we were so tired of being paid $5 an hour, but not seeing anything on our paychecks. I'm talking about fathers, mothers, college students, immigrants, and everyone in between. With this current pay raise feeling, we felt like modern day slaves. And we find it insulting that you want to override our optimism and our hope that we have for our futures and our family for a third time so that restaurant owners with failing and unsustainable business practices like service charges can stay afloat. I'm here because I want to stay afloat too, as well as my colleagues do. I believe that I should have enough money to pay for my rent, my food, my housing, and whatever else I need. On top of that, I am not a paid actor. I was an organizer for Rock for a year, but I was laid off. I no longer work there, but I am still here because I'm most likely going to be going back to working at restaurants, and I want to make sure that I get paid a fair wage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Michael Cruz. I'm a DC resident, and I voted in favor of Initiative 82. I will talk about stability again. The biggest thing that a higher hourly wage does is give a worker stability. You can plan ahead of time. You can plan if you can take time off or not. So coming here and hearing workers say that they aren't in favor of Initiative 82 because of the instability was confusing to me. It's like workers defending the capitalists essentially and worried about the owner's costs when in all actuality, you can look at California and other cities and see that when their hourly wage was increased, they still were tipped on top of their hourly wage. They still received tips. They overall made more money with the hourly wage increase. So that was very confusing to me. Also, importantly, we are all restaurant workers here, and I think we forgot about all the nail techs, the car wash employees, and all the other tipped employees that this will be impacted by. We've only been talking about restaurant workers, though I am a part of Local 25. There are other segments of the working population that will be impacted, and it's important for them as well to have a stable wage for their families and for their lives. So I think that's a forgotten part of this. And I was a part of a pretty a union fight when I worked at Moon Rabbit. It was public, it was known, and I know that my coworkers are still being tipped 20% despite the general public and people who frequent the restaurant knowing that they now are getting a higher hourly because they won the union at the Intercontinental Hotel. So, and we're also a big tourist city. We're gonna get people here who come and don't know the intricacies of tipping, and they're still gonna tip. So as a worker, you should not be scared of your employer having to pay you more money. That's just it. You shouldn't be scared of that. But again, I agree with everyone else. You should support the people who elected you all, and supported the initiative, and keep the initiative 82.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Hi,
You're on.
my name-
And if the others would turn your light out. Okay, now we'll hear you exclusively. Thank
Hi,
you.
my name is Lisa Benton. I'm not on the list. I am the general manager of Headquarter Prime in Ward 6 in DC, and I've come to speak from a labor management perspective. Today is my day off. Wednesdays are my day off, and on Wednesdays, I work shifts in hourly roles to keep labor low because we struggle to keep our labor costs under control. Last year, when we opened with a 27% labor budget. This year, we moved it down 1.45%, and next year it will move down another 1.45%. Our budget will decrease until we get to 22% because we're a new restaurant. We have a window of time to get our controllables in line. But with the increase in wages coming every year or every biannually, I believe they are, we have to find a way to also grow sales because that percentage is firm and that percentage relates to a number. So we predict, we schedule, and then we either call in last minute team members. I work 7 days a week to ensure that I can manage labor. Or we cut, and of course we can't cut with less than 4 hours of a shift worked or less than 4 hours notice of an upcoming shift worked. Otherwise, we still have to pay that labor out. This increase in FOH labor, which does account for normally 2/3, if not 3/4 of the staff on schedule every day, which is front of house, takes away from the balance of front of house, back of house labor, which does account for the whole percentage that we are allotted in our budget. So normally we're running 12 to 14% of front of house labor with the rest of it allocated for back of house. You're talking about making their hourly wages identical. We're going to have to almost triple our budget for front of house, for whole house labor. Yes, I agree. Rent is wild. Somebody do something about that. But right now, this is what I can speak about is my controllable lines in my P&L. I want nothing more than for my team to make great money. I watch them work. We are in the trenches together. These are the shoes that I wear on shift because I am down there with them, bussing tables, cleaning the bathroom, working the hose stand. But I can't get my team members 30 minimum hours a week to get the benefits, the stellar benefits that my company offers because I can't schedule them that many hours. We have our peak shifts 2 to 3 days a week, but we're open 5 days a week. They get 2 to 3 awesome shifts a week. I come from a state, I am a DC implant. I come from a state where there is a 213 wage, and I worked as a server and a bartender in that, and I made $1,000 to $1,500 a week in tips. I did not care one single little bit about my hourly wage. Maybe it touched my taxes, maybe it didn't. And that is not what I see happening here for my team. I see them leaning on this hourly wage because tips are getting noticeably smaller. We have automatic buttons on our toast handhelds that the guest receives, and a lot of times it's still a customized tip under 20%. They are losing tips, and that is what pays their rent, not $10 an hour.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. I would love to have the chance to talk to you about what I'm hearing and my impressions. But I don't want to disenfranchise others who are here. But you can rest assured during this 90-day pause period, I will attempt to reach out to you because I really think that there's more going on here than we probably can possibly address through, the tip worker and tip wages. And I'm not sure why government felt its need to be involved to this extent, really, in private enterprise, but we're here now. And so, I mean, really and truly, that's the big question. And I know those that are concerned about poverty and those issues, like I once was very engaged in, that it's about fairness. It's about having some equality and well as equity within our community. I understand those issues. But now that we as a government are in this, how are we going to grow the economy and grow the people that make this economy? That's what I'm hearing. And yes, you're right. Stability is the big issue. And now that the government is in this, I guess we have to try to bring about equity, so that, you know, we keep our industries and we keep our workers. Most importantly, we make sure that our workers do not fall deep into poverty. So how do we do that? I'm not sure, but I think that we need to have dialogue with different groups and what have you. So I certainly appreciate hearing you today. And I just thought, instead of me taking my little break, I'm going to take it by making this statement and try my best to continue with the hearing as long as possible. But I will have to take a legitimate break, and you all know why, at some point soon. But thank you very much to this panel. Thank you very much. And we'll try to do at least 2 more panels, and then I would like to take a 10-minute break. We are, as soon as the next, I think we had a few people who tried to get up. Excuse me, please. Please have a seat. Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm in charge of this hearing, okay? All right. I'm gonna do the best I can for everyone. Everyone. All right. I know getting to your job is very important, and I want to make sure you have that opportunity. All right, we will start with you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Nelms, and I'm the owner of Supra Restaurant in Washington, D.C., formerly also the owner of Tabla Restaurant in Washington, D.C. Given what we've heard today, I probably should say I'm not affiliated with Steven Starr Restaurants in any way, so. But I think you put it right, Councilmember Bonds. Why did the government feel the need to get involved in private enterprise? And I guess the answer is, I don't think you did. I think an out-of-state organization came in and ran these campaigns and put deceiving ballot initiatives that have fooled DC voters twice. Now, I know some people, we've heard some eloquent people today say, well, I understood this, I work in the industry, but just a few examples. When we first heard about ballot initiative 77, we talked to our staff. Now, apparently they desperately needed this and they sought this, that's what we hear. Not one of them had any idea what I was talking about. Not one of them ever heard of it. Getting rid of tips or doing something that would pressure tips. They didn't want anything to do with that. They never heard of this ballot initiative. When I talked to my neighbors in the Chevy Chase neighborhood of DC, I'm a 25-year DC resident, not they all fail to understand that we as restaurant owners have to pay the difference, the tip makeup. We've heard nothing today about tip makeup. We've heard people say, well, I can't live on $5.35 an hour. No, you can't. We've heard people say, I can't live on $10 an hour. The first three speakers all had statements that were very consistent like that. Well, that ignores the fact that I, as a restaurant owner, if on the rare occasions that any of our staff don't make the regular minimum wage, we pay the difference. And that's not even something I have to remember to do. That's automatically done by the payroll company. So if I wanted to steal from my employees, if I wanted to defraud and commit this crime against my employees, well, I-82 doesn't change that. I could change the hours when I entered into payroll. I could change the tips that I enter. I do payroll personally. And so if I wanted to, I could cheat in those ways. But the calculation of the tip makeup is an automatic function of any, whether it's Paychex or ADP or Toast Payroll, which we use. It's not something I even have to think about doing. It's also not something that really comes up at our restaurant. I'd say we're the first and only Georgian restaurant in Washington, D.C. We got in the Michelin Guide in our second year, and we got a Bib Gourmand the third year. What does that mean? That means we're a reasonably priced dining option. We are not an expensive restaurant, but our servers make $40, $50 an hour, and mostly in tips. And our bussers can make $18, $25, $30 an hour, depending on the shift. So they're all very well compensated. Our senior servers, we've invested in them, taken them to the Republic of Georgia to teach them more about it. Our senior server who makes almost $50 an hour, almost six figures, putting his daughter through college, mostly with tips. Initiative 82 has been the biggest contributing factor to our going from being a profitable restaurant to losing money last year. And the delta in what we made in profits from 2022 to 2023, was almost exactly the increase in front of house labor caused by Initiative 82. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
How you doing today? My name is Carl Parker. I am a fourth generation native Washingtonian born and raised in Southeast DC. I am against Initiative 82 because it just makes no sense. We are the people that are actually in the forefront in the restaurant industry, serving, bartending, and we say that this is what works for us. It has always worked for us. I'm tired of the trigger words of saying this is modern day slavery. That's not the case at all. You are talking to a Black man, a proud Black gay man that has worked in this industry for 10 plus years and has never had any of those issues at all. We're here to say that we make more than minimum wage. People say, oh, I need stability. Is it stable to live on $10 an hour? No, because we make more than $10 an hour on average. And like this gentleman said next to me, if it's not made up to that, it has to go right there in the payroll checks. There's nothing that has happened other than people coming into a city that they're not from and try to run a political gain on anybody with that. So what I'm saying is this has to stop. Listen to the people that actually work in this bar industry, in this restaurant industry. Everybody that is here that is for a repeal for Initiative 82, we all know each other. We see each other. We are the actual DC bar industry family that keeps the hospitality business afloat in this city. I'm not gonna get too much into it. You've had my testimony already. That's all I need to say.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
My name is Mike.
Now you're on.
No.
Okay.
My name is Michael Conroy. I'm a server at St. Anselm. I've been in the industry nearly 3 decades. I've got some written notes that I'm going to talk a little bit about, but I also want to vary from it. So I'm just going to say that in my experience, when my wage has gone up, my income has gone up. But being in the industry 29 years, I still remember hearing, like, after the first year, like, oh, you're talking about a wage increase? No, we don't give wage increases. We can't afford that. And I believed it. And then after the second year, they said, oh, we can't afford that. I believed it. And then after the third year, when they said that we can't afford a wage increase, I believed it. And then after the fourth year, they said, we can't afford a wage increase. I believed it. Then after the 5th year, they said they couldn't afford a wage. I believed it. Then after the 10th year, I believed it. After the 15th year, I believed it. I'm slow. After the 20th year, I believed it. After the 25th year, I still believed it. But now in my 29th year, I'm starting to believe that maybe they're being disingenuous when they said they can't afford a wage increase. Every single wage increase I've ever gotten in my almost 30 years in the industry has been government mandated. There has never been a voluntary wage increase, but in that time, obviously prices have gone up, drinks have gone up, food has gone up, rent has gone up, healthcare has gone up, everything else has gone up, except for somehow they don't have enough money to pay more as a base wage increase. And I'm sorry that I have trouble believing that to be true. Let's see. Now I'll go back to the notes. That was my off the cuff stuff. Let's see. I do work at a Star restaurant. I have been there when they spent thousands of dollars having people trying to bust the union, intimidate people, and retribution, honestly. So like I said, that just goes back to the fact that when they say they can't afford a wage increase, no, I don't believe it. So that's in general, the whole politics. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you're telling me that your wage is minimum wage. That's what you're guaranteed to have. Oh, I'm not suggesting that, but I am trying to understand the wage that you get from your employer. It must be minimum wage. Must be minimum wage. It can't be $10. You get the 10, and then of course they count your tips in. That's the way this wacko law for some seems to be handled. Am I correct? And is that what you're telling me? Well, aren't you saying that your employer did not give you an increase, but your employer made sure that you got minimum wage? Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I'm trying to understand this wage system that I've heard a number of variations of. And so just want to make sure, because remember, if you are not getting the minimum wage at your employment, then you need to file a wage theft claim. We need to do that. I just want to make sure, because I was examining one of the agencies that can respond to wage theft earlier this week. And I noted that they had only the last 3 years, only one cases. In other words, one case almost a year about wage theft. And that is concerning when I hear from some in the audience that wage theft is going on. I'm only getting my $10. I'm only getting $10. It should be whatever the prevailing wage is for today. And it goes up with the cost of living increase every year. So I just want to make sure. That's why I was asking that question. I'm sorry. Take your testimony now.
Test.
Okay, you're on now.
Thank you. My name is Morgan Waite. I'm 145 on the drafted schedule. I've been a tipped worker for 2.5 years. I voted for I-82 multiple times. Basically, we need I-82. I hope I don't need to remind the DC Council how brutal the economy is to workers. Our wages remain stagnant. Our groceries, healthcare, and housing grow more expensive by the day. For sure, most millennials and Gen Z may never own their own housing units. I emphasize these non-mysterious facts because I know my community is struggling. And yet, despite the vast majority of voters wanting I-82 to become law, it seems many in our local government don't care about respecting the will of the people. Pausing I-82 after 3 business days of notice reflects disrespect for the voters. And if y'all cared about a democracy, we wouldn't be here right now. I'll repeat myself, ignoring the will of voters is disrespectful. We as voters are capable of deciding. If a business can't afford to pay living wages, maybe it shouldn't exist. We told y'all with our ballots what we wanted from our government. And yet here I am on a Wednesday talking about nonsense I don't have time for, earning less money while I beg for attention from people who are paid to be here. A government that doesn't listen to its voters is erroneous. If we can't trust our elected representatives to do their jobs, why do we need y'all in the first place? Speak for myself. I don't need my government to tell me what's good and bad, what's right and wrong. Restaurants shouldn't exist if they can't pay living wages. I also don't need paid bureaucrats telling me how to participate. I've been here for a few hours, testifying. There's a lot of people here. I don't want to be disrespectful, but it's still a few hours. And so while this is happening, another facet of our government is trying to pass completely unrelated legislation. The Rental Act, specifically the policy which enables eviction for tenants being arrested for violent crimes, not necessarily charged for anything, mind you, is racist. And anyone in favor of such policy doesn't care about Black people. My name is Morgan Waite. That was my 3 minutes. Unfreeze I-82 now.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much, panelists. Is anyone else? There's one lady. Maybe here's 2. Okay. This is gonna, okay. All right, great, okay. We have one witness online that has to get to work, so we're gonna take her and then we'll come right to you, and then we'll go back to our list because it seems to be thinning out. Okay. Right. So if you will give us your name, and we'll start with you. I have no clue as to who is at the table. That's why I have to be rude and say starting with you. I'm so sorry. You're on. Okay.
Are we starting online or with me?
We'll start with, it's a person. She's on that now. Okay.
Hello?
Ms. Thompson, you're on. Okay.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Annie Thompson, and I'm a bartender at a restaurant in Ward 2. I am here today to request that the DC Council and Committee on Labor and Executive Administration remove any changes to the tipped minimum wage from the DC budget. I speak with you now with about 11 years of experience as a tip worker in the restaurant industry. I entered the restaurant industry in Minnesota, a state where a tip credit has not existed since the 1980s. Having worked there in the restaurant industry for 6 years, I know firsthand that the restaurant industry is perfectly capable to pay employees a living wage and thrive. While in Minnesota, I worked at 2 separate family-owned and independent restaurants, both of which are still operating to this day. Neither of these restaurants required service charges either, so there was no bewilderment or frustration from customers, and all additional money left by customers, tips, went straight to the working staff. Making minimum wage plus tips allowed me to support myself substantially in college and beyond. Since moving to the Mid-Atlantic last year, I first started bartending in Maryland, where I was shocked at the results of the tip credit. I had never made so little money in the restaurant industry as when working within a tip credit system. I could barely make ends meet, even with an additional job. It was for this reason that I started working in DC, where, in the wake of I-82, I knew I could better and more consistently support myself. It has been a relief to once again be able to make enough money to afford rent, groceries, and student loan repayments. It has been maddening to hear RAMW's lie that I-82 reduces tips. Not only does my time working in a non-tip credit state directly disprove this, but my experience is also supported by recent research by Unite Here, which plainly shows that between May 2023 and May 2024, DC tipped workers saw a 13.7 increase in their median annual income, which is 10% more than what workers in the broader DMV received. Paying employees a minimum wage doesn't reduce tips. I also have heard a lot about wage theft and wage transparency, so I wanted to address this. From my experience in Minnesota, I have witnessed the role of the tip credit in obscuring wage transparency and elevating the risk of wage theft. Without a tip credit, in Minnesota, I had complete understanding of what I was making each day. Every day I printed my checkout, which listed the tips I made on each bill. These were the tips I went home with in cash every night. I could also record, I could take notes to make sure what my hourly was so I could look at my paycheck and make sure it lined up. I had, as I said, my checkout with all the tips that I was making. It was so clear to see and to maintain documentation for myself that I was making the wages I needed. In Maryland and then again in DC with the tip credit and tip pools, I never really know what I make each day. So as I've heard from the chairperson Bonds, we're supposed to be getting the minimum wage as mandated by DC, but it's really hard to know what exactly you're making, like how your tips are being factored in. I've never worked with a management in a tip credit system that shows their math to explain why I receive the paycheck I do. Yesterday, Brooke Pinto mentioned that she and the council prioritize holding perpetrators of wage theft accountable. If that is indeed the case, the council would not try to pause or repeal I-82, a measure that encourages wage transparency. Lastly, I just wanted to say that at a time when democracy is threatened and corruption runs rife, it is profoundly concerning that the DC Council is considering overturning a public vote to cater to the interests of RAMW, a powerful business lobby. I ask you to please prioritize the people who live and work in the city, not the millionaires whose only interest is their own bottom line. If you care about workers, you would not reduce their wages. It's truly that simple. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And we'll start with you now. All right.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. My name is Claire Mills. I'm number 38 on the schedule, and I'm a Ward 1 resident who voted in favor of Initiative 82. Today, I'm here representing the nearly 3,000 members of Metro DC Democratic Socialists of America. Our message is simple. The DC Council should stand by the will of the voters and reject any changes to the tip minimum wage in the budget. It is the DC government's job to protect the rights of workers, including through a minimum wage. We didn't bring that responsibility to you. That is your job as an elected official. And now your constituents have given you a directive on how to do that job. Initiative 82 was a mandate from the people. In 2022, DC voters overwhelmingly supported the measure for a second time, affirming what workers and community members have long known. No one should work for poverty wages. Workers and organizers, including Metro DC DSA, invested months into passing this initiative. Our members canvassed to get it on the ballot and then knocked on 18,000 doors, talking to countless neighbors about how their vote could bring dignity and stability to some of the most exploited workers in our city. I was one of those chapter members, bundled up in the cold to collect petition signatures and then sweating in the blistering heat to talk to neighbors about their vote while working full-time as a barista and getting my degree in the district. 3 years later, and rather than fighting to actually build a better world in new ways, I'm still fighting this same fight. That is not an accident. The billionaire-funded restaurant lobby wants us to keep arguing over a law that is on the books because it keeps us distracted from further stopping wage theft and abuse in the industry. And Mayor Bowser and this council continuously listen to that industry rather than to the people of DC. To repeal Initiative 82 in this budget is to blatantly ignore the will of the people who elected you to office. It is also to ignore the real data, the data from the actual Bureau of Labor Statistics, that clearly shows DC's restaurant industry has recovered from the pandemic and is stronger than surrounding jurisdictions. The implementation of Initiative 82 cannot be tracked to anything except workers making higher wages and working jobs with more dignity. To repeal Initiative 82 is to ignore the facts, and worse, to repeal Initiative 82 is to abandon workers. DSA will remember what you do next, and so will the workers. So do the right thing. Remove any changes to the tips minimum wage from the DC budget. Our chapter will continue organizing to hold council members accountable, to defend Initiative 82, and to build a DC where all workers, not just the wealthy and well-connected, can thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Hi, my name's Corey Bryant, and I've lived in the district for 20 years. I live in Ward 7, and I've been a manager about 50% of my career, where I do people's payroll at the end. And I think everything that's being said about keeping tipped minimum wage with workers, everyone should be making what the council says is minimum wage, but that's a separate issue than what's happening right now. No one truly knows what's going to happen when this goes through, and to do something so radical in the middle of such an economic hardship that we're all having seems harsh and risky. I urge the council to pause and reevaluate. I'm all for raising the tip to minimum wage gradually, but removing it entirely. My other question is, what's going to happen to the $50,000 that people make in tips versus hourly wage when you take that credit away? I think most people here have worked in the industry in some form, maybe going through college. Most bartenders would not do it for minimum wage. Even $20 an hour, $27 an hour is not as much as they're making currently. And that economic downturn and the transparency that we're all experiencing can be addressed more by DC. I think we have an obligation to have people look into wage theft, to transparency, to having a committed structure way where we report it. If you think that you're not getting what you need and you need to see the math, I think all of that's reasonable. But to take away a structure that has been in place for ever is intense, and I hope you all reevaluate. I can take any questions since I work as an hourly employee and I own a house, so that means I have 2 jobs, something that I've done for the last 15 years in order to afford this city. Now, I'm a homeowner and I try very hard to be transparent whenever I'm doing any of this stuff. So clearly, the industry has some growing to do, but again, I think they're 2 separate issues, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and you're exactly right. In fact, there are 3 issues that we're looking at. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Thompson. I am a ward resident of 6 and a union leader of United Here Local 23. Why is the city continue to take away or pausing the wages for the people in the hospitality industry in Southwest, in Navy Yard, across the city? Or I see new restaurants, one in the area, and I hear already consisting getting traffic. I am not a tip worker, but I hear my company and through my work in the union of all other bosses making similar claims. They cannot, in my opinion, they can do more for their workers. The city, the councilman should take a stand firmly on the side of those who stay and gain in a time when bringing home a paycheck one can depend on. It is important. Do not pause or repeal the I-82. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Next, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds. My name is Joshua Armstead. I am a lifelong DC resident in Ward 6. I'm also the Vice President of Unite Here Local 23, a union which represents food service workers, bartenders, servers, catering attendants, tip workers in general across the DMV. I find it inconceivable that once again, food service workers and hospitality workers in the city are under attack. In the guise of, as other people have stated earlier, that the bosses can't pay or this will wreck the industry. Across the city, we see restaurants opening, we see concepts all across the city becoming alive and people being hired in this industry. And my own members, bartenders, who make well over the minimum wage of 17, they make around like 20, 25, close to $30 an hour. They also still get tips. I think when it comes to the industry and economic trends as a whole, there is some nuance, but to say that it's because of I-82 is, in my opinion, disingenuous. I think it's also an attack by bosses in this industry, which have considerably and historically for over several hundred years now, always said that we're going to pay as least as possible and also to make sure that those working do not receive the same benefits as other people, say, in other classifications across the city. It is systemic. We need to actually change that. Tipping, gratuities in general, are voluntary. And if there are bartenders and servers and people, my members and people in here that get them, that's great. Hallelujah. I'm not telling anybody to take it away. However, the reality is also true that sometimes you do not get tipped, even when you provide good service, even when you do everything right. Maybe someone just has enough for the meal. You shouldn't be penalized just because someone can't tip. Your employer should be making sure that you are getting a living wage, a good wage. That's what my members of my union get. That's what the voters of DC voted on, not once, but twice. And the council should respect it. Stand with workers, unfreeze 82. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to this panel. All right, no demonstrations. I don't see any security in here, so you probably okay. All right. All right, I'm going to take 5 minutes and then I'll come back and we'll start with the rest of our list if you don't mind. Okay. we're back in session. And we are starting with, I believe it's panel 6, and we'll make the changes as we have maybe come across the names. For panel 6, Sean Townsend, Amy Dudas, Shiria Markov, Valerie Torres. Those are the 4 that we have. And of course, if there is someone that needs to get to their job, we will fill that seat with, we have 1 seat. All right, okay. Mr. Townsend, we'll begin with your testimony, sir.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good
Thank you
afternoon.
for the opportunity to speak today at this critical juncture for our city's future. I'm Sean Townsend. I have the pleasure of serving as the President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington, representing the group of diverse restaurants that give our neighborhoods their unique character and our city so much of its soul. I'm proud to say that I'm also a district resident. Our restaurant industry, this extraordinary ecosystem of creativity, opportunity, and community, stands before you today at a crossroads, one that is deeply personal for restaurant workers and operators, and profoundly significant for the future of our district. At today's hearing, you have heard and will continue to hear from just a few of the thousands of local restaurant workers and independent operators who are calling for change. Their stories aren't just testimonials, they're windows into the lived reality of Initiative 82's unintended consequences. You'll also hear from opponents of restoring the tip credit, passionate advocates whose intentions, like those of voters who supported 82, were guided by a genuine desire to help workers. Good intentions have met harsh realities, and after 2 years of 82's implementation, the evidence speaks clearly. Additionally, it's critical to understand how DC's tip wage system actually works. Tip workers in DC are already guaranteed to earn the full minimum wage, which is currently the highest in the nation at $17.50 an hour. If tips and the base wage do not meet that threshold, the employer is legally required to make up the difference. It's not optional, it's enforceable under wage and hour law. So the real issue is not whether workers earn the minimum wage, the question is how they earn it. Through a combination of tips and base wage, or entirely from the employer. Most tip workers in DC prefer the current system because it allows them to earn far more than the minimum. Dismantling it doesn't raise wages, it suppresses them. If there are employers not complying with the law, that's an enforcement issue, not justification for tearing down a system that works for the vast majority of tip workers. Today, the district's restaurant community has reached a heartbreaking milestone, more than 1,700 jobs lost, and a record 73 restaurant closures in 2024 alone. While the rest of the nation moves forward from pandemic challenges, our restaurants face a uniquely district problem as costs rise higher here than anywhere else, driven substantially by the unprecedented wage restructuring under Initiative 82. The crisis touches everyone in our ecosystem, but falls hardest on small, independently owned businesses. Most troubling is that the very people 82 aim to help, tip workers, are often suffering the most severe consequences. Federal data shows that 82 has widened income inequality among restaurant workers. Lower income workers suffer the most severe impacts, experiencing a 14% drop in weekly earnings, while top earners' income has increased by 37%. Our polling of DC voters from just last month shows this understanding is spreading throughout our community. 51% say they didn't fully understand the impact of Initiative 82 on restaurant workers and menu prices. Only 9% believe 82 has actually helped local restaurants. In 2018, Council showed wisdom by repealing 77 after hearing directly from workers who were impacted and businesses. Good governance requires measuring policies by their outcomes and re-evaluating when necessary. 82 deserves the same evidence-based assessment. Mayor Bowser supports repeal Workers you have heard from are calling for repeal. Operators are pleading for repeal, and increasingly, voters who now understand the real world consequences support repeal. We can't allow well-intentioned policies to inadvertently harm those they try to help. We must prioritize outcomes over intentions, reality over theory. For all these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee and full council to repeal Initiative 82. Together, we can create a city where local restaurants don't just survive but flourish, where workers find not just jobs but careers with real advancement, where entrepreneurship is rewarded and communities are nourished by so much more than just food. Let's listen to the people who live here. Let's listen to the people who live here, work here, and build their lives here. Together we can fix this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll move on.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Bonds and the members of the committee who I'm assuming that they will watch this at some point. For those who don't know, my name is Valerie Torres. I've worked in the DC service industry for over 30 years. I testified in front of this committee in January of this year. If you don't recall my background, I graduated from Georgetown University in 1994, began waiting tables while teaching preschool because I couldn't support myself on my teacher's salary. While teaching, I continued to bartend to get myself through graduate school, and I eventually switched to bartending full-time as the service industry offered far greater earning potential than my field of study. In January, many of my fellow bar and restaurant workers came before this committee to express our growing concerns regarding the compounding challenges we as an industry were facing, with a major contributing factor being the implementation of 82. As we saw firsthand in the council's hearing yesterday and also just today, I know that this issue is it's a hot button and extremely contentious issue that involves very strong emotions from all sides. I would never attempt to simplify such a complex and nuanced situation by suggesting that by repealing 82, somehow the challenges that we are currently facing would miraculously disappear. It's a foolish line of thinking, and I would never attempt to do that or try to explain this away in such a way. But what I do know is this unfortunate experience that has been implemented through the implementation of 82 has gone horribly wrong and is not working for the vast majority of the people that I know currently in the service and hospitality industry today. As I said, I've been in this industry for 31 years. I know a lot of people in this industry. While I'm not trying to say that everybody feels the same way that we do, I mean, there's a lot of people that I know personally that are on the same wavelength. This issue of elimination of tip credit, I've been part of it for over 7 years. I feel that it has become painfully clear to us in our industry that we are hitting a breaking point. I think you've heard that from many people in the past. I appreciated that this committee was willing to hear us in January. And at that point, we were looking at just examining what the impacts of implementation of 82 were going to be. Just within the past 2 months, I've had to attend end of, last hurrah for a lot of independently owned establishments that I did not want to see. I think that they are the backbone of our industry, the fabric of this industry here in DC. And it's just going to continue happening. I realize there are a lot of people who don't feel that way, and they might not be feeling that themselves, but there are a lot of us who really are feeling that breaking point. We see it in the empty storefronts scattered throughout every neighborhood in DC. We feel it in our bodies when we have to do the job three different positions on any given shift because the establishment has to make difficult decisions to eliminate positions due to skyrocketing labor costs that are a direct result of 82, while also having to contend with rising costs of other things like costs of goods, increased taxes, increased rent. We see it in our paychecks and are faced with an overall decrease in take-home pay because we are working less hours. Revenue is down because people aren't going out as much and people are just not tipping as well. Again, this is not a story for everyone. I realize that, and there are certainly establishments, particularly larger ones, restaurant groups, with more than one location that could absorb those increase in labor costs. But for the small independently owned establishments, that's not necessarily the case. A few months ago, I was told by one of the council members that since ID2 was now legislation, despite the measure having significant consequences to our income and livelihoods, the issue of 82 was no longer about us, but it was about politics. I'm here to tell you today, I'm not a politician. I have no political aspirations or agendas, nor do I have any desire to ever pursue a career in politics. I have anxiety about talking here in public. I don't relish having to continue to come and testify at public hearings. I'm an educator by trade. I'm a bartender by choice. There's a lot of talk and data and discussions and hearing during yesterday's meetings. I don't have those specific data at my fingertips all the time, but what I do know is that I can provide my own personal experience within the establishments that I work for, who are collectively feeling the struggle to keep this community afloat. One of my establishment, I work for two places. One of them, the owner had to sell because he just couldn't make things work anymore. The other one I work for is a small independently owned place in DuPont Circle. Pre-COVID, we were having typically 2 servers, a bartender, support staff such as a food runner or bar back, 2 or 3 kitchen staff members. Now we're reduced to 1 bartender, 1 server, maybe if we're lucky, a food runner, and 1 or 2 people in the kitchen. And that's not because they don't want to pay us. It's because they simply can't. These owners are my people. You know, they're not wealthy millionaires who have yachts in their backyards and, you know, and expensive cars in their garages. I mean, these are people that are my family. All the owners I've known for decades. One of the owners was a college classmate of mine at Georgetown. I would do anything for them and they would do the same for me. They're not paying their people because they don't want to, they just can't have it. If we're talking about living wage, what does that even mean? Why do we keep using that terminology? You know, a minimum wage is not a living wage here in the district. I earned a master's degree in education from Johns Hopkins University after receiving my undergraduate degree from Georgetown University, right here in the nation's capital. These 2 degrees still could not afford me a living wage here in DC, but you know what did? Bartending did, and that's why I returned to it. The vote for pause yesterday is going to be an extraordinary relief to the owners of St. Arnold's, where I currently work. The pause just is gonna, if I understand the allotted 90 days, if the issues are not addressed, then they're just gonna say, they're gonna face the same issues that they would have if it had been implemented July 1. Recently, our owner had noted to us in a staff meeting that they might eventually have to implement a service charge, which is something they really, really don't want to do. But with increasing labor costs and decreased revenue, they just don't see any other way. This is a challenge that is faced by a lot of other small businesses, not just my own. And if council does not act soon, these local grown bar and restaurants that are in our neighborhoods and our fabric of our city are just going to be fading away completely.
All right, well, thank you. You nearly 5 minutes over, so wanted you to finish your thought.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. My name is Amy Dudas. I use she, her pronouns. I am the Senior Advisor for Career Readiness at DC Action. DC Action convenes the Youth Economic Justice Coalition, which comprises youth development providers, research and policy partners, youth and community leaders to develop career readiness policy priorities that will improve economic mobility outcomes for Black and Brown youth in the district. We recognize the challenging budget outlook and constrained resources facing the council and this committee. We also acknowledge the impact of reductions to the federal workforce on the district's revenues and our Black and Brown residents who built their careers and livelihoods within the federal workforce. While our coalition does not seek programmatic enhancements to DOES's budget given these constraints, we do want to highlight opportunities to strengthen the district's investments in career readiness. We commend the mayor and DOES for prioritizing the stability of these programs as young people continue to advocate for well-paid, high-quality career readiness opportunities and early work experience to address structural and racialized barriers to workforce participation. Specifically, participant wages for the high school internship program are held steady at $324,000, enabling another year of spring and summer sessions for approximately 250 students. Youth development providers have raised the need for DOES to continue advancing operational improvements to the program. A streamlined process for youth and host employers who want to select each other would be helpful. Improvements to time tracking and payroll systems are also needed to ensure youth are paid accurately and on time. Currently, youth track their time on paper timesheets, which then must be entered by their host employers and submitted for approval by DOES. Automating this process would expose youth to real-world timekeeping practices and reduce an administrative burden on host employers. Furthermore, we're relieved to see that federal grant levels for year-round WIOA youth programs and their associated participant wages are stably funded, especially following the recent decision to cease Job Corps funding at the federal level. While federal shifts to WIOA policies and funding mechanisms are also likely in the coming months, we know they provide uniquely supportive services for youth who face the most extreme barriers to education, training, and employment. We urge DOES to prioritize educationally disengaged youth and those facing acute barriers to workforce participation if this funding should shift to more flexible, air quote, block grants in the next fiscal year. Despite a slight overall budget increase, the MB-SYEP budget actually includes a cut of $413,000 for participant wages. This is particularly disappointing as young people have been advocating the council to pass legislation and fund increases for MB-SYEP wages. Higher wages, when financially feasible for the district, will positively impact program attention and completion, helping more youth to earn wages, to sustain their participation in a developmental program that can lay groundwork for long-term earning potential. Moreover, we appreciate the agency's efforts to improve research and outcomes tracking within the current fiscal year. The FY25 Office of Youth Programs Research Grant, RFA, was released this spring, and we're encouraged this research will improve our shared understanding of the long-term impact of DOES youth programs on career development outcomes. We urge this committee to ensure that funding does not experience any disruption as the FY25 supplemental budget shifts the district's resources and priorities. Given the condensed timeline of this year's budget, my written testimony also includes some more specific questions that I hope this committee will ask the agency next week. And then to close, DC Action knows that funding streams beyond the purview of this committee are likely to disrupt essential stabilizing services for youth experiencing housing and mental health crises. We see this in the DHS and DBH budgets. And while commendable, DOES's proposed FY26 budget only maintains the district's career readiness programs. With looming shifts in federal career readiness priorities and further reductions to the district's revenue sources, we urge this committee and DOES to maximize every dollar of the district's career readiness investments. These are critical services with the unique ability to help young people generate income, insulating them and their families from service, program, and coverage cuts across the budget. Thanks for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony as well. And we would like to follow up with you as we're looking at the budget chapter. We literally just got the book a few minutes ago. So we can't even respond to what you have shared with us. But
I
thank you
understand we're
very
in the same
much.
boat.
Thank you. Thank you to the witnesses and no, not for this. Okay, all right. We are now moving forward. Do we have any of these? Are these? Okay. All right. Rebecca Paxton, Gary Zatoli, Joshua Chesson, Apana Raj. Okay. All right. Well, okay, but is she, okay, we're gonna start with Ms. Raj. Okay. Ms. Raj, you're on.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm here to testify against the mayor's attempts to repeal Initiative 82 in the budget and now express my extreme disappointment in the 8 council members who voted to pause the pay raise, betraying the will of the voters and tipped workers across DC. Initiative 82, if actually implemented without interference from lobbyists in the council, would allow restaurant workers to get the same minimum wage as non-tipped workers plus tips on top. We already see it working in the states that have no sub-minimum wage for tipped workers: Oregon, Montana, Alaska, Minnesota, Washington State, Nevada, and California. Places with thriving restaurant industries and that saw lower poverty rates, higher pay for workers, higher job growth rates, the same or higher levels of tips, and fewer restaurant closings than states with a sub-minimum wage. The data from your own budget office parallels this for the restaurant industry in DC, showing that it's adding more jobs, experiencing higher wage growth, and seeing more restaurants added in DC than in surrounding areas. Initiative 82 was voted for by every precinct in DC, by 74% citywide. The highest concentration of support for the initiative was in the lowest income neighborhoods in the district and in predominantly Black and Latina neighborhoods. Similarly, a research survey from Lake Research in 2021 found that 90% of restaurant workers support raising the tip minimum wage to be the same as the regular minimum wage with tips on top. And I want to emphasize this point, that this was a survey that adheres to scientific survey research principles, that has a representative demographic sample size, and not an informal poll of restaurant owners or misleading consumer polls that are funded by RAMW. And on the point of data, we are halfway through the year, and if the doomsday predictions by RAMW had any accuracy to them, we should be seeing way higher numbers of restaurant closings at this point in the year. RAMW has a very specific incentive here. They have spent the past decade trying to undermine and overturn things that benefit workers instead of focusing on making sure restaurants and workers can survive and benefit together. In 2008, they lobbied to keep restaurant workers out of the paid sick leave law. In 2016, they did it again with the minimum wage law and also lobbied against paid family leave. And since Initiative 77's original passage in 2018, they've been pouring thousands of dollars into trying to repeal it, and now 82, and keep workers' wages down. Everything they have ever done is try to gut worker pay and benefits so their members can pocket just a little more money instead of trying to make this industry successful for both workers and restaurant owners. So why are we pretending that there's some neutral body who just wants the best for the restaurant industry in DC when we know better? If we want the restaurant industry to survive, we need to actually implement 82 in good faith. Some restaurant owners have been maliciously complying with 82, putting in massive service charges and acting like Initiative 82 requires it, or lying to people that it takes away tips, lies that some of the owners who have been present today have repeated. Service charges go directly to restaurant owners to keep or disperse at their discretion, while gratuity is legally required to go directly to the workers. If you want to focus on actually making 82's implementation successful, instead of continuing to build this city on the exploitation of working people, rein in junk fees, look into commercial rent control, raise worker wages, fund our safety net, and keep rental costs down so people can actually afford to go out. At a time when the federal government is attacking workers from all fronts and we're about on the brink of an economic crisis, do not side with them in this. Help the workers. The role of the government is supposed to be to make this a city that people can actually earn enough to not just survive, but to thrive and live here for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll go to the witness table and we'll start with you.
There we go. Okay. Councilmember Bonds, thank you so much for having this hearing today. I'm here, my name is Rebecca Paxton. I'm here as an economist who has been studying this issue tirelessly for years across the country with a unique focus on the impacts of Initiative 82 here in DC. I'm also a resident of the DC metro area. There have been many mentions of data today. I want to be clear up front. The best available data that was just updated this morning on the restaurants affected by Initiative 82 shows that the DC restaurant industry can no longer be described as thriving, steady, or even healthy. When I-82 went into effect in May 2023, DC's restaurant industry took an undeniable downturn. The best available data on this comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics quarterly data, which is collected from 95% of all employers. It was called the Near Universe of Employment by the UC Berkeley Labor Center that was quoted earlier. This is the most comprehensive, objective source because it reflects real-time payrolls, not BLS's other survey-based estimates that have been cited today by others. The data I'm quoting features just full-service restaurants and bars, not the larger industry sectors that include fast food workers, cafeteria workers, and other non-tipped workers that are not affected by this law. This latest data shows DC has lost roughly 1,700 jobs in full-service restaurant and bars, equating to a 5% drop since IAD2 went into effect. That does not include workers who've lost scheduled hours or opportunities to pick up shifts, but technically still have their jobs. That loss in restaurants and bars is 4 times larger than counterparts in Maryland and Virginia counties. It is also 4 times larger than fast food restaurants not subject to Initiative 82 in DC. To put that in historical context, this is the largest employment decline for the DC restaurant industry in the last decade, only behind COVID. I recognize there was also a budget director report that claimed DC has not experienced any negative impacts from Initiative 82, but that report misleadingly mixes its data sources and is primarily based on those survey estimates from BLS. They do not include many of the economists' preferred sources for analyzing these topics. Yet, even if we want to focus on the budget director's data, the picture is not positive. When the monthly jobs estimates are compared to previous years, it shows that at best, DC's restaurant employment growth has ground to a halt starting in May 2023. That is hardly a sign of a healthy restaurant industry. The best available quarterly data also shows that workers who have kept their jobs have lost up to $11.8 million since May 2023. Once again, the period under Initiative 82 represents the only period where workers lost earnings in the last decade, except for the year that COVID hit. On an individual level, more data collected by the US Census Bureau shows that the median DC tipped worker lost $1,800 annually under Initiative 82. That loss nearly doubled to $3,400 lost annually for the lowest earning 25% of tipped workers in DC. In fact, those people who were originally pushing for Initiative 82 said it was necessary to make the industry fairer and uplift low-income workers. This data proves the opposite has happened. Under Initiative 82, the earnings gap between the lowest earning and highest earning segments of DC tipped workers grew by 20 percentage points. That means those on the lower end of the income distribution in DC are earning even less than they were before in Initiative 82. The stories we're seeing and hearing today speak to these data findings. They echo what we heard from workers back in January and testify to how widespread the damage of Initiative 82 has already been. The voters wanted to boost pay, but it's clear Initiative 82 has done anything but that. It's time to address how harmful this law has been for DC and fix it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I'll take this opportunity to remind everyone, please make sure we have your written testimony. That is important. We'll move to the next presenter.
Chair Bonds, members of the committee, my name is Joshua Chasen. I'm the president of the Restaurant Workers of America, a national nonprofit organization that works to preserve the tip credit and tip wage system. I do want to take a quick moment to address some things that have been mentioned here today. Specifically, there are 7 states in our country that do not have a tip credit or tip wage system. And in those states actually have the worst tipping percentages in the country. California actually comes in dead last for tipping percentage. That's because guests realize that workers are being paid the full prevailing minimum wage, and as a result, they simply tip less. I've spoken several times before this body about how disastrous tip credit elimination is for workers. It leads to fewer jobs, lower tips, and fewer opportunities to enter into the workforce, with support staff jobs being the first ones to be eliminated. During yesterday's hearing on the positive implementation of I-82, members of this committee argued that the data supports that Initiative 82 is good for workers. Respectfully, the Budget Office bungled that report that was put forward, and it was completely debunked, and it was showing, in fact, that they were indexing employment numbers from the 2010s. The reality is that workers have lost close to $12 million in income since the implementation of I-82, and thousands of jobs as we referred to today. Not only does the data reflect that this is bad for workers, but it's also important to recognize that the real life stories of many workers that will testify here today. Tipped workers are spending their day off here today because they've watched their beloved barback, busser, or food runner have their jobs eliminated entirely, overworking staff on every shift and negatively impacting the service that we aim to provide. Workers and counselors alike have watched closures of longstanding neighborhood restaurants at a record clip of more than one a week in the district. It's imperative to recognize that the majority of these closures are small businesses clearing the way for more national chains in a city that once boasted over 95% independently owned restaurants. Places like Brooklyn's Finest, Sticky Rice, and Buchert's were just a few who just announced yesterday that they are closing up because they can't make the numbers work. Were it not for the pause that was voted on yesterday, and may I give a quick thanks to the council members who did vote for pause yesterday. But were it not for that temporary freeze, many folks would be forced to close after the next impending increase. One Flat Wage is a deplorable organization that used the ballot initiative to move their disastrous policy because they can't move it legislatively. That's because legislators like yourselves are smart enough to understand the real world implications of what tip credit elimination means. How workers choose to provide for their families was left to a simple up or down vote by an electorate who didn't understand the unintended consequences of complicated wage and hour policy. Could you imagine if there was a ballot initiative that changed how realtors got paid? Of course not. Today, you'll hear the words will of the voter over and over and over again. And that I-82 was the will of the voter. I would argue that you council members are the will of the voter. Regardless of how tip credit elimination came to pass, a ballot measure, or whether the council had passed it itself, if a law is negatively impacting workers in an entire industry, your voters that elected you would want you to step in and do something. It's the will of the voter to have their electeds fix terrible policy that's destroying workforce. While the pause that was put in place will allow businesses to catch their breath amid a 250% increase in payroll for 80% of their staff, now is the time for full repeal. We are all incredibly thankful that Mayor Bowser has included I-82's repeal in this budget. She recognizes that workers who have been most intimately impacted by I-82 are suffering as a direct result of disastrous policy, and we're hopeful that council members will applaud and support the mayor's efforts to repeal Initiative 82. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We'll hear from you.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Hello, my name is Gary Zatoli. I'm testifying as a tipped worker in Ward 1. I'm speaking against the proposed repeal of Initiative 82. In addition to stopping the mayor's crazed plot here, I also urge you and the council to return to unpause I-82's implementation immediately. I'm a barback and a 12-year resident of the city. My job is simple. Well, seemingly. I make sure all the things that need to happen for a bar to run smoothly happen. I run back and forth for hours, navigate tight spaces, carrying liters of liquor. I wash windows, clean glasses, and unclog toilets. I clean up messes with mops, brooms, and hazardous cleaning chemicals. It is hard physical work. I need to keep my body in shape. I cannot be sick or tired. I must remain alert and capable of navigating a wide array of social situations for hours at a time. But I enjoy it. The work gives me a view into the shadow life and culture of our city that makes the hard work worth it. That's why I re-entered this position. Because I've not always been a barback. I've worked in and out of restaurants and bars since I was 12 years old. But what constantly drove me away from this work was all of the shadiness that surrounded wages and working conditions. The only reason I returned to this line of work was because of Initiative 82. I had no interest in doing this hard work on the tipped credit system, which is a convoluted scheme that leads to all sorts of thievery and malignant workplace dynamics. When I rejoined the nightlife industry, I specifically sought out work that would pay an honest wage upfront with tips on top. I found that, and I found that things are way better than my past forays into the industry. Wages are more stable. There's less tension between coworkers, less fighting over the good shifts. Management treats us with respect because we are being paid more on the hour. Interactions with customers are more genuine because we're not just trying to shake them down for tips. Things feel more stable, and this work feels like something I can actually return to. But now here we are. At the behest of this gross business cult and the Restaurant Association of Washington, this stability I'm experiencing right now feels threatened. This group produces shocking propaganda to scare both restaurants and workers, and they operate a devious network of Potemkin organizations and well-financed spin doctors to carry this campaign out. Exhibit A, both of these two people are not from here. One of them works for the Employment Policies Institute. They make themselves look like an actual think tank, the Economic Policy Institute, in order to trick workers. I've seen people tricked by this. Evil stuff. I'm an economist too. This guy's from Maine. I'm running out of time, so I just want to focus on something very specific you said in your testimony yesterday, council member, because you misstated the way the tip credit system works in justifying your vote to pause Initiative 82. And I need you to lock in here because this is important. The tip credit allows employers to claim a portion of an employee's tips against the obligation to pay the minimum wage. This allows employers to seize workers' tips to cover their obligation to cover the minimum wage that we're owed. This doesn't enable workers to make more than the minimum wage you said yesterday. It actually inhibits most workers from doing that. In my testimony, I've detailed out the numerous wage complaints that are in there. You have to look at this. It keeps happening. The system that's designed that the system just keeps kind of repurposing itself here. It needs to stop. Getting rid of this tip credit system is where we're at. It's where we need to move. I'm hoping that you can push for this today. Or not today, but just I need you to fix this because I'm nervous because I just entered this industry. I feel like I have stability in my life, and now it feels like everything's in flux again. It's especially disappointing from you because you said in 2022 when you were running for re-election that you supported the repeal of the tip credit system. You said this in the GLAA questionnaire. I have the quote here if you need to see it. I'm asking you to stand by your word on this. So please stop Bowser's steal. Stop the freeze. Just get rid of this tip wage system and implement Initiative 82 fairly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you for your testimony. And thank you, Mr. Zatoli, for your comments.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Our next panel, Nora Weiss, Laura Brown, Elizabeth Falcon. I see Elizabeth here. And Kunta Benet.
Councilmember Bonds, I think that
Okay.
Ed Lazier on the next panel is here if you want to fill this one out.
Yeah, we're just
Trying to
checking
figure it
who
out.
was on.
Yeah, I just saw he's next, so.
All right. All right, Mr. Lazier, you want to come up? They want you with them. That's okay. We all love you. And with that move, you get to begin, all right? We're
First.
moving from your side to the other.
Okay, and
All
the
right.
timer, oh, the timer's right there.
Well, let me just say, 3 minutes is what is definitely required, but I do not like to interfere when people are giving testimony. That doesn't mean go on for 10 minutes, but it does give you a little flexibility. I want you to finish your
Oh,
statement.
I appreciate
everything.
that, but I've also
Sure.
had many years of trying to get my points out in 3 minutes, so.
You can't
I'm
do it.
good.
It's
No, I
not
can't.
you.
No, no.
You can't get it.
All right, well,
All right,
we'll
go
see.
right
Now,
ahead,
now it's a
sir.
test.
Okay, go
Well,
right
good
ahead.
afternoon, Chairman Bonds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ed Lazier, and I'm the Legislative Advocacy Director at United Planning Organization, UPO. UPO has been around since 1962, is the city's community action agency, and its mission is to improve the economic security of DC residents, and we do that through a range of programs from early childhood to affordable housing to workforce development to substance abuse disorder treatment. And I'm here today because we are part of the Fair Price, Fair Wage Coalition that supports Initiative 82 because we know that it improves the economic security of DC residents. It supports our mission, and all available evidence is is that Initiative 82 is working to increase the earnings of tipped workers without a harmful impact on the restaurant industry, and we're here to encourage the council to not eliminate Initiative 82. Our main goal actually is to make sure that this is not debated in the budget. You have a very complicated budget in front of you in a very tough year with deep cuts to core services that affect many DC residents, including in this committee, shifts of funds across different programs, thousands of people moving from Medicaid to some new health insurance program that we just learned about a week ago. There's a lot to deal with in just a short amount of time, and that's what I would hope the council would focus on. Initiative 82 is not germane to the budget. It doesn't need to be debated in the budget. It should be removed from the budget so that we can actually have a full conversation, and so the council can get the data that it said yesterday that it needed. I'm not sure what that data is, but let's have actual time to debate Initiative 82 with full information. But I also believe that Initiative 82 is not justified. I do understand the concern that restaurants have in this climate about their survival. I even understand their concern about Initiative 82 and what it will do for their labor costs. It's understandable. And we know that every time that a minimum wage increase is proposed here or anywhere in the country, when you ask businesses what will happen, they say, I might have to close. I'm definitely going to have to reduce my employment. And when you look at the research, the dozens and dozens of studies of what's happened when minimum wages have actually been increased, they find that employment doesn't drop because businesses figure out that I need my workers and I'm going to figure out some other way to absorb those labor costs. And that's exactly what we've seen in the District of Columbia with restaurant employment growing, the highest number of restaurant employment in just this year. And more restaurants opening last year than closing. There is no credible evidence that restaurants are cratering because of Initiative 82 or for any other matter. The final thing that I want to say is that we should be looking for solutions that do not cut people's wages. If our economy is suffering and people are losing jobs because of the federal government, the worst thing to happen is to take more money out of other people's pockets, particularly tipped workers, because every penny they make is reinvested primarily in the community through grocery stores, rent, et cetera. We should be looking for other solutions that support particularly small businesses, really all small businesses, since everybody is suffering as the economy declines. That includes things like expanding the property tax credit for small businesses that the council created a few years ago. Let's solve the problem that way rather than further cutting the wages of a vulnerable population. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
3 minutes, too.
Yeah, you were very quick. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Laura Brown, Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project. I testify today to urge the council to maintain current funding and benefits levels for DC's paid family leave program and to express my opposition to the repeal of Initiative 82. In March, DC's Chief Financial Officer recertified the Paid Family Leave Fund at an employer tax rate of 0.75%. Less than a third of those funds actually pay for paid leave benefits. Over 2/3 goes to the general fund. And now the mayor's FY26 budget proposes to decrease the tax, with even less money going to pay for paid leave benefits. It also cuts the program, reducing weekly benefits by nearly 15% to $1,000 per week, reducing medical benefits from 12 to 8 weeks, and reducing family caregiving benefits from 12 to only 6 weeks. These cuts won't save money for the city, but the damage to vulnerable workers will be severe. Most workers don't take the full amount of medical or caregiving leave. Doctor recommendations dictate the weeks of leave a worker may take. Another limit on use is the lack of job protection. Workers who don't have job protection cannot use the full 12 weeks of benefits. Some don't even apply because they're fired instead of being approved to take leave. The proposed cuts will yield little or no cost savings. However, workers with serious health conditions requiring extended treatment, like cancer, will be denied the paid leave benefits they need at a time they need it the most. Workers with cancer can't just decide to scale back their leave because they have less weeks of benefits available to them. Instead, they will go without income. This will exacerbate their medical conditions, strain other forms of public support, and undermine the purpose of the paid leave program. Finally, it is gaslighting to charge businesses something called a paid leave tax, where the money doesn't actually fund the benefits. and then act like you're doing a favor by reducing the tax. As an employer, I top off paid leave benefits for my employees when they go on leave so they receive their full salary. And I'm going to end up paying more for workers who go on leave now because the program that I pay a tax for covers less. Everybody loses on this one, the city, the workers, and the employers. Reject the mayor's proposal and restore the benefits. Second, I urge you to reject the mayor's proposal to repeal Initiative 82. My first job out of law school was as a staff attorney at Local 25 Restaurant Workers Union, and 28% of First Shift's clients are restaurant workers and are almost all women of color with kids. We have voted decisively in favor of this measure twice. We have enough leaders in this town who abuse their power and undermine democracy, and we don't need our DC leaders to do it too. There is no justification for a business model that is built on paying workers a sub-minimum wage. A business that can't afford to pay its employees is unsustainable. I-82 sets up an incremental and fair approach that helps businesses transition, and restaurants need to adapt. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Elizabeth Falcon. I'm the Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. I'm here today to oppose two changes proposed by Mayor Bowser in the FY26 budget. At a time when workers are struggling with high costs, economic uncertainty, and an oppressive federal government, these changes both hurt workers and are not necessary to balance the budget. The DC Council should remove any changes to Initiative 82 from the DC budget, and as Ed said, reserve its very limited time in this budget process for addressing the needs we face, the budget needs we face as we face austerity from federal and local governments. Additionally, the DC Council should reject cuts to the universal paid leave tax and restore the full benefits back to the FY25 levels. Because we're at the DOES oversight hearing, I do want to talk about DOES and the relationship between wages in the restaurant industry and DOES. As you mentioned, Councilmember Bonds, DOES does regularly report that very few cases of wage theft are reported to them. That is because our experience is that workers have a terrible customer service experience when they go to DOES. DOES does not provide language access that creates a welcoming environment for immigrants to come, and they do not effectively pursue cases. Additionally, we have asked over and over again for DOES to do proactive education of restaurant workers about their responsibilities under the law, and they claim that they are unable to do so. So I just want to add that DOES is at fault at the scale that wage theft is happening in the restaurant industry and their failure to account for it. You yourself have said people should reach out to the Office of the Attorney General. They should. That's where they'll actually get help. But since this is the oversight for DOES, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the role of the agency to do its job. Additionally, DOES has a portal that restaurants are expected to report into to say what their wages they're paying. They're supposed to be paying, they're supposed to be telling what base wage they're paying and what every employee is making in tips. Overwhelmingly, the restaurants do not. Only 11% first of all, DOES would not tell us what was happening there. And once we FOIA'd them, took them to court and got the FOIA data, we found that only 11% of restaurants were actually reporting into that portal. When we publicized that, RAM-W told the Washington Post they don't believe they have any obligation to do that. So what we've heard from the restaurant industry is that they refuse to provide the data that would actually let DC Council know what the wages are of district workers, not on any kind of national or scaled level, but actually literally what the wages of workers are in restaurants, and they refuse to comply. The system is there. And what I have heard from the council is that last year, because 82 is going to get rid of the tip minimum wage, there is no interest in enforcing the tip portal. So now we have a portal that has never done its job and an industry that refuses to participate in it, which is very similar to what happened with the fee structure. Last year, the council also voted to create an infrastructure that allows for fees up to 20% on restaurant bills because 82 was going to be fully implemented. If 82 is not going to be fully implemented, is the council ready to repeal the leeway that they gave to restaurants to allow up to 20% fees in restaurants? I have not heard that being offered anywhere. I also do really want to push this committee to not focus on 82 in this budget. If there is interest on the council to deal with this issue, it should happen in a separate legislative process where there is time to address it. And this committee, I do really hope will focus on what's happening with the paid leave program, which is one of the, revenue and expenses, a real budget issue that this committee needs to take on. I will just say for my staff, there are 8 of us on my team. 3 of us took family caregiving leave since September. 2 of us I took a month, my coworker took 2 weeks, and 1 member took 12 weeks. 2 of us are in the sandwich generation, which means we were both dealing with caring for our kids while caring for our parents. All 3 of us had dads who ended up in the hospital. And just because me and my other coworker didn't need the full 12 weeks doesn't mean that my third coworker who did need the full 12 weeks, that she didn't need it in order for her to help her middle school son recover from a sports injury. So the administration is saying that that they're right sizing the program based on average use, but that's not how medical care works. Like, just because I normally get the flu for 3 days, if I get the flu really bad for 5 days, it doesn't mean that 3 days is going to take care of it. So especially as Laura said, we also top off. So we pay the difference. So the council, if they make this change proposed by the mayor, they're giving me a 0.02% reduction in my payroll tax and sticking me with a bill of $150 a week per person for this leave. In addition, it's not just this year. DC has made a commitment to increase wages and benefits with inflation. So that means, so every year, the reason that we're at $1,100 right now is because we were at $1,000 at the beginning, and we know that these costs go up and wages go up and our minimum wage goes up. And even the mayor in rolling back 82 is still made the change. Even she did not concede that like the minimum wage should not have gone up with inflation. We have built the idea that we understand that wages need to go up with inflation. And this would also eliminate that for the future. It both resets at a lower level and really puts this burden on good employers who make sure that their workers make their full wage, and on workers who are really in the middle income tier, who are close to that, who are able to reach the top of the benefit, which I won't get, that's too complicated. But but just to say, this committee has a lot to do figuring out exactly what the tax cut did and what the benefit cut is going to mean, how that's pushing things onto employers, how it's pushing things onto families that are really struggling with issues. And I really hope that this committee will make that a top priority. And if the council thinks that it is important to make any changes to Initiative 82, that it do it through a separate legislative process and get things that are not budget issues out of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and I appreciate it. And you're reaching where I am. Okay, 100%. It's tough, and I don't think it's sustainable the way we are approaching it. I'll just leave it at that. So there's a lot to be done. Not to say that I have the solutions, not to say that I can strongly impact where we are today, but I'm going to work on it. And,
Thank you.
For sure. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds and the members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Kunta Bettany. I'm a proud resident of the District of Columbia and a representative of the Carpenters Union. I speak today not only as a labor leader, but someone who has been experienced firsthand how smart economic policy rooted in equity can transform lives and communities. I'm here to testify today on the PLA's, the threshold from 50 million to 100 million. Most recently, I've been a representative for about 10 years now. Most recently, the job that I did help maintain was the St. Elizabeth Cedar Hill Hospital. Underneath that PLA, we were able to get 468 DC residents to work. The goal was 15,000 hours for DC residents. We were able to generate over 107,000 man hours for district residents. They said that unions can't work with small businesses. Well, we work with 29 local minority businesses and they were able to generate $117 million. Before that, the first job that I ever worked on was the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. That was the first job I had as a representative. Out of 70 carpenters, I was able to get 33 DC residents, which was about 47%. And I fell a little short because understanding the first source law, I thought that I wanted to hit that 51% so bad just to prove that I could do the job. So I fell a little short, but I strived harder. And on the St. Elizabeth project, I worked closely with Run Hope Work, a group in Ward 8, and I was able to get 22 district residents to work inside of our apprenticeship program from the Carpenters Union. So PLAs are so important because they bring structure, accountability, enforcement for local hiring. These agreements guarantee fair wages, healthcare, pensions, apprenticeship programs. So it helps keep building pathways to the middle class, not bringing in barriers. The Carpenters Union is ready to do more. We're ready to train. We're ready to reach deeper into underserved communities and help bring people up to the middle class. I need your help to help keep PLAs in place, the threshold in place, so that we could build true pipelines. I also sit on the Workforce Investment Council. We know that it's a big unemployment rate in DC, especially when you talk about our returning citizens. Like, what do we do with them? They coming home. They are part of our community. We need to get them jobs. These are jobs that they could work today. It's a lot of construction going on. We probably gonna be building a Commander Stadium. Hopefully we could get that deal done and hopefully we can create more jobs and for the district residents because we deserve. We do not need to see more Maryland and Virginia tags on our construction jobs. We need to see DC residents going to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. Thank you to the panel. And it's now a little bit after 4, so we want to keep moving along if we can. Next group of witnesses, Brittany Lucas. Oh, she is online. Okay, she will be online. Joy Fung. Yeah. Joy Bentley Phillips. Rock Harper. Okay. Mary Cabrelli. She's online also. Okay, we have 2 online. We can take a few more at the table. Sure. Oh, Sophie Miyoshi. All right, okay. And we can take 1 more. We have Rock Harper. Okay. Okay. Ann Strauss. Paul Schwab. Amanda Gomez. Okay, all right. Mr. Schwab, okay. Here he is, all right. Oh, you can take my seat. Okay, and we will get you next. We will get you next, Mr. Schwab. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we'll start with the two that we have online. Miss Lucas, you're on. We'll take your testimony now, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Hello, my name is Britt Lucas. I am a tipped worker in DC. I've lived and worked here for 9 years. I started my career in the restaurant industry in 2005, and I am here to testify in favor of Initiative 82. I know the opposition likes to say that we're not from here and we don't work here, but I trust that the council will see this slander for what it is and will look at the facts instead. Perhaps they're relying on discrediting us because the facts are not in their favor. In all industries in this country, there is a huge wealth disparity between the owning class and the working class. The people working to produce goods and services, the ones who create all the wealth for the owning class, are finding it more and more difficult to afford to live. The cost of goods is rising, but wages are not. We all see this, we all recognize this, we all know this is happening. The restaurant industry is no different. While it's true that some servers and bartenders are lucky or privileged enough to be able to make really good money just on tips, the majority are not so lucky. Most of us live paycheck to paycheck, often going without health insurance or basic needs in order to afford rent. Living in DC is expensive. The restaurant industry is the second largest industry in this city. We represent a big portion of DC residents. While we work hard to make sure that those who can afford to go out have a wonderful time when they do, often we cannot afford the same luxury. Without us, restaurants cannot operate, yet the owners argue that they can't afford to pay us a minimum wage on top of our tips. There are several states that pay their tipped workers a full minimum wage on top of their tips, and they still have thriving restaurant scenes. Like Councilmember Fruman said yesterday, we have the data that says Initiative 82 does not put as large of a burden on the restaurant industry as the wealthy owners like to say it does through misinformation, hypotheticals, and propaganda. It does not cause a disproportionate amount of restaurant closures. There are many other factors contributing to those closures. This industry is employing more people right now than it has since before 82 was passed. It does not reduce workers' take-home pay. Some tipped workers are even seeing up to a 20% increase in their pay, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. If DC Council wants to look out for the restaurant industry, screwing over workers is not the way to do it. Consider a commercial rent cap, which would allow smaller, locally owned businesses to thrive. Do not take money away from the very people who make this industry possible in the first place. We are professional workers and we deserve professional wages. We deserve respect. Don't treat us like second-class citizens. Defend DC home rule. Keep on the path of 82. Now is not the time to act like the fascist Trump administration by repealing laws that voters want. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next. Ms. Cabrelli, I believe it is.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Mary Cabriel, and I serve as the Director of Career and Workforce Services at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the importance of increased investment in workforce development through the Department of Employment Services and the Workforce Investment Council. At Academy of Hope, we help DC adults earn high school credentials, build foundational skills, and train for careers in health, care, and IT fields. This year, we reached our enrollment cap of 1,000 learners, with 30% of that total in workforce programs. Proud of a 92% CNA exam pass rate and an 82.6% high school credentialing rate. But demand is rising, applications are up by over 33%, while the social safety net is shrinking. Learners come to us needing not only training, but access to food, employment, transportation, housing, and long-term stability. We're doing all we can, but we cannot do it alone. We're thankful for our strong partnership with DOES. All of our learners register with DC Networks and are connected to the American Job Centers for orientation, advising, and services like SNAP, housing referrals, and on-the-job training. We also coordinate closely with the DOES's Work Experience Team, also known as WEX, to support placement opportunities. There have been promising outcomes. One Academy of Hope learner is completing Build Within's Help Desk Fundamentals training funded by DOES and is preparing for on-the-job training. Last summer, 4 of our IT program graduates were selected for interviews through PRISM and weren't hired due to a funding shortfall, despite obtaining their high-level IT industry credentials. We also want to highlight a missed opportunity. The Office of the Chief Technology Officer, OCTO, wanted to hire multiple AOH IT students for paid apprenticeships. They saw the value in our students, but didn't have stipend funding. They asked if Academy of Hope could pay the wages. As a public charter school, that simply isn't sustainable. This type of partnership should be a win for the city, but without funding, it stalls. We also urgently need bridge programs. Many learners enter underprepared in reading, math, and workplace skills. While our CNA program only requires a 5th grade reading level, students still struggle. Higher level programs demand even more. Bridge programs that combine academic, soft skills, and coaching help close those gaps. Too often, funders overlook them, but for our learners, they're the difference between dropping out and completing. We're also very proud to be part of the DC Cybersecurity Tech Hub, a partnership with DC government, including WIC, UDC, Accenture, and PeopleShores. 21 of the 50 learners in the inaugural cohort are from Academy of Hope. This proves what's possible when training is aligned with opportunity and supported by strong funding. Academy of Hope is ready to meet the moment, but we need the resources to do it. We respectfully ask the Council and DOES to increase funding for free and subsidized training in IT and healthcare, fund bridge programs to build academic and professional readiness, fund paid apprenticeships and transitional work experiences through stipends or employer support, sustain and expand WEX and OGT pathways, invest in wraparound services, including behavioral coaching and conflict resolution. Thank you for your time and your commitment to DC's adult learners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cabri, for your testimony. I just want to make sure that I understand the training that you offer, IT, cybersecurity, and you mentioned a couple of other things like maybe customer service. Are there others that you offer?
Well, we offer our IT pathways includes IT Tech Plus Fundamentals, which is level 1, A Plus training, Security Plus training, and we'll be rolling out Network Plus in the fall. And among that, we also do career coaching as well. Those are our specific training programs that we have.
All right, very good. I just want to make sure that I know and am recording. I don't think we have your testimony. Will we get your testimony?
Yes, you should have received it, but I will upload it again.
Okay. Yes, that's important because we're focused on making sure that we do the connection of the student to a job, and we want to make sure that what you're doing is accounted for in dollars and cents.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for that information. All right. And now we'll go to our seated testifiers today, and we'll start with you, please.
Thank you.
You're on.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of upholding the will of the DC voters and maintaining one minimum wage for all. My name is Ann Strauss, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I am here representing National Nurses United, the nation's largest union of registered nurses. We represent 225,000 nurses across the country, including about 5,000 registered nurses working at hospitals here in the district. I am here on behalf of National Nurses United to make it clear that we support one fair living wage for all. Registered nurses oppose any changes to the tip minimum wage. DC residents voted overwhelmingly to eliminate the two-tiered sub-minimum wage for tip workers, and we believe strongly that I-82 should be upheld. We must eliminate the unfair two-tiered minimum wage system for those who work for tips in the restaurant industry. Everyone should get at least their regular minimum wage. Restaurant workers should receive a fair base wage and their tips on top so they can increase their overall income and can afford to and contribute to live in our expensive city. Registered nurses know that families who cannot afford healthcare, nutritious food, and adequate housing struggle to live healthy lives. No one should have to experience the financial insecurity, discrimination, and sexual harassment that comes with being forced to live off tips. The loud voices urging you to return DC to the outdated and exploitative tipping system by overturning the will of the voters in previous referendums do not represent the vast majority of those who work in restaurants and bars in the city. I worked with a nurse at Washington Hospital Center who also worked a job as a bartender to make ends meet. She and her coworkers at her restaurant strongly supported getting rid of the tip minimum wage. But some of her coworkers are afraid to show support out of fear for their jobs and of their immigration status. When she moved a few years back to California, she was pleasantly surprised that as a bartender, she could earn the regular minimum wage and tips. She said the cost of living was the same as DC, but she was able to afford a better life for her and her family. She didn't understand why it was so controversial in DC after all. And in California, one minimum wage is the norm and works well. All workers receiving at least the minimum wage for hours worked should be the norm in DC too. We, the district residents, also oppose any undemocratic effort to overturn the will of the people. A strong majority of us voted to support phasing out the sub-minimum wage and moving to one fair wage for all, and we expect our vote to be honored. I was proud when it passed because it demonstrated that my community supports its workers. For the DC Council to ignore the democratic will of the DC voters would suggest that our own elected officials question the will of our people. On behalf of National Nurses United and our members, I urge you not to overturn the will of the DC voters. The Committee on Labor and Executive Administration should remove any changes to the tipped minimum wage from the budget. Do not backpedal the enormous step toward economic justice we made together in the district. Respect the will of the people and respect our workers by voting to maintain one fair wage. Thank you for allowing me to testify for your continued support of nurses in DC.
Thank you very much. And the nurses know I'm there for them.
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right. Next. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sophie Miyoshi. I am a resident of Ward 5, and I am representing my organization, the Restaurant Opportunity Center of DC, or ROC DC. We are a worker center that has been organizing with restaurant workers to improve wages and working conditions since 2009. We educate workers on their rights, support in fighting back on wage theft. We provide job trainings. We do a number of things, and we also support workers in fighting for better labor laws that will benefit all restaurant workers. I am here today to demand that the DC Council remove the Initiative 82 repeal legislation from the DC budget and support tipped workers in getting their well-deserved raise. Personally, I have been a restaurant and tipped worker most of my life, and I have been part of this fight to raise the wage for tipped workers for many years. I started working as a tipped worker when I was 15, but it wasn't until I moved to DC and worked as a server that I was introduced to the tipped minimum wage, and at the time, I was making $2.77 per hour. I remember not being aware of any of my rights and slowly learning about them as I got involved as a member of ROC. I also remember becoming very well aware of the deep inequities that plague our industry. My friends who were bussers and food runners, most of whom were immigrants, worked twice as many hours as I did as a server and bartender, and yet their wages remain disturbingly low due to receiving the tip minimum wage with only a fraction of the tips. We know servers and bartenders need a raise too, but our support staff, who is underrepresented in these types of hearings, needs it even more. Every time I fight for a full wage for tipped workers, I do it because I believe that we as restaurant staff all deserve dignified and professional wages, and we cannot let our immigrant siblings who really run this industry behind in this fight. I was here in DC during the first tipped wage fight for Initiative 77 in 2018. It was brutal and heartbreaking, and we were all able to see just how powerful the Restaurant Association was and how hard they would fight to keep wages so low. But we should not have been surprised because we know the Restaurant Association has also fought against restaurant workers being included in paid sick leave laws. They fought against the indoor smoking ban that impacted workers' health. They fought to combat and weaken our DC paid family leave laws, which they are still doing right now and in this hearing and in this budget. They are also currently even fighting against child labor laws in other states. Their track record is crystal clear. Unlike what they want many to believe, they do not have the workers' best interests in mind. We have been fighting this fight for a decade, since the mayor carved out tip workers from the full minimum wage increase back in 2014 or 2015. How is it that we are still stuck on the issue of whether or not a whole group of workers deserves to be paid a full minimum wage? How are we still stuck fighting for literal crumbs? I want to be focusing our energy on finding more ways to improve this industry in robust ways. I want us to be able to move on and fight for actual living wages, better healthcare for workers, expanded benefits, and more things that I think so many people in this room can tell you about. There's so much room for improvement in our deeply beloved and problematic industry. How is the council still letting this conversation happen? How many more times will workers have to scramble to council hearings that are highly inaccessible and make sure their voices are heard, and then find out that they are not even listened to when it comes time to vote? The power dynamics in these conversations are clear. When will workers have a real seat at the table the way the Restaurant Association does? The DC Council has normalized low wages the same way the restaurant industry has, when they should be taking the extra step to find solutions that boost workers' rights, not continue to diminish them. Now is the time for bold and radical action, not conceding to corporate and business class interests. Workers run the city. They work so hard for so little. It is time to listen to those most impacted by these decisions and give back. I also want to add, in my 13 seconds, that Sticky Rice was named earlier as one of the restaurants that closed, that blamed Initiative 82 for their closure. I just want to say that we worked with a group of immigrant workers from this restaurant that was participating in some serious wage theft allegations, which we actually did report to the OAG. And the OAG did support us because we know that DOES's process is not accessible to workers and does not solve their problems quickly. Sticky Rice had a horrible business model. And for them to blame Initiative 82 when they were actively stealing workers' wages, we had workers' checks who were bouncing consistently, and it took the OAG's involvement for them to get paid. They still are missing paid sick leave. They are still missing wages from when the minimum wage went up to $17.50. We are still in this fight. But I think there's more to the story, and it's very easy for restaurant owners to hop on the bandwagon. And I really encourage you to listen to the workers who are speaking today in support of Initiative 82. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next. You're on.
I'm on. Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, I want to thank Chairperson Bonds and the committee for giving me the opportunity to present my experiences about the negative impact of I-82 on my business and my team members. I am Diane Gross. I'm a Ward 2 resident, owner of Cork Wine Bar and Market, and chair of the RAMW Board of Directors. Almost 2 decades ago, my husband Khalid and I put a second mortgage on our condo to realize our dream of opening Cork Wine Bar in our Logan Circle neighborhood, where we still live today. Today, we operate Cork Wine Bar Market on 14th Street, where we have been for over 17 years. With that experience, I can tell you that it has never been more difficult to successfully operate a small independent restaurant in the District of Columbia than it is today. The realities are very different from what we faced in the fall of 2022. The significant impact of I-82 on our business model, combined with inflation, federal job losses, and tariffs, have left me often with no profit at the end of the month. And this is not just my experience. I am hearing the same thing from countless other owners and operators every day, single units and larger groups. Costs have gone up, people are eating out less, and the math just doesn't add up. I am one of the 44% that RAMW talks about who have contemplated closing their business this year. I-82 has profoundly changed my business practices and has cost many of my employees their jobs or reduced wages because of cuts I have had to make the numbers work. I have cut front of the house staff, a general manager, a server, a busser, a food runner, and a host. And I have eliminated 2 back of the house positions. That's over 20% of my small team. I have made shifts shorter, eliminated support staff from less busy shifts. I've raised prices, decreased menu offerings and portion sizes. And I have profoundly altered my plans to expand in DC. I am consistently less competitive because I can't increase pay for back of the house staff because all of my resources are spent covering increased front of the house staff who make on average between $22 and $45 an hour with tips, which is about 10% less than they were making an hour in 2022. The differential for front and back of the house has not gotten better as was promised. It has become less equitable. My back of the house team averages $20 an hour. We have to do something to meaningfully change this reality and inspire growth in the city that we all love. Many on the council have asked for data, so here are my numbers. We have raised prices 8 to 10% across the board, but revenue is the same in 2023 as in 2024 as it was in 2023 because people are dining out less. My 2022 to 2023 front of the house labor increased 34.5%, but revenue only increased 22%. And you'll recall that was a year we were coming out of COVID. From 2023 to 2024, my front of the house labor increased 10.94%, but revenue was stagnant and I cut jobs and shifts. In 2024, we were forced to make deep cuts, $100,000 from overall payroll, and yet front of the house labor still increased by $25,000. That's real people's jobs. I have prioritized people on my team who've worked for me longer, even if I had to cut their shifts so that they could still have some income and keep their benefits. I urge the council to consider all of these factors and support the mayor's proposal to repeal I-82. I submitted longer testimony, which has more details and that data, so you don't have to write it all down. I should have said that in the beginning, but there you go.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we do have your written testimony. Thank you. Next, I believe, Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Bonds and the rest of the committee for allowing me the opportunity to submit testimony today. My name is Rock Harper. I am the chef owner of Hill Prince in Northeast. I've been in this industry in the city for over 25 years. I'm actually not here to relitigate the campaign, but to tell you plainly, Initiative 82 is hurting the very people, many of the very people that it claimed to help. It's hurting small local restaurants like mine in the process. I'm urging you to repeal it. There have been a lot of things said today. I appreciate you all's patience. You know, we talk about sort of two sides on this issue with two people. One voice that's missing that I actually talk to. I talk to a lot of customers, mine and those around the city. And I move around the country as well. So just for the record, California is not, it's a state, and it's very different all throughout it from top to bottom. And it's not super thriving in all of these cities. But the reason why I bring up, all of these different voices is because I actually, we're doing a lot of fighting. I actually agree. And I used to be a member of Rock United and One Fair Wage. I can't remember the year, but I really believed in. I got Saru, I don't want to mess her last name up, Jaya Raman. I got her book. It's called Forked. It was a great book. Talked about high road restaurants and gave them a score based upon how they did business. And I went up to James Beard House, and I was very involved in what she was doing. I really believed it. We agree on a lot of things, myself and that organization, or at that time. Um, uh, I'm sorry. I agree that restaurant work should be dignified, safe, and fairly compensated. I agree that workers deserve protection, transparency, and opportunity. I definitely agree that our industry needs to evolve. But this law, how it was passed and how it was marketed and how it played out, does not reflect those values. It reflects a national agenda that was marketed to DC voters with partial truths and emotional appeals, not real local solutions. To bring up the word slavery and slave wages is highly offensive and is a tactic that has been going on for many years. To say anything about slave and slave wages is highly offensive, coming from anyone, especially non-Black people. It has no place here. So I think that we need to get to the truth, and we can find, I actually think we can find some common ground. But when we bring up these very emotional, just dishonest, disinformation, these outright lies, then that's where we're gonna lose a lot of people. What's happening right now? Labor costs is up, prices are up, hours are down, workers are making less, diners are confused, which is very important. Diners are confused because Saru, the leader of this movement, said her thing was tips on top. She advocated, she used to advocate, I sat in the room, she used to advocate for service charges. Restaurant owners can make it up in service charges. Tips on top, very catchy, sounds like a song, right? And it caught on. That's not the truth, because at my bar and at my restaurant, people won't pay $60 for a chicken sandwich. They won't pay $32 for a vodka soda. They won't pay it. So the math has to math. But the appeal was to people's emotions. Public sentiment has shifted. As stated earlier by Sean Townsend, 41% of the people polled that voted for it prior said that they didn't understand. They didn't know it was going to have the impact it was going to have. Many of them are saying that. So that 70-something% that is being touted, people didn't understand. And you know why? Because they did a great job, a great campaign of ballot initiating this thing, as opposed to putting it through the legislative process. If you want it so bad, put it through the process. It won't stand up through the process, and that's why they're aware, and they'll probably reintroduce it once it gets repealed. Lastly, there's been a lot of untruths. Again, tip workers earn a sub-minimum wage. Council member, you stated this earlier. No one makes a sub-minimum wage legally. It does not happen. You are required. I use Heartland payroll. You are required. It has happened one time in the history of all of my restaurants, but you are required to pay the minimum wage if it's not made up in tips. And I definitely, again, where we agree, enforcement. I believe that we have to look at how all of this rampant wage theft that's supposedly happening in this horrible industry that everybody apparently is still a part of, that how do we enforce and empower workers? Absolutely. I used to be a worker. I'm a cook, I'm a chef, and I got the opportunity to own restaurants, and I'm here now. And I think that we need to believe people and have honest dialogue, as you said earlier, to come to a place, because I don't know about this million. I wish I was a part of this millionaire class, I promise. I am not, right? I live in a little joint in across the bridge, and I wish I was a part of that class, but I'm not. I'm not a part of the billionaire class, the owner class, the young lady said earlier. I don't understand what that is. I'm just a guy, I'm a hard worker, and I've worked almost 30 years to try to get my business up, and this thing is hurting us. I'll end with this, pardon me. The service charges are a fair alternative was something that we heard early in the campaign. The money has to add up. And you sit down with your accountant when we have this new labor wage model, and the accountant says, my accountant says, hey, here's what you have to do. Okay, you can raise this. Here's where we have margins. You can raise that. The math doesn't add up. Okay, Rock, you're gonna have to take, you're not gonna be able to pay yourself, right? I lost $40,000 in December. People think that just because you have a restaurant, right? Full disclosure, I lost $40,000 in December for a number of factors. Not I-82, but that is one big factor. And when you look at the P&L and you see that the numbers aren't there, you have to say, hey, this thing is not working. It is not working the way it was intended. Good intentions. I have one more thing. I appreciate your patience. The will of the voters. I've heard this from a couple of council members, the will of the voters. I think that that is, understandable, right? We do live in a democracy. Our local economy is under attack by a fascist, my words. But I think it is also your responsibility and your duty to understand that while it was passed, it's not working. And also the people that we need to hear from, other people, we matter as well. So the will of the voters, many voters that I speak with every single day did not understand the impact of this thing. And I think it's your duty to readdress it and to move forward in a fair way. Thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you for your testimony. And the longer we're together, the more I realize that, the situation is one where there are more than one or two issues. Today, we're here to talk about DOES, and you chose to use this as an opportunity to talk about the situation, but DOES is just a part of what is going on as we try to think about how we manage this situation, which is we want our restaurateurs, we want our restaurant workers, and we've got to figure out how we can get to a level where we have income for those who work in this trade, the way in which we have income for those that work in other trades. Now, this is a chosen determination that workers have decided, I want to do this. So how do we help workers get to where they feel that is an equitable situation? And that's what I'm hearing more and more. I see the faces. You're very good at sending me messages with your faces, but you know what? I'm human too, just like you. And I'm not going to sit up here and try to guess what's in everyone's mind, but I can tell you what we're hearing. I'm making a recording of whether you're pro or con, the situation as it relates to I-82, as it currently is presented. And I'm also making notes about some of the solutions that you're providing. Indirectly, you're providing some solutions. You're right that we have to have a coming together because we need restaurants. Everyone needs restaurants and community. And we need, and you don't have a restaurant unless you have workers. So you're really joined at the hip. We can't have one without the other. And so to say that one is more powerful than the other, it just does not work. And so we got to come together. So I'm hoping the 90-day period, which is what I voted for, it'll give us an opportunity to look at current times and current situations that are before us. We have to, because it's such a major factor in our economy, the district's economy. So I'm really hopeful. I'm believing that we're going to get there, and we're going to get there with the nurses with us too, for sure. So thank you very, very much for your testimony. our next panel. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, we're at number 41, Paul Schwab. Yes, please join us. Amanda Gomez, Justin Palmer. It is. Yeah, all right. Did we just call her to Ms. Gomez? Okay, okay. Well, I just want to make sure, I don't want, I'm trying to, fairness is important. Okay, where's Palmer? Oh, there you are. Okay, all right. We'll get you next. All right. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me. I have some testimony that I'm going to work through. I did want to, in the interest of dialogue, sort of answer two of the things that were out there. I think I have some of Ed Lazier's time. I think he didn't go over go to 3 minutes.
He did not.
So I 2.5 minutes. He was like a half minute. So I do want to say on this question of wage theft, because I think it's quite germane to the conversation here, and just to raise one situation, which was at the Intercontinental Hotel, which we organized, and the Moon Rabbit restaurant there, where none of the people at the restaurant had moved forward themselves. Michael, who you heard earlier, was one of the workers there. None of them have access to file for themselves. They just don't feel like they do. They're disenfranchised. Many workers are undocumented. They can't avail themselves. But when we went in there and we organized the workers and brought their case to the OAG for them, $200,000. And we're doing a lot of restaurant organizing, and we're bringing a lot of cases to the OAG. So I just think we got to be real about what workers can and can't do at their workplace, particularly when they don't have a lot of power in their lives. They don't on their own go ahead and file wage theft claims. So I just wanted to be clear about that since you asked that question.
Thank you very much for that, because that's very helpful, I'm sure, to the workers across the city to know that your union is busily engaged in helping them to get the representation that they need.
We try.
And I hope that they also will feel that they can make contact with me, because we too have an obligation. And now that I see how it is or is not playing out, it's very important that we have a fair system, one where the workers are also not only respected, but certainly represented when they need to be. So thank you very much for that, sir.
Well, I'll dive in now. So good afternoon. My name is Paul Schwab. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of Unite Here Local 25, the Hospitality Workers Union. We represent approximately 7,000 workers, many of whom are tipped workers in hotels and restaurants. I am also a proud resident of Ward 5, though I have a sister in Maine. While I am grateful for the opportunity to testify today, I came into this room deeply disappointed in the council for supporting yesterday's vote to delay tipped workers' wage increases. In this case, as in most cases, justice delayed is justice denied. I would note that this vote to delay happened even though the district's own budget office reported that there is no crisis in the restaurant industry today. I want to leave the testimony, and it does not mean that I negate what the gentleman from Hill Prince said. There are restaurants in crisis. The industry itself, however, in terms of the numbers that I've seen and produced by this city's budget office, do not bear out a crisis. Thousands of runners and bussers, and I start with runners and bussers because I think there's a lot of noise made about servers who make $150,000. Runners and bussers in this city don't make $150,000. They struggle. They work from they go from job to job, sometimes 2 or 3 jobs in a day to get by. So I just want to be clear, this is not just about servers, it's about runners and bussers. They expected a $2 wage increase. They expected it, their families expected it, and they are very, very disappointed that this council has taken that away from them. We calculate that that cost, even if it's just a 3-month cost, will cost relatively poor people $12 million collectively over the course of that time. Fortunately, it is not too late for the council to do right by workers and voters. My members ask that you oppose the mayor's proposal to repeal Initiative 82 or to further delay it. My thing keeps jumping. This unprecedented proposal to delay could result in immediate, and this unprecedented proposal on the mayor's part, and again, this is not the voters. We had talked before about how we don't want the government to get involved in making wage decisions. Well, the mayor is making a wage decision about what she thinks should happen, and what she thinks should happen is a $5 wage increase. I'll repeat it, a $5 wage decrease for people in the industry. This is unprecedented. I have never heard anybody walk back a minimum wage in the way that the mayor is proposing. I have heard Republicans, not Democrats, but I've heard Republicans who are against increasing it, and Democrats are usually for increasing it. But in this instance, and again, I'm terribly disappointed in the Democrats on this council, because I think what they're doing is enabling those who say that the Democratic Party has deserted workers. And that's why Democratic voters went to Trump. And I think it's a shame that you're doing that, because I think you contribute to that narrative. We are happy to work with anyone, as we've conveyed to Sean Townsend, to anybody in the industry. We're happy to talk about the issues in the industry. We've heard enough today to believe that there are issues in the industry. Whether it's a crisis or not, we beg to disagree whether it is. But we do know that individual restaurants, particularly small restaurants, not the big corporate restaurants, but small restaurants, are having problems. What is inexplicable to us is why there hasn't been a hearing on those problems. The only thing there's been a hearing on is the wages of workers. As if the wages of the workers are the only things here that contribute to challenges why isn't there a hearing which asks about rent freezes, commercial rent freezes, or someone earlier had talked about the usurious rates that people pay for liability insurance. I just, like, if we're trying to tackle a problem that restaurants are having, let's tackle that problem. And maybe some people think that I-82 is part of that problem, but it is also clear that there are other problems impacting the industry, and those are not up for discussion. So we think that's quite unfortunate. I would say that in general, we are entering into difficult times for the district as a whole. We understand that there's pain that will be felt because of the decisions that President Trump has made, because of the direction of the economy. We really do get that, but we don't think that workers alone should be asked to shoulder that burden as they are now. So I want to thank you for having this hearing, for listening to us on this testimony. But I want to end with I think that has something that hasn't really been said yet. Whatever happens, if you guys decide to, for the second time, turn back the will of the voters, it doesn't end there. What it'll be is another referendum. And my guess is that referendum will take the wage immediately to what the minimum wage is, and that will be more painful. But I think we've learned that we can't trust this council, if they turn it back a second time, to have something like a slow roll up to that wage. And I don't think that's the best idea, but I think that's what we're going to have to do in order to protect workers here. So either there'll be a referendum, or there'll be a referendum also about the people who choose to turn their backs on the will of the voters, because I just don't agree. I think that whether it's 75% or 65%, if this comes on the ballot, it's going to win again, because that's what DC voters knew they were voting for, and that's what they'll vote for again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll hear from Ms. Gomez, and you are her translator.
Oh, I'm Amanda Michelle Gomez. No, it's sorry for the, my name is Amanda Michelle Gomez.
Okay.
I will translate for my comrade here, Evelyn, afterwards. So I work actually at Unite Here Local 25, and I want to share that this year our union organized several hundred restaurant workers with two of the largest, among the largest restaurant groups in DC, Star and Knightsbridge. I used to also cover the industry, the restaurant industry for WAMU DCist. So I've been in this, covered it I've lived in DC for over a decade, so there you go. I'm here to demand that the Labor Committee remove any mention of I-82, of Initiative 82 in this budget. Don't cut or freeze workers' wages after DC voters passed it twice. Basically, don't legislate based on informal surveys, biased think tank studies. I mean, your own budget office has said, and I quote, the district's restaurant industry remains healthy. Right? Your budget office has said there's an increasing number of restaurants and rising average wages. Small businesses have opened this year. One just opened near our office. I'm really excited for and congratulate local restaurateur Tim Ma, who opened a restaurant in Chinatown. And many restaurateurs have adjusted to the pay increases. Some of them, my friends who own restaurants. Shout out to Purple Patch, to Bar Del Monte, to Amy's. There are restaurants that are doing it. I know it looks like we're heading towards a recession. As a DC resident, I'm nervous about, and with friends in federal government. It's a very scary time. I recognize that. But hospitality workers, not just owners, are heading into turbulent times too. And our local 25 workers who you've heard from today, and you're going to hear from more, are counting on hourly wage increases. Because when their base wage goes up and their tips stay the same because their employer has not added a service fee, then that means it's an increase to their take-home pay. I know you've suggested that some I-82 folks are confused about the tip minimum wage laws, but they're not. A lot of actually some of the folks who testified today, the local 25 restaurant workers who testified today, make more than the $17.50 from base wages and tips. What they're saying is the minimum is not enough and they need a living wage, which is $26 for a childless adult here in the city because it's expensive. Increasing their base wage only helps accomplish that. Because again, if their base wage goes up from 10 to 12 to 12 to 14, and their tips stay the same because their employer hasn't added a service charge, then their take-home pay goes up. If people are seeing less in tips, they should organize against service fees. Join a union. I don't know, but do some. But it's not necessarily because of I-82. Don't undermine workers' take-home pay. Don't undermine the standard. And on that front, I would say that by undermining the standard for the city, you're undermining our future union contracts. For tipped workers at Bazaar, for example, we based the tipped workers' salary on I-82. And because we were able to do that, we were able to fight for a lot of money for back of house for kitchen workers. So don't undermine the standard. I also want to recognize that, yes, Local 25, as Paul said, wants to work with the industry and identify solutions that don't harm workers and our contracts. I read about the closures and I want to, was really disappointed when HighCon, for example, closed. Ward 5 council member Parker has some ideas. He wants to increase the tax credit for small businesses. We heard about rent relief. We can support that, but we won't support a budget that cuts wages for front of house, particularly supports staff, not just servers and bartenders, but food runners and bussers. And by the way, this budget also cuts health insurance for folks who were like, it cuts Healthcare Alliance, and a lot of kitchen workers rely on that health insurance because their employer-based insurance, if their employer even offers it, it's not affordable. So this budget not only screws front of house, back of house, and then cuts paid family leave. Like, this is not a pro-worker budget as is. As actually the Washington Post headline called it, it's a business-friendly budget. So we got to change that. We got to make a budget for the workers, or the workers will vote people out. We'll vote the council out. Thank you.
All right, next, please. Thank you for your testimony.
Oh,
Perdón.
Now you're on. Okay.
Buenas tardes, reverendo concejal. Me llamo Evelyn, trabajo en el restaurante Bazar como Baser. Estoy aquí para exigir que el consejo elimine cualquier mención a la I-82 del presupuesto de DC. El año pasado, mis colegas de Bazar y yo ganamos nuestro primer contrato, organizamos para ganar una mejor vida, gané muchas cosas, incluyendo aumentos salariales. Mi contrato dice que mis aumentos salariales siguen el horario de iniciativa del 82. Mi aumento de $2 significa que puedo pagar por los gastos de mi familia. Tengo 3 hijos y la vida acá es cara. Con un aumento puedo vivir con más tranquilidad. Si el Consejo de Washington, D.C. reduce el salario a la mitad, significaría que perderíamos el acceso a cosas necesarias de la vida y no podríamos pagar por un mejor futuro para los niños. Eso es lo que les pasaría a mi familia no sindicalizados. Si hacen esto, mis aumentos salariales están protegidos gracias a mi contrato sindical. Estoy aquí en solidaridad de todos mis compañeros. No reduzcan los salarios, los trabajadores con propinas. Esta ciudad es cara, los trabajadores no pueden sobrevivir con $5.35 la hora. Gracias.
And I can translate. My name is Evelyn, and I work at the Restaurant Bazaar as a busser. I'm here to make sure that the council does not have any mention of I-82 in the budget of DC. The last year, my colleagues and I won our first contract. We organized to have a better life. We, won a lot of things, including increased salaries. My contract says that my salary increases follow the schedule of Initiative 82. My $2 increase is significant because it helps me pay for my family bills. I have 3 kids and I live here, and it's very expensive. With an increase, I'm able to live more tranquil. If Washington's DC's council reduces salary in half, that's very significant because we could lose access to a lot of things that we need in our life. We cannot provide a better future for our kids. This is going to happen to families without who haven't organized, because my salary increases are protected thanks to my union contract. I am here in solidarity. Don't reduce the salaries of tipped workers. This city is expensive. Workers cannot survive with a base wage of $5.35 per hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Hi, Councilor. My name is Angel Roberto Reyes, and I am being hired in the restaurant service for the city for 35 years, and I make it $15 an hour. That restaurant work in local 25 union restaurant, which has mean that I can live a good, stable life, raising my family, work, service industry job without the more stable wage, come up with more work in union restaurant that no way I could ever been served for 35 years. Staying the tip minimum wage is insult tip worker everywhere in DC and the city. Also make it harder for me to fight to what other serve in union contract. Under my livelihood, no reverse I-82. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have your testimony. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Justin Palmer, who was here. Okay. Wes Waterhouse. Ellery Grimm. Terry Rid. Regina Welch. Okay. Abby Sakur. And Justin Palmer. All right. That's okay. All right. Thank you. Right. All right, we are ready when you are, and we'll start with you, sir. Yes. And be sure to state your name and just turn your mic on, off when you finish.
Got you. Thank you so much, council member. Hello, my name is Ivy Shakur. I am a DC native, a longtime tipped worker, and a community organizer with Jews United for Justice and Ward 1 Mutual Aid. I'm writing to ask you, or asking you, to remove the repeal of Initiative 82 from the budget proposal. I understand that the council's desire to address the challenges faced by DC's restaurant industry, and I understand the frustration felt by restaurant workers who see I-82 as the cause for decreased pay and other issues. The restaurant industry needs help to survive and thrive, but pausing I-82 is not going to do that. The point of repealing I-82 is also not going to do that. The point of Initiative 82 is to ensure more equity for DC's restaurant workers. The vast majority of DC residents believe in that vision as they have voted for it time and time again. I would like to think that DC Council believes in it as well. But the decision to pause and the suggestion to repeal instead show a cowardice toward tackling the industry's issues with real vigor. Folks today will thank you for the decision to pause, and frankly, I do not blame them. When I was working as a bartender during the passage of Initiative 77 and 82, I was skeptical. I feared the same thing that others are claiming, that my pay would be reduced as a result and that businesses would close. But I-82 is not the real cause of these issues. If we can agree that equity is a goal worth fighting for, many steps must be taken to ensure it. My colleagues at the Fair Price Fair Wage Coalition and Unite Here Local 25 are willing to work with council on creative solutions like commercial rent control for restaurants or other options that would allow businesses to balance the expense of increased wages without resorting to service charges. These are the solutions we need if DC Council is committed to equity and has the wherewithal to see them through. As a community organizer with Jews United for Justice, our organization fully supports Initiative 82 and will oppose a pause and will continue to defend it and the rights of tipped workers in the district, as I am doing today. Voters of DC demand that you get this right. Restaurant workers know that service charges are the real reason for decreased pay. If workers who oppose I-82 were exposed to different solutions, they might agree as well. Again, I don't fault them, but it is up to you, council member, to meet the moment and demonstrate a vision for equity with solutions that work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next. Palmer.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Justin Palmer, and I'm the Vice President for Public Policy and External Affairs for the District of Columbia Hospital Association. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony at the FY26 budget hearing for the Department of Employment Services and the DC Workforce Investment Council. DCHA is a unifying force advancing hospitals and health systems in the District of Columbia. We are committed to promoting policies and initiatives that strengthen our system of care, preserve access, eliminate disparities, promote better health outcomes for patients and our community. Our driving vision is to achieve an efficient and effective healthcare delivery system that supports equitable and vibrant community. As we've discussed several times already this year, meeting the workforce needs of the entire health sector is essential to drive the healthcare portion of our economy forward. The funding this committee provided through the DC WIC over the last 3 years allowed 49 individuals to be supported as they completed their certified medical assistant credentialing, 19 individuals to complete their certified nursing aide or home health aide training, and 6 to complete their apprenticeship for an advanced CNA credential. Continued support for these training programs is essential in supporting students and the healthcare industry. Importantly, this work is in addition to the support the Department of Employment Services has laid the groundwork for multiple healthcare apprenticeships that we hope to present to the Apprenticeship Council in July. Speaking of the Department of Employment Services, we continue to support their DC Alliance for Healthcare Careers. In its first year, the district invested $2 million in providing training opportunities for 143 DC residents in 9 prioritized careers. The first cohorts of this program have completed, and the second cohorts are near completion, and are hoping, working with them to have jobs upon completing their training and obtaining their credential, which should be the goal for any training program in the district. It is these types of programs that will be critical to ensuring opportunities for residents of the district. As the committee examines the budget process before it, we hope investment in healthcare training programs continue to be a priority. We know Director Morris Hughes and Executive Director Hubbard are working hard to ensure DC residents have access to world-class training programs and the necessary supports for participants to complete credentials in healthcare careers. As DCHA and the DC Healthcare Workforce Partnership, we are committed to assisting in that work. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do have just one question, since you were kind of off subject here for today. You mentioned that you're committed to assisting in this work. Does this mean that you have resources that you will devote to training additional numbers, increasing the numbers in the 3 categories that you made reference to?
So we are working with the Deputy Mayor for Education, the Office of the State Superintendent, through the Bluebird funding that the city received to launch the DC HEAL, which is an apprenticeship-linked program for, at least it's starting out as for graduates of the ATC or the career and technical education programs in healthcare in the district. The goal is to place them with employers for a 1-year apprenticeship. And during that year, they'll obtain an additional credential. They're full-time employees. The goal, our hope is they choose to stay with the employer after that year and start growing their career with that employer in that collaboration. We're focusing on getting the first year off the ground, but our next is how do we focus on the pathways after that to advance the careers. The programs that we're looking, that we're placing applicants in right now, along with CityWorks DC, is a CNA to a patient care tech program. It's 2 CNA to advanced CNA programs. We have 2 non-clinical options. One is a non-clinical position to certified medical assistant. And then the final is customer service, a clinical operations representative to apprentice to a certified clinical operations representative. And so those are the 1-year apprenticeships. We are putting the pieces together for what we hope is a BSN apprenticeship program with some stops along the way. It can be like the CNA to PCT is the first stop. Is there another stop to an LPN to BSN, or how do we work with the BSN program? So we're using as a braided funding stream to help work through that. We're hoping to have additional private support to continue that work, but the existing programs to support trainees as they're going through training through the Alliance, through DOES or DC WIC would be important to maintain as we try to expand and reach more people.
All right, and are you providing trainees or apprentices for each of our hospitals in the city, or just maybe Cedar Hill, or?
So Cedar Hill and Children's National are 2 of the employer partners that we have. With Cedar Hill is doing the CNA to PCT apprenticeship program. Children's National is doing the clinic operation position. We are working with 2 skilled nursing facilities and with Whitman Walker.
Thank you very much. I know we're short on time, but I appreciate that. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Welch, and I'm a bartender, DC resident, and member of Unite Here Local 25. I've come here before you today to address the possible repealing of Initiative 82. While my hourly wage is protected under our union contract, so many of our fellow tipped DC residents' wages are not. I've been on that side working for non-union restaurants, depending solely on tips because we all know $10 an hour is no income at all. I've been there facing eviction, being a single parent, struggling to survive, working 3 jobs just to make ends meet. We need to move forward, giving all DC residents the opportunity to live decent human lives with dignity and pride. Slashing minimum wage in half undermines future union contracts, and eventually my employer would do the same. My union is urging DC Council to reject any efforts to repeal or pause Initiative 82. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Hello, good afternoon or evening now, maybe.
Afternoon still.
Afternoon still. So good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ellery Grimm, and I work as a busser and food runner at a restaurant called St. Anselm. I'm also a native Washingtonian and a lifelong resident of Ward 6. I'm giving testimony today in support of I-82 and strongly urge the council to take out any mention of I-82 from this year's budget, whereas a ballot measure it doesn't belong. I speak for myself as someone who voted for this ballot measure, but also as a tipped worker who is not a high earner like servers or bartenders. I find this distinction important because in the debate around I-82, I have found our voices and experiences often overlooked. As a busser, I don't make my own tips. Rather I receive a tip out from my coworkers. At St. Anselm, that means 3% of the tip pool every shift is divided between the bussers working that shift. Sometimes that can be 6 people, 7, or even 8, depending on how busy the night is. If I-82 is repealed, the already sub-minimum base wage that my coworkers and I will make will be cut in half, and that 3% will be spread thinner and thinner while my boss saves a buck. I know we're not here to air our grievances about our employers, but Star Restaurants can absolutely afford to pay me more. In the last 2 years, they have opened 3 new restaurants in DC, as well as you've heard from my colleagues and other Star Restaurants, spending tens of thousands of dollars on union busting when my coworkers and I decided to organize at St. Anselm. You've also heard what a $2 wage increase means to tip workers like me. It is a wage increase that we wouldn't readily get from our employers. This is what my fellow workers are trying to explain. I-82 is a wage increase, and we desperately need a wage increase. Because when our base wage increases, our paychecks increase. And when our base wage goes down, we all suffer. Repealing I-82 is more than just a bailout for restaurant owners. It's a wage cut that threatens the livelihoods of tipped workers in this city. Many lifelong DC residents have already been pushed out of the city by the rising cost of living. I don't want to be one of those people. These are workers, people who keep this city running. These are people who serve you and your families, who have families of their own. Protecting I-82 would be a step to protecting them. We need a living wage. That means a wage that covers the entire cost of living in DC without having to juggle multiple jobs, without missing out on time with family, friends, and community. Minimum wage plus tips is a step towards that living wage. I want to end by saying again that I voted for this ballot measure. 74% of us in DC did, and I find the potential or the reality of the council betraying the will of the DC voters for a second time a scary thought, especially in this political climate where democracy is undermined every day just a block away from here. Please consider the implications of your actions. Don't continue to set a dangerous precedent, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you for your testimony. And I have to remind everyone, please make sure I get your testimony in writing for the record. Thank you. Our next panel, Okay. I have Rosenblatt. Picture. Okay, we'll see if any. It's getting kind of slim in here. All right, our next panel, Alexa Zoso, Carol Rosenblatt, Joseph Peretta, Joanna Wachter. You know I know you. Okay, all right. We'll pull her up next and. Okay, and Nora Wise, we can take you. So. We will start with you when you're ready. Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. My name is Alexis Sozel, and I live in Ward 4. I'm a service worker who has been in the restaurant industry for nearly 4 years. I currently work in a small local restaurant in Ward 1 as a barista and shift lead. Being paid a fair-based wage with tips on top is the only reason I continue to stay in this industry, as I would not be able to afford to live comfortably without the pay I'm receiving, which is already aligned with the end goal of I-82. I'm here to discuss my support for Initiative 82 and the positive impact it has had for myself, my coworkers, and my community. As a restaurant worker, I support the elimination of the tip credit and raising the tipped minimum wage to meet the full minimum wage. Having a tip credit allows business owners to get away with paying their workers as little as possible and shifts the responsibility to the customers to make up the bulk of their employees' pay. Labor is the most important part of keeping a business running. Therefore, it should be one of the higher costs of the business to properly pay their workers for the essential work that they're doing. In no other industry would it be acceptable to put the onus of paying the employees onto the customer. Initiative 82 also put a plan in place to ensure business owners have ample time to gradually adapt to this expectation of fairly paying their employees. The cafe I work at has already adjusted our pay from $9 an hour pre-Initiative 82 to the current full minimum wage of $17.50 an hour ahead of the timeline offered, and we do not have a confusing service charge. I've seen a notable increase in my pay, and I have noticed that customers still tip even as prices have had to rise a little to help our owners afford the higher expectation. I think consumers understand things are often getting more expensive with inflation, and they adjust accordingly. The biggest culprit of workers' wages not increasing or even decreasing after I-82 came into play is actually service charges, not the initiative itself. When Initiative 82 first went into effect, my restaurant did immediately raise our wage to the full minimum wage, but they did initially add on a 10% service charge to help them afford that jump in pay. Even though my base pay increased from $9 to $16.10 at the time, my take-home pay ended up staying around the same after tips due to the way that the service charge affected tipping and confused folks. But after a year of having this service charge, my restaurant finally decided to remove it after folks kind of being confused about it and workers not liking it. And in lieu, they simply raised their menu prices that 10%. Since that service charge was eliminated, I have seen an 18% increase in my pay compared to before Initiative 82. This shows that a confusing service charge implemented by the business was to blame for decreased tips, not the pay increase that I-82 provided. It's the business owner's choice to tack on the service charge or not, and I-82 simply requires business owners to pay their workers more. We must eliminate service charges to fairly assess how I-82 is impacting a worker's pay. I see nothing wrong with ensuring all tipped workers are making the minimum of $17.50 an hour and rising before tips. As service workers have some of the hardest jobs of anyone I know. We're on our feet all day long, doing many things at once. We're constantly working at a quick pace to serve customers in a reasonable time. We get very few breaks, if any. We curate an experience for folks to really enjoy their time in the restaurant, and we're constantly building and maintaining valued customer relationships. Eliminating the tip credit is a bare minimum ask from service workers who are often undervalued. Let me remind you, the tipped minimum wage in DC before the passage of I-82 was $5.35 an hour. Even with tips on top, this wage is extremely offensive in an expensive place like DC, and tips are not always secure due to a variety of factors such as discrimination, slow days, slow seasons, and economic hardships due to impending recession, or even like the type of service position you work in, like bussers versus bartenders. We've heard from lots of bartenders do make a lot of money in tips and aren't that worried about their base wage, but there's a lot of other service positions and a lot of people to keep in mind. Offering a higher base pay incentivizes service workers to stay in this industry that has historically had such a high turnover rate because of poor wages and burnout, and workers staying in this industry also benefits consumers and business owners. This initiative is an important step to begin valuing service workers more, which is what the DC residents have expressed they wanted since 2018. Let's continue to re-envision a new kind of service industry in which workers are finally a priority so that the whole of the industry can thrive. Undo the pause, reject the repeal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Carol Rosenblatt. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I live in Ward 3 and have been a DC resident for 32 years and a homeowner for most of that time. I am representing the Maryland DC chapter of the Alliance for Retired Americans as its president and as a retired worker and member of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. So the Maryland DC Alliance for Retired Americans is a grassroots advocacy organization working to build a just and secure future for all workers in this country. We are part of the national organization founded by the AFL-CIO with 4.4 million members nationally. Having worked for passage of Proposition 77 in 2018 and of Initiative 82 in 2022, my organization is opposed to subverting the will of the people that Mayor Bowser's budget proposal would do by undermining ballot Initiative 82. Mayor Bowser is siding with the big business lobby of the restaurant industry instead of those workers who make that industry thrive and grow. We stand with those workers who have supported Initiative 82 and the general community and want to see its implementation as originally intended. A study by the Institute for Women's Policy Research released on December 10th, 2024, found that the tipped minimum wage affects workers' livelihoods and economic well-being, with particular harms for women workers. Employees rely on tips as a substantial part of their income, and having a lower minimum wage for tipped employees can perpetuate gender and racial inequalities. Tipped workers' unstable income due to fluctuating tips also leave them in a state of financial insecurity. Phasing out the tipped minimum wage could reduce poverty for many tipped workers, especially where women servers have higher poverty rates and leave them with stable wages. Members of my organization enjoy the benefits of living in or in close proximity to DC and want to take advantage of the vibrant restaurant scene that this area affords by patronizing restaurants that treat their employees fairly by paying a fair wage. In a recent study released by Unite Here Local 25 that found that the food services and drinking places industry grew faster in DC proper as tracked by the Bureau of Labor Statistics compared to the full metropolitan area, comparing it from the first quarter of 2023 before Initiative 82 took effect and the third quarter of 2024. So we implore the council and its members to reject any change to the will of the voting population by implementing Initiative 82 as it was originally intended. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. Next, Jana.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and committee staff. My name is Joanna Blotner, and I serve as the Government Affairs Director at DC Action, where we utilize research, data, coalition building, advocacy, and a racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all kids reaching their full potential. We are also the home of the DC Kids Count, an online resource that tracks key indicators of child and family well-being. I am testifying today on the critical role paid family and medical leave plays in promoting the well-being of the district's children and working families. DC Action encourages this committee to reject the mayor's budget proposal to reduce paid leave benefits to create tax relief for big business interests. DC Action was an early supporter in 2015 of the legislative campaign for paid family leave because data shows that paid parental, medical, and family caregiving leave promotes infant and maternal health, child development, family economic security, and racial equity. More broadly, we know that when working families face some of the most challenging moments in their lives, paid leave helps ensure that a health crisis or tragedy does not also become a financial crisis, a housing crisis, or a crisis of conscience, forcing someone to choose between caring for a loved one and receiving a paycheck. The mayor's continued hostility toward paid leave and working families directly undermines her supposed commitment to growing our economy and making the district a competitive and desirable place to work and raise a family. Instead, it promotes displacement, inequality, and instability for DC families and businesses. At DC Action, we are a small nonprofit of roughly 20 employees. The district's paid family and medical leave insurance program has been a significant financial asset for us because of its very low cost, yet very robust benefits that are not available on the private market when it comes to family caregiving leave, including paternity leave. Multiple members of our staff have benefited from paid leave, some for parental leave purposes, and some for personal medical leave, which required the utilization of all 12 weeks of universal paid leave benefits to undergo cancer treatment. With multiple staff members currently caring for aging parents, the family caregiving component of the district's paid leave insurance program is becoming an increasingly important part of our benefits package and strategy for retaining top talent while keeping things affordable organizationally. Since the launch of the program, data from DOES has shown that workers regularly do not request or qualify for all the weeks of medical or family caregiving leave that the district allows. There are legislative and regulatory guardrails against extended leave, meaning that in the few instances that someone does qualify for all 12 weeks, they truly need it, like my dad did when he was recovering from Guillain-Barré syndrome for more than 4 months. Cutting back on paid leave benefit levels by $153 per week for all leave types, or the weeks of leave by 4 and 6 weeks for personal and family caregiving leave respectively, means families lose anywhere from $1,836 to $6,918 in needed income when they welcome a child, care for a loved one, or tend to a personal health crisis. With local and federal attacks on social safety net programs that help DC families stay afloat, now is not the time to retreat from the financial stability that paid leave can help to provide working families. And we need to be honest about who these proposed changes will hit the hardest. It's women, as they are still the primary caregivers in their families. It's workers with aging parents and partners who are more likely to require family caregiving leave. And it's Black families and children who already face disproportionate levels of financial stress, job insecurity, and poverty. If the mayor and council are concerned about the business tax burdens that they created last year by raising the payroll tax to fund our general operating budget, they should consider business tax reforms such as implementing a business activity tax. ABAT would close loopholes that allow some of our wealthiest business operators who live out of state to avoid contributing their fair share to our tax base's resilience. DC Action believes that we must invest in children and families and grow our economy from the bottom up. That is why we support the tax justice proposals of the Just Recovery DC All In for DC platform. Balancing budgets on the backs of working families is unacceptable. We call on this committee to protect paid leave for all by rejecting the Budget Support Act Subtitle H of Title IV as sent down by the mayor. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Good evening, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Nora Weiss, and I live in Ward 4, and I have been a district resident for 5 years now. I'm also a staff member at Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. Today, my testimony will focus on the profound impact of DC paid leave and the need for the council to restore the paid leave tax, reinstate the full scope of paid leave benefits, and secure an equitable, sustainably funded future for the program. My work at Jews United for Justice primarily focuses on organizing parents and caregivers. Over the past few months, I have spoken to dozens and dozens of families across the district, and I have felt firsthand the profound gratitude and immense appreciation for DC's paid leave program. It is palpable in almost every conversation I have with a family that benefited from the program. I will never forget one parent who told me that DC paid leave made his relationship and love for his daughter that much more powerful. He went on to explain that paid leave gave him precious time to care for his newborn daughter, allowing her to grow into the funny, excited little girl that she is today. Implementing universal paid leave is one of the best things that DC has ever done. I've come to understand this not only in a professional context, but in a personal one as well. Being a young adult who chose to stay in DC after graduating college, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of this program. As I consider where I want to put down roots, my mind keeps coming back to DC paid leave. It means more than I can express to know the district will care for me through different stages of my life, whether I choose to start a family here or am diagnosed with a serious illness or have to care for a sick relative. Paid leave is more than just a program. It is a standard of care and compassion that we are setting for ourselves as a district. DC's paid leave program makes me proud to be a district resident and excited to create a life here for myself. It is vital that the council restore the district's paid leave program and the universal paid leave tax that funds it in full. This includes restoring the weekly maximum benefit workers can receive, as well as the maximum number of weeks workers can take for all qualifying events. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much to the panel. I won't keep you. Thank you. You've made valid points. Others have made similar points, so thank you so much. Our next panel. Okay. Dylan Pitcher. We did ask. Dada Toon, Jose Perla, Barker Agena, C. Nickel. We did Michael Cruz, Mary Walker. Okay, sorry. All right, 111 is Marcus Young, Sonia Brim, Tracy Walker, David Ryan, Lynn Rum, Roberto Reyes. I think that was the French one. We found that name. We found that name. Okay, great. Okay. Dylan Curtis. Okay. Robert Blair. We didn't get her. Okay. Okay, let's see. All right. We're getting close to your number. Okay. Andrew Klein, Joseph Bull. Where, what? Oh, Anastasia, all right, please come up. Yes. We thought we had gotten you before. Thank you very much. Have we gotten everyone who is here to testify except for number 101? Oh, two more. Okay. All right. Ma'am, would you come up? We'll just take you because, yes, please. I don't know what number you are, but we're happy to have you here. Okay, and then we'll get you and we'll get you. Yeah, she wanted to be last, so let's just make sure her wishes come true. All right, thank you all very much, and thank you for your diligence and just, devoting time to giving us some testimony on DOES, Department of Employment Services, and we'll start with you.
Thank you, Member Bonds, and thank you for staying. My name is C. Nickel. I'm the Community Health Outreach Manager at First Shift Justice Project, and I'm here today to urge the council to reject the cuts to DC paid family leave that are proposed in the mayor's budget and to restore the program in full. DC paid family leave is a lifeline for workers across the district, and it allows people to care for themselves or for their loved ones during times of serious medical need without sacrificing their income or job security. Weakening this program would be short-sighted and deeply harmful. The proposal to lower the maximum weekly benefit cap places an unfair burden on DC workers. Many workers already struggle to make ends meet while on leave, and reducing this benefit will push workers to choose between caring for their health or their families and keeping a roof over their heads, which sometimes is not a choice that they're able to make if they have a serious health condition. The proposal to slash the number of weeks workers can take for personal medical leave from 12 to 8 weeks and for family caregiving leave from 12 to 6 weeks is unnecessarily cruel. If most workers don't take the full weeks of leave, the full 12 weeks of leave, those who do are dealing with serious prolonged conditions. Reducing the amount of leave won't save much money, but it will deny lifeline support to those who need it the most. We've seen firsthand at First Shift how indispensable the full 12 weeks can be. For example, one of our clients, Sarah, is just one of the many people who have found relief and stability thanks to DC paid family leave. Her young son was hit by a car, requiring reconstructive surgeries and an extensive physical therapy process, and the program allowed her to take 12 weeks off from work, giving her the peace of mind to be by his side without fear. The financial support she received allowed her to continue to both care for her child and to continue to support her family. Without this assistance, it wouldn't have been possible for her to afford her absence from work while covering her family's basic needs. Despite the support that she received, the 12 weeks were barely enough to stabilize her son's condition. Reducing this benefit to just 6 weeks would not only be harmful to families like Sarah's, but it would also place an unfair burden on those facing medical emergencies and requiring extended time to care for their loved ones. The DC paid family leave program is not a luxury. It's necessary for those who work and who contribute to the well-being of DC. Cutting it would mean ignoring the reality of thousands of families who depend on it to navigate difficult moments without jeopardizing their financial stability. This is not a matter of lacking resources. DC paid family leave has its own dedicated funding stream. The proposed cut to the UPL tax might look small on paper, but it comes at the expense of people's health and financial security. The council should keep this tax as is to preserve the current level of benefits and ensure long-term stability. I urge you to restore full funding to the DC paid family leave program and protect the health, dignity, and livelihoods of DC workforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Just have a quick question. You may recall last year we increased the tax. Did you have an opinion on that? We didn't get any testimony about that, but I would just wondered.
I'm actually a newer staff member, so I'm probably not the person to ask, but I'm happy to ask Laura Brown for her opinion and have her follow up
Yeah,
with you. And
yeah,
provide
we'd
that.
just be curious to know. Thank you very much for that. Next.
Hi, first and foremost, thank you for allowing us to testify to here today, Councilmember Bonds, and thank you for your support in freezing the further advancement of Initiative 82. I want to start off by saying there is only one minimum wage in DC, and it is the full $17.50 an hour. That's just federal law. That's how this works. That's how this has always worked. I'm happy to see that minimum wage continue to go up each year, as long as we preserve some form of the tip credit. I would also like to bring up, because Purple Patch was brought up earlier, I happened to work at Purple Patch for 3 years, including being a salaried manager there for a year, including in 2023 when the Washington Post named us Restaurant of the Year. I can tell you for a fact that that restaurant did about 3.5 million gross sales that year, with a payroll cost of about $60,000 every 2 weeks, which, if you do the math, is a little under $1.6 million. Does that sound sustainable to anybody running a business? That's almost 50% labor costs. That's insane. Regularly, Patrice would borrow money to meet the payroll requirements in slower periods. I currently work at a restaurant that does not utilize the tip credit. We have been Michelin Bib Gourmand for 4 consecutive years. We still lost just short of $40,000 last year, because the labor cost is so high. We are consistently busy. We do a lot of business. We're a very popular local restaurant, but the labor cost is burying us because we are a small independent restaurant. And people keep bringing up the Steven Star restaurants. Yes, those are the big restaurants we should be holding to the fire because they are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. I'm 100% on board with that. But we shouldn't be punishing our local independent restaurants because we have bad actors coming from other cities and these big corporate bad actors. We need to find a way to properly enforce and make sure the bad actors are punished while allowing the small independent restaurants, because when we first did this in Initiative 77, we were over 96% independently owned and operated restaurants. That's definitely not the case anymore. And I keep hearing about this booming restaurant industry, and it's not real. You can't count these corporate boba tea counter service spaces moving into the city and compare those to the full service restaurants most tip workers worked at. There are alternative solutions to make sure that workers are protected without hurting the businesses here. We can do a daily accrual of the tip credit instead of doing it weekly. We can change the definition in DC of what qualifies as a tip worker, because $30 a month in tips is not enough to qualify it as a tip worker. That's the federal definition. If we change that to, if you're making you have to be making at least 30% of your income off of tips, that changes everything. Now you can't define your bussers as tipped workers. You can't define your food runners as tipped workers because they're not making tips like that. You have to pay them. But the other side's not willing to have these discussions. They just want to force this down our throats because they don't actually understand how these restaurants work. And it's infuriating to see year after year. I've been heavily involved with this for 7 years, and it's just infuriating. I also want to bring up that Purple Patch uses a 20% service charge on every check. And after all the complaints I've heard about service charges, I think it's hilarious that you bring them up as an example of a good example. Also, service charges were originally a recommendation of ROC when they were pushing this. This is how you make up the difference, they said. This is what they did when they tried to open up their own restaurants, Colors. How did that go? Oh, wait, they shut down twice and were sued for wage theft themselves. Why are we listening to these people?
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, but you struck a nerve with me. You mentioned full service and then over the counter. And the data that we continue to discuss is, full service and then something else. Perhaps part of where we must go is to look at the type of businesses, because, and now I'm hearing there are these conglomerates, as well as some call it mom and pop, but primarily speaking of the local business models. So I'm very proud of my vote the other day, because it will give us, well, I'm not gonna, it'll give us a moment to figure this out, because we're different from I-77, when I-77 was first thought of and put on the ballot. And I still say that we continue to discount the fact that those kinds of measures, initiatives in the District of Columbia, get on the ballot because someone pays for this, and it's usually not the residents of the District of Columbia. Remember, we're not a state, so we don't have a lot of states' rights, although we like to claim that we do. Number one. Number two, because we're here sandwiched in between, and most importantly, because we're the nation's capital, any issue that you have, you want to bring it here. And remember, for so long, the thought was that Washington, D.C. and its population was just a little sleepy town. And, they're like Mikey, whatever you want to bring them in the way of cereal, they'll say yes to. I mean, I'm being very honest. I've lived here all my life, okay? And I'm not a youngster. So I've seen far more than any of you probably have had an opportunity to see. And it concerns me that this issue has somewhat divided us. And I'm trying to figure out, how do we bring us together? And maybe we need to look at the subparts that we have. Maybe there is a need for treatment that's different. Most importantly, we want to make sure that we do not do harm to our workers. I mean, for me, that's our bottom line. And so how do we do that? So I'm going to ask you, without calling me names and hissing me and what have you, because I know you know how to do that well, that we have an opportunity to talk further on this. I think that will begin to break some of the ice, and we really have to do that because we're all about the same thing. Because if you are a worker here and you don't have income, I cannot get taxes from you. I need your taxes. I need your taxes to help pay for everything we do, including public safety and including our schools. So you're vital. So you will not be discounted. I can commit that to you. Likewise, we get a lot of taxes, a lot more taxes from our commercial order. So I gotta have the businesses. And with all the tourist trade that we're seeing, a tremendous growth in that, tourists have to eat, and we know that. And so we need you both. And so I'm just hoping that we can work this out. And I believe that there's a commitment here from all that I've heard today that we will have that opportunity. Thank you very much for that. Now I'm going to move forward. I'm sorry. I keep going to my platform. I'm so sorry. Forgive me.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, and all of the committee members for taking the time to hear my testimony today on why I think Initiative 82 should be repealed and the tip wage remain at $10 per hour until, as you just said, we come up with suitable alternative solutions that actually help tipped and hourly wage workers, not hurt them. My name is Anastasia Mallory, and I have been a hospitality professional for 25 years. I was a tipped worker in DC for 19 years and Ward 3 resident during that time as well. I'm here to speak to the numbers, the actual data that is being played out in real time due to the implementation of Initiative 82. Since the enactment of I-82, the restaurant group that I work for, Lalu Restaurant Group, has been forced to make significant changes in our restaurants that are both detrimental for the business and the employees. We had to cut staff hours for both front of the house and back of the house workers in an effort to offset rising labor costs. We even had to eliminate several support staff positions, including food runners, expediters, barbacks, and hosts. These positions are a lifeline for second chance employees, non-native English-speaking individuals, and those with very little experience looking to break into the hospitality business, as it is a low barrier to entry industry. If you will follow along with me on page 4 and 5 of my written testimony, I'd like to take the time to demonstrate exactly what that means. So on page 4, the numbers at the top of the page. Those show the annual payroll costs for our hourly front of the house employees at one of our restaurants. The 2025 data is through April 30th of this year. We estimate if the freeze remains that the final front of house payroll cost for 2025 will be about $121,000. As you can see, this is a 40% increase of front of house labor costs since 2022. After the implementation of I-82, we have seen a 16% decrease in back of house hours and a 40% decrease in front of house hours. If we only look at the month of April, since that's the last full month of data that we have for 2025, we haven't done May reconciliations yet, we see that back of house hours were reduced from 1,175 in 2023 to 986 hours in 2025. Front of house hours were reduced from 1,030 hours in 2023 to 622 hours in 2025. In 2023, we employed 26 people. We now only employ 19. This is a 27% reduction in staff members, both front and back of the house. Even with the reduction in hours and staff, front of house labor costs continue to climb. As of April 30th, 2024, we employed 8 servers, 5 bussers/food runners, and 2 hosts. As of April 30th, 2025, we were forced to reduce staff to 5 servers, 2 bussers, and eliminated the host and food runner positions. This is a 37% reduction in service staff, a 60% reduction in support staff, and the elimination of 2 front of house positions altogether. We used to employ bussers 7 days a week. Now we only schedule them on our busiest shifts, namely Friday and Saturday. We used to employ hosts Wednesday through Sunday, with 2 on Friday and Saturday nights. That position has now been eliminated. We used to employ a food runner every night shift. That position has now been eliminated. The food runner and host responsibilities are now absorbed by the servers, the bussers remaining, and the manager on duty. And despite our best efforts, I imagine this must have an impact on overall guest experience and the quality of service that we've been accustomed to providing. What these numbers do not explicitly show, but I'm sure that you can extrapolate from the data, is that the remaining staff must now execute multiple jobs. This includes servers also being hosts and bussers, managers being food runners and expediters, and even pasta chefs having dual duty as a dishwasher, for example. I myself now execute 3 positions. I don't disclose this information to complain about a heavy workload. I say this to say we are doing everything we possibly can to make this equitable for everyone while still keeping the doors of the restaurant open. We desperately need your help. I implore the committee to repeal Initiative 82 and begin thoughtfully exploring more positive and workable solutions for all members of the hospitality industry in DC. If I may add, as one of the many hats that I wear at my job, one of them is the Human Resources Coordinator. And I'm also a certified trainer with OHR, Office of Human Rights here in DC, that works with DOES to enforce the mandates for the Tipped Wage Worker Fairness Amendment Act. It has been distressing hearing from tipped workers today that they feel honor retribution or retaliated against in this industry. Let me be clear. It is illegal to retaliate for an employer to retaliate against anyone participating in a protected activity. And by protected activity, I mean exercising your right not to be discriminated against. If you feel you have been retaliated against, then please come meet me in the hallway. I will be out there for the next 10 minutes. I will gladly give you guidance and resources that you need and that are available to you. And that includes if you feel you've been a victim of wage theft. And just a side note, I too agree to not decrease funding and keep the current DC paid leave benefits as is. I'd like to thank you again, Chairperson Bonds, and all the committee members for your time today and allowing our voices to be heard.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify, Councilmember Bonds and the committee. My name is Amy Brandwine. I'm a lifelong DC native. I live in Ward 1, and I'm the chef and owner of Centralina and Piccolina in City Center, DC, in Ward 2. I opened my first restaurant, Centralina, 10 years ago, just about yesterday, and I am a proud member of our hospitality community, and I'm a community activist. I'm an independent owner, and I'm in my restaurants every day. I'm working 24/7, and I can tell you I'm not a fat cat, as I've heard described here today. I started my restaurants with zero funds, and I worked tirelessly to make them profitable. This has been increasingly difficult post-pandemic and I-82. Our profitability has dropped significantly. I am genuinely worried about DC restaurants, and yes, I do believe I-82 is part of that. I have worked as a chef for 25 years and before that in government affairs. Just to say that I know DC and I've seen the full spectrum of our city. When One Fair Wage approached me way back when to support the initial ballot initiative, I told them that I could not because I am pro-tipping or because I'm against worker benefits, but because the government has not conducted the hearings or had a substantive discussion on the economic impact this has had on our very important industry. This initiative should have been introduced as legislation with extensive public hearings. The government, I'm pro-government. I love government. I think it places a very important role in helping the lives of everyday Americans. However, I think over the last 5 years or so, the local DC government has had a very injurious effect on our industry. Quite simply, I don't understand why the government is involved in telling us how to pay our employees as long as we are meeting the legal requirements. I'm disheartened to hear small businesses being smeared unilaterally here. DC needs a vibrant restaurant community. Small businesses create jobs and add to DC revenue, which helps social services for everyone. I would like to provide an alternative view of a restaurant such as mine, which provides free health insurance, upward mobility, 401k for all employees, and on top of that, our tipped employees, starting from support staff all the way up to the servers, they make $25 to $90 an hour. My recommendation is to go after the bad actors and enforce the law that already exists, not punish and smear honorable small businesses such as mine. I am here also to speak on behalf of owners throughout the city who are likely not feeling comfortable to come here publicly and testify because of fear of retribution or careless accusations or confusion amongst their customers. There's a lack of understanding that ownership is realistically, in this scenario, obligated to switch to a service fee to recoup the increasing minimum wage costs. Raising prices does not help upset all those costs because the increase in the prices also goes to increasing the tips as well. So we do not get 100% of these price increases. I am advocating for a better way where everyone can come to the table and we can have a conversation about what works best for our industry. And as you mentioned, and I very do much appreciate it, a tailored approach, sector by sector, of tipped employees, because it's not one size fits all. What works for my restaurant may not work for another restaurant, may not work for a hair salon, and et cetera, et cetera. And so I believe that we've been rushed to have this thing kind of, as people have said, put down our throats. And there's an assumption that we're not pro-worker. We definitely are. But we have to stay in business as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to this panel. And I know as time goes on, we get more down to the nitty gritty. We're drilling down, and I thank you so very much for that. And I think we're all listening now. So thank you. And I won't hold you any later. It's after 6 p.m. It's now dinner time. We saved the best for last, as it's been said. I don't know. Let's see. I found that there are a few on Zoom apparently. And we have John Clark. Ross. John Clark is on Zoom. Ross Cohn. No. Michael Harrison. Well, we have a lot of names, but we don't have people. But here, Beatrice Rogue, Gavin Dandawala. I don't know. James Lewis. Carl Roberts. Yeah. Nathan Sparks. Salim Adolfo, are you Mr. Sparks?
Hi, I'm Ms. Clark, yes.
Oh, Mr. Sparks is here, so we have two. Oh. Oh, we started skipping around trying to find people, one that may be in the meeting with us. You're 86. Harry Williams. All right. All right. Well, we have, you want to wait or you can go now? Yeah, why don't you come on? You've been waiting very patiently. And we'll have 5 that we'll put on this time. 3 are in the Zoom. Got it. And everyone will announce their names so we'll know who we are hearing from. All right. And we'll start with you, Mr. Williams. All right.
Okay, my name is Kyrie Williams, and I am currently working as the beverage manager for a Mexican restaurant called Delania on 5th and K Northwest. I speak from multiple perspectives, though, as I've played a role in various positions throughout the 10 to 12 years I've worked. Starting as a dishwasher, been a line cook, been expediter, been busser, barback, server, host, security, bartender. So pretty much every aspect I can speak from. I did have an original testimony, which I did submit, but I heard so much tonight that I kind of want to get to debunking a lot of the, for lack of better terms, ignorance that's been being spewed, and not for necessarily a judgment, but just maybe lack of knowledge on certain aspects. So one way, higher wage doesn't directly influence safety from bad business practices. Just to say that we're moving to a higher wage of $17.50 doesn't necessarily mean the same people who were stealing from you can't continue to do so. Okay, that's what you kind of have to deal directly with those businesses, and as aforementioned, there are agencies that are here to do that, and there are people that are willing to back you so long as staff knows that they have people they can go to talk about those situations. And I do think, yes, then maybe that means we need to look more into educating staff and even people that own spaces on how to get that information out. I think we started to hit on it, but all tipped employees are not the same type. As in, server is not the same as an Uber driver, which is not the same as a barber, which is not the same as someone who works in a hair salon, which is not the same as someone that does nails. And yes, all of these people can get tipped, but essentially the money and the cost and demand of all these different services should kind of maybe be how we dictate how that payment goes out. Now, there's a lot of jargon from the Pro 82 crowd that seems to be very general. One of those was speaking to the whole thing is they kept referring to themselves as the people, where there are a lot of people that were against the 82. He's a person, I am a person. There are several people behind me who are also people that are DC voters that also want to be heard. And if I can remember, the last time I was here was Initiative 77, and there was an overwhelming majority of people, up almost around 400 different cases, to where we showed and told about how this does not work, okay? And you know, it came back on the ballot again, and we respected the process of democracy in the sense that all of us get a say and speak on whatever those issues are. So we're here back again, same people, some of which I met because of 77, to tell you all the same thing. Lastly, the only thing I guess I would say is there was a lot of trigger words that were going on, and using to grab at different aspects of what we're trying to do here. Calling what we're doing as far as the repeal in and of itself is a legal part of the system, in which you do give the people a chance to be able to go back and rewrite possible mistakes that could have been made. The repeal in and of itself does not deny that whatever the claims for 82 could be substantial. It gives an extension of time to be able to consider other perspectives and thought processes that might surround the situation. And I think to refer to that in any way, shape, or form, I think I heard the word earlier, Trumpism, is absolutely ridiculous. And so I guess I think I speak for the rest of us that are for the repeal of 82. We all want workers to make a decent amount of money. We all want people to make livable wage. I think it's more so about the diversity and perspective in different situations, in different restaurant styles or bar styles or tipped avenues, in which we need more time to be able to deliberate how we can balance all of them without hurting anyone. And I think the repeal for 82 is a right step in the right direction. That's it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we will hear from you.
All right. Okay. I'm going to read my testimony because for as big of a mouth as I have, I'm not the best at public speaking. So, my name's Jackie Greenbaum. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I own 3 DC restaurants, El Chucho, Bar Charlie, and Little Coco's, and I'm among the maligned restaurant owners I've been listening to today, which really breaks my heart. I'm also a DC resident and Ward 1 voter. And in fact, my family goes back like 4 or 5 generations in DC, which is kind of crazy. Found that out recently. Anyway, my restaurants range in age from 13 to 9 years old, so they're well established and important parts of their communities. They're tiny, but I would say lovely restaurants. We employ approximately 100 individuals among the 3 places, of which approximately 90% are DC residents. Rather than restate what's become perfectly clear, which is that DC restaurants are struggling to find ways to implement I-82 without breaking under its pressure, with each wage hike an increasing threat to solvency, I would like to try and paint a picture of the actual cost of operation in a typical small restaurant, because I think it may be helpful. Using my own
Would you just speak up a little bit?
sure.
Okay, there you
Yes, I'd like to paint a picture of the actual costs of operation in a typical small restaurant, because I think it may be helpful, using my own restaurants as an example. 2 of my 3 restaurants are modestly profitable with just a 5% profit margin. The other loses money. A 5% profit margin to begin with is a tender place to be, because it's not a lot of breathing room if something goes wrong. To put this in numbers, if the sales are $2 million a year, the profits are $100,000. Each $2 wage increase adds approximately $70,000 to payroll. Since the inception of I-82, this has meant about $200,000 in additional costs to the restaurants. Up until now, we've been able to patch together solutions to cover some of this additional cost through small service charges, increased menu prices, and staff cuts. We've done this to preserve tipping because our service staff has higher earnings with tips and the restaurant retains other benefits. With the next increase, however, this strategy will not hold, and we will have to, I'm quite sure, eliminate tipping in favor of a 20% service charge with all its attendant problems. We don't want to, our staff hates it, and customers hate it. When this occurs, I fear our ability to remain open. This compensation model change has caused us to have to shrink our back of house labor to afford the increased cost of front of house labor, which is something I think that's not discussed enough, and to shift production where possible to our Maryland restaurants. We have 2 restaurants in Maryland as well, all at a loss to DC employees. The worst part of all of this is that by changing the pay model, changing the pay model is not benefiting the very people it was designed to help. Service staff are seeing reduced hours and earnings overall, but it is a fraction of what is to come if tipping is fully replaced by a service charge model. Voters couldn't possibly have understood what this terrific sounding initiative would mean to the very restaurants and servers they love and are saying so. Finally, to go off topic for a quick second, I've never understood why such a seismic change to an industry wasn't conceived to apply to new businesses only and grandfather in existing restaurants. I've always wanted to say that. I've never heard anybody mention that. This would allow new restaurants to go in with their eyes wide open and to develop a model that would work within this pay structure and would protect those that opened under the traditional full service model with tip compensation at its core. In light of all that is at stake for the city, its business base, and its service industry employees, I encourage the repeal or revision of this destructive initiative. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we have 3 witnesses online, and we'll start with John Clark.
Hello. Yes, I'm John Clark.
All right.
Okay. Yes, sorry, the video was going up. Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I'm John Clark. I worked for years at DC restaurants. I've lived in the DMV for over 4 decades, coming here from Baltimore. For the past 30 years, I've been in Brentwood. I will say that the DC Council needs to remove any changes to the tip minimum wage from the DC budget and stand by the will of the voters. I asked the Committee on Labor and Executive Administration to remove any changes to the tip minimum wage from the DC budget. I've worked in restaurants as both a wage and tips worker. I took a tip wage job because I was assured I would make a lot more weekly. Didn't work out that way. I made about or a little less per hour as a tips worker. In fact, when there were no customers, all the side work needed daily kept me very busy. All I was doing was covering those hours with the tips that I made during rush. I worked as a cashier, but since I served when porters were unavailable, I was listed as a server. The work I did in the deli was too much for my health. I had to retire and file for disability last year when my cardiovascular and coronary heart disease had progressed to the point my job was literally killing me. The mayor's proposal to end I-82, even after the voters approved it twice, is undemocratic and hurt those of us at the bottom. It shouldn't be up to us poorly paid staff to bail out failing restaurants. As restaurant workers, we know firsthand how mismanaged most of the places we work actually are. At least having a guaranteed minimum wage is something. A $5.95 an hour wage is unfair and unacceptable pay cut for the hard work required of tip workers. It's true restaurants in DC have closed and others are in trouble. Trump created a recession in our region, even as local businesses hadn't fully recovered from the pandemic. I worked through the pandemic and saw delivery and carry out become the majority of orders. Even after the government came back in person, Monday and Friday never recovered as office workers with hybrid schedules often worked from home on those days. Even before the rift, restaurants were failing. Lots took COVID relief funds just to stay afloat, then quickly went under. The National Restaurant Association is attempting to punish DC low-wage restaurant workers who attempt to organize. Telling restaurants to blame I-82 for the often illegal service charges and staff cuts is a tactic. It is meant to confuse diners and it has done its job. It's also a warning to legislators who honor the majority in a democracy. Look at the money being spent by the industry to overturn this law. I-82 is a great example of workers and the public demanding we all receive a fair minimum wage for the hard work we do. Violating the public will is just bending a knee to those who exploit workers. Even pausing the next increase will be a hardship. I beg the council to reject the mayor's gift to the restaurant industry. Delaying the next increase will already cause hardship as inflation is raising the cost of living beyond our ability to keep up. Listen to the workers and the public instead of big food. Thank you for their time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Andrew Klein.
Good evening, Chairman Bonds. Am I on?
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Andrew Klein. I'm General Counsel to the Restaurant Association, which I've been for over 20 years. Aside from that, I'm in a law firm, which I've done for over 40 years, and we represent hospitality establishments. We represent these small businesses. I'm privileged that I get to follow one of my clients, Jackie Greenbaum, who I've represented for a number of years. But the people that we represent are not who you've heard described today. Millionaires, people who are exploiting workers. That's not who they are. Who they are managers, bartenders, chefs, and other people that have worked in the industry that have a dream and scrape a few dollars together and open restaurants. And indeed, that's the membership of the Restaurant Association. It's not these national chains that are referred to. This is not a well-funded industry that's here to crush the workers. That's not what this is. A number of years ago, ROC came to town. They pushed Initiative 77. And in doing that, they insisted that many of the evils in businesses were due to the tipping system. The tipping system had to be eliminated. That was a major theme when Initiative 77 was introduced and pushed. It, of course, passed by a much smaller margin than Initiative 82, was repealed by the council. One Fair Wage, which replaced ROC, I'm not sure what the difference is, then came in on the heels of the pandemic, as restaurants and workers were all simply trying to recover and stay alive, and proposed Initiative 82. Now, it was no more destruction of the tip wage system. Now it was, you're going to get a higher minimum wage with tips on top. The problem is, where's that money supposed to come from? Diners have a fixed amount of money, whether they acknowledge it or not, with which to dine out every month. So if wages are higher, either prices are going to have to increase or service charges will need to be imposed. And tips on top of that, the numbers are astronomical. I mean, we're reaching the point of the $35 hamburger. It's not sustainable, as has been said by several news outlets. And consumers have had enough. They don't understand why the pricing is so out of control. You can't triple front of the house wages without having a replacement source of revenue to be able to pay it. Now, we acknowledge that I-82 passed by a large margin. However, as has been pointed out, polling has been done. Now, this polling was attacked as being a product of the Restaurant Association, not trustworthy. Well, it was done by Signal, which is the #1 ranked private pollster in the country for several years running. And that poll demonstrated that if I-82 were before the voters today, seemingly if it passed at all, it would be by a very narrow margin. And in fact, the plurality of those who responded, whether they would support it or not, said that they would not. So we're in a different time. And as we see the effects of 82 and we hear from voters, it's time to revisit this. It's 2 years later. We've seen some of the effects, and it's time to acknowledge that this is not worked out as planned. In fact, it's worked out as was predicted by many of the workers who you've heard from today and by the industry. But let me be clear. I-82 will not be the end of restaurants in the District of Columbia. It may, however, be the end of locally owned independent restaurants, which we've been noted for as a restaurant industry in the district for many years. It's grown the last 20 years. All of a sudden, we have Michelin-starred restaurants. We have things we never had before. And it's a result of the people that I mentioned before. Those chefs, bartenders, managers, and others with a dream and a concept that risked everything to open a restaurant. And some of them failed. That's a given. And some of them are affected by other factors besides I-82. In fact, I think most are. But I-82 is something we can do something about. This is something we can fix. Now, I want to comment on some of the other testimony I heard. Elizabeth Falcon, DC Jobs with Justice. We agree with her. I mean, we will join with her in terms of encouraging DOES to investigate wage claims and to take enforcement action as necessary. I, however, am very disappointed that she repeated the lie that 89% of restaurants violated the law by not reporting their wages as required by law. And Councilmember, I know you know about this because you held a hearing about it. The law that was in effect required payroll providers to do that reporting. And in fact, as part of Initiative 77 repeal, there were two requirements. One was that restaurants use payroll providers, and two is that the payroll providers do the reporting. So to say that only 11% of restaurants reported and they were not in compliance is a bold-faced lie, and it's unfortunate that that's what's hauled out. I also listened to Mr. Schwab with interest when he says that the next initiative, we're going to go right to the full minimum wage. There won't be a phase-in. Well, as you know, Councilmember Bonds, a year ago, a little over a year ago, we proposed exactly that. And Mr. Schwab and Local 25 opposed it. Our members' position was, if this is what we're going to do and we're going to go to a full wage instead of tips, let's get there so we can all figure out our models. But Local 25 opposed it. So I don't really understand now he's proposing an initiative that would take the tip minimum wage up to the full minimum wage. It seems contrary to where they were just a year ago. But we thank you for voting for it and two of your colleagues. I think we have a choice, and I don't think that it's really been articulated. So I'm going to try to articulate it. And the choice is this. We can have fewer workers employed by chains for higher base wages as the model in the district, or we can have a robust local independent restaurant scene with all successful and making sufficient dollars. That's the choice because you can't sustain, as you've heard from many of the operators today, you can't sustain a family on what one can make in one restaurant, paying workers almost $18 an hour with them getting their tips on top. It doesn't work. The numbers don't work. And we would appreciate you moving forward with what's been recommended by the mayor is that we appeal Initiative 82, although we certainly remain prepared to work with Local 25 and the other groups who've indicated a willingness to sit down and see if there are other measures that can aid workers. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we're going to take you up on that. You made a commitment that you would sit down with us, and that is what we hope to do. Thank you very much. I think do we have one? additional. Oh. Okay. Well, we have a few more panel that we
James still on Zoom?
do.
James.
I think, yeah, I called his name. If he, okay, he is on. He is on virtual, yes. Okay. Jim L is the way he is on. Okay, so we didn't recognize him. Well, you can see better than I. I'm looking at this little screen here. All right.
Sorry, Chairperson.
All right, we see you.
Excellent.
Welcome.
So
Welcome.
good evening, Chairperson Bonds and members and staff of the committee. I know how long these hearings can go on, and it's very tiring, and I appreciate you listening to everyone that's speaking tonight. My name is James Lewis, or Jim Lewis. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I've lived in Washington for more than 13 years, worked here, lived here, studied here. And I, along with 74% of DC voters, voted in favor of Initiative 82 in 2022. I want to express my strong and continued support for Initiative 82 and its goal of eliminating the tip credit system. The committee should remove the mayor's attempt to repeal Initiative 82 from the FY26 budget. I have a very long testimony that I'm going to submit, but I just want to quickly say and keep this short for the committee that there's two major issues. The folks that I know that work in the industry oppose the removal of Initiative 82. I think there's obviously a split in the room, but they would be harmed immensely by the removal of this and the lowering of their wages. I believe that we should not go against the democratic will of the people of DC again, and that's would happen twice if this is repealed. I think DC right now is under threat from the federal government for possibly losing our local government and our local government control, and us losing the ability to pass an initiative overwhelmingly with overwhelming margins, and then having it repealed again, would be an insult to democracy in the district. I voted to support Initiative 82 because I believe that all employers should be fully responsible for paying their employees a basic living wage. Before 82, restaurants were incentivized to pay their workers close to $5 an hour and pass the rest of the labor onto the consumer. To me, that is not fair, and I believe that democracy should not be turned around and repealed. We voted for this, and I believe as a resident of Ward 1, a resident of Washington, D.C., a person that is active in our community that and knows workers who benefited from this initiative, that we should not repeal this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me just check. So we are down to, we do not have. Okay. We are down to panel 26, Luigi Nunez, Tom Luby, Trupti Patel, and Kirsten Brandon. We have one in person. We can probably take a few more in person if we have anyone. If we have not called on you and you wanted to testify and you're on our list, all right. You have their testimony? All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else with us that needs to testify in person that has not had an opportunity? We can take you at the witness table. Okay, all right, okay. What do we have, 3 here? Yes. Okay, Ms. Patel, we're gonna take you now and then move you, and then we'll move to the others that are. So we'll start with you. Thank you for being here. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. Thank you for holding this hearing so that my comments may be entered into the permanent record. My name is Trupti Patel, and I am a fourth-term ANC Commissioner that represents Single-Member District 2A03, which is historic Foggy Bottom. I am also the chairperson of ANC 2A. But what's most important for the record that I want noted is I am DC's longest-serving elected official that is a current tipped worker. I've worked in this industry for well over 12 years now. I was also one of those workers that had to go through COVID and survived it. And I, along with the fierce member leaders of Restaurant Opportunity Center United, DC, helped thousands of workers get relief when the government wasn't there to help them. We had to sit there and listen to cries of people not being able to afford to feed themselves, their children, go without, not be able to pay their rent. And so when people wonder why Initiative 82 passed with such overwhelming numbers, it's because not only did people all over the city suffer, it was especially people who worked in the hospitality industry that suffered. I had talked to several workers who didn't qualify for unemployment. When they were trying to go through unemployment, they were waiting weeks to get their unemployment. You've heard me testify on and off throughout the years that our unemployment system has several issues. And when the DC Council decided in its infinite wisdom to pause the next pay raise for workers, it also committed the biggest act of wage theft against workers that was sanctioned by the DC government. My workers right now are all very upset because they can't understand why the DC government would sit there and take away a nominal pay raise, which is $2 an hour. Maybe it's not much to anyone else in this room, but it's a lot to those workers who use it to depend on it for their rent, their food, their commuting expenses, and childcare expenses. They simply cannot understand how a $2 pay increase damages everyone else. And when they hear the rhetoric of, oh, someone else is not making money, but yet my staff and team of over 60 employees, not only have they been maintaining their pay, but they're actually doing better. Some of them have now been able to actually budget properly and have a dignity wage every single pay period with a little bit, maybe it's $100, $200. I know that's what I get. And so that little bit actually helps cushion and maintain like, oh, okay, I can make sure I have a little bit of groceries. And the fact that I have come in hearing after hearing to sit here and talk about the plight of workers in every aspect. And then when the restaurant industry decides, oh my God, there's a crisis. Every time manufactured, all of a sudden, that's when thousands of workers come out. I've always been the worker that's come out consistently and talked about workers. Where were they when COVID struck? Doing any relief work? I can tell you it was Rock United that did all that work. So I just want to reiterate, it is extremely undemocratic to overturn the will of the people. As the chairperson that represents an ANC commission that represents 19,000 people, and that actually has 2 restaurant groups that committed severe wage theft. And so I want to be mindful and yield my time back to the dais. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And you are testifying on behalf of. All right. Critter is the name we have on the list.
Well, before them, I'm here to read Critter Woodward's testimony, but before I do, I also wanted to say that Neda El-Basha, which is this person, wanted to be here today, but was unable to testify because she went to work and can't afford to miss it because she now knows that wages are being cut, but she wanted me to share that she fully supports Initiative 82. So that's Neda El-Basha. And then now I'll share Critter's testimony. This is Critter. Hello, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Anna, and I have almost a decade of experience in the restaurant industry and am a longtime DC resident and registered voter in Ward 1. I currently work in a tipped position in Ward 3. I'm here to ask for the continued implementation of Initiative 82. Uninterrupted, Initiative 82 supports tipped workers by eliminating the sub-minimum wage, creates a competitive job market for industry professionals, safeguards against gender and race-based discrimination and wage theft, and assist the restaurant industry as a whole in moving towards more equitable business practices. Initiative 82 is popular. DC voters have demanded an end to the subminimum wage twice in the past 7 years. Initiative 82 is empowering. Employment in the restaurant industry has been at a 10-year high as of February of this year. In addition, from May 2024, the month I-82 was implemented, until the following May, Unite Here Local 25 reports DC workers in food preparation and serving related occupations, including workers in traditionally tipped positions, saw their annual income increase and at a rate higher than workers doing equivalent work in the region as a whole. And Initiative 82 is profoundly DC. Eliminating the subminimum wage establishes DC as a national leader in the industry and sets an example that the rest of the country can follow. Let's imagine now that repeal is achieved. What would our city really look like without Initiative 82? First off, repealing I-82 does not end inflation for restaurants, one of the leading causes of financial strain cited by responders in a RAMW survey published earlier this year. Repeal also does not lower rent or lessen the cost of equipment, utilities, or emergency repairs, which are frequent in restaurants. Repeal does not lower food costs or counteract tariffs. Repealing I-82 does nothing to regulate businesses' use of service fees, a self-proclaimed necessity to respond to the costs of I-82 to begin with. Menu prices will remain high, service fees will remain intact, which survey responders say deter customers. We can thus assume foot traffic will also not increase with repeal. In the first days of repeal, then, restaurants do not enjoy any immediate material benefit or financial relief. Next, let's imagine the worker response to repeal when they learn that their employer will be cutting their base wage effectively in half overnight. A move like this will upset and alienate every worker, no matter how self-sacrificing. Good luck attracting new workers to an industry who would so easily betray its employees. Of course, there will be backdoor deals and spoken promises of wage stability for faithful or favored employees who would never be expected to accept such an egregious pay cut. Or one can imagine a scenario where certain businesses retain I-82 levels of base pay out of loyalty to their staff. Others lower base pay but keep it above the minimum, while the rest revert fully to pre-I-82 levels, barely more than $5 an hour. The levels of inter-industry strife, suspicion, and hierarchy would be so hostile and extremely toxic, and may even cause the fall of the industry from the inside out. Finally, let's imagine repeal for the consumer. The average consumer, who is statistically likely to have voted for the passage of I-82 to begin with, is now even more confused and less likely to engage in tipping. Responders to the RAMW survey reported changes in consumer behavior even before the disaster of the first few months of the Trump administration in DC. Consumers are eating out less and spending less when they do, while facing higher menu prices and while being faced with higher menu prices and unexpected service fees. With recent mass firings, dramatic inflation, and the deterioration of social services, civil society, and budgetary autonomy in DC, the repeal of I-82 will not remedy or change these dining behaviors. If anything, we can imagine that these behaviors will become more severe. Repealing I-82 and reverting back to a sub-minimum wage forces tipped workers to be more reliant on tips than ever before, at a time when we know, the council knows, RAMW knows, and consumers know the consumer is simply unable to support the industry. Repeal knowingly abandons tipped workers to these conditions with no guarantee of future support or changes in consumer behavior. Repealing I-82 will not save the restaurant industry. Repealing I-82 will force tipped workers into precarity, will push tipped workers closer to below the poverty line, will betray the direct will of DC constituents, and foment further distrust between workers, owners, and members of our own DC council. Initiative 82 must be fully reinstated and allowed to continue uninterrupted until the sub-minimum wage is eliminated and the restaurant industry is more vibrant, diverse, and empowering than ever.
Thank you very much for that test. We'll now turn to, I think we have three witnesses that are in the Zoom. And we'll start with Ms. Barden, Kristen Barden. See you on the.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
All right, go right ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Anita Bonds. It's great to be here. It is late in the day, but I appreciate an opportunity to share my thoughts. I'm here to share my concerns about the unintended consequences of Initiative 82 on both restaurant workers and small business owners across the district. I run the Adams Morgan Business Improvement District, and I've been in this position since 2008. When Initiative 82 was passed, many voters were motivated by good intentions to raise wages for tipped workers and reduce economic inequality. But now, a couple years into its phased implementation, the realities facing our local restaurants and their employees tell a very different story. And we've heard, a lot of those stories here today. I hear from our Adams Morgan restaurant owners every week about how their already super thin margins are now completely gone. And many of them are not renewing their leases. And these are long established restaurants that have 4 or 5 locations throughout the city and have been here for more than 20 years. Initiative 82 has ruined their businesses. My first point is tipped workers are earning less overall. For many tipped employees, servers, bartenders, and other front of house staff, this policy has not resulted in higher take-home pay. In fact, many report earning less than they did under the tipped minimum wage system. And here's why. As restaurants are forced to raise base wages, many have reduced staffing levels or redistributed service responsibilities. With rising menu prices, often a direct response to increased labor costs, customers are tipping less or not at all. Some restaurants have eliminated tipping altogether and replaced it with service charges that do not always go to front of line staff. And the service fees create confusion for customers. Do I tip on top of the 20% service fee or not? Who does the 20% support? Who will get the extra tip if I add on to that 20%? It's all very confusing for customers, and I hear about it all the time. In short, a system designed to help workers is in practice cutting into the incomes of the very people it was meant to support. Number 2, independent restaurants are struggling to stay afloat. The restaurant industry already operates on razor-thin margins, and the cost of implementing Initiative 82 is proving to be unsustainable for many small businesses. Increased labor charges have come on top of already steep inflation, rising rent, and the upchain challenges. Many restaurants have had to raise prices to remain solvent, leading to lower customer traffic and decreased competitiveness with our neighbors in Maryland and Virginia. A record 74 beloved DC restaurants closed their doors in 2024, citing labor costs and regulatory pressures as key reasons. This policy may end up wiping out exactly the kinds of diverse, community-driven dining establishments that make Adams Morgan's food scene so unique. Number 3, lack of flexibility hurts everyone. A one-size-fits-all wage mandate doesn't reflect the complexity and diversity of our restaurant industry. Many tipped workers preferred the old system, where high-performing servers could earn well above the minimum wage in tips. By removing this flexibility, we're not only hurting workers' earning potential, but we're also removing important incentives that drive great customer service. Here's some recommendations. Reconsider or delay the scheduled wage increase to allow small businesses more time to adapt. Thanks for passing that yesterday. That's very much appreciated. Explore a hybrid model where tipped workers can still earn a base wage supplemented by tips with stronger enforcement of existing wage theft protections, which I know we've talked a lot about here today. Include restaurant workers and small business owners in the policymaking process moving forward. Those closest to the issue must be part of the conversation. DC restaurants are not just businesses. They are vital community spaces, cultural hubs, and significant local employers. Initiative 82 is currently implemented, is putting immense pressure on this ecosystem, and it's hurting the very workers it was intended to help. I urge the council to take a hard look at the real world outcomes and consider adjustments before more harm is done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And we'll now turn to, Luigi Nunes.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, well, evening. Good evening, Councilmember Bonds and all the committee staff. My name is Luigi Nunez. I live in Ward 2 in DuPont Circle, and I am a former tip worker. I started working in the restaurant industry when I was 16 years old. I'm almost 30, so about 15 years, more or less, and have lived in DC since 2018. I probably voted for I-82 and asked the council to please fully implement I-82. I also want to acknowledge that I understand that the council recently paused I-82 not to override the will of the voters, since I do want to acknowledge the council for that. And I know the goal is to get implementation right, that this is a very nuanced subject, and we want to balance fair pay and worker rights with economic sustainability. I do think I-82 is that policy though, and I hope to explain a bit why. Regarding the survivability of businesses, we know that for any sort of business to survive, we need balance. You know, we need a balanced revenue with expenses. And a lot of businesses and restaurants have not accounted for this expense and to match their revenue to be profitable and to survive long term. I think this is a reality of any industry of how do you balance that in general. And so I fully still do believe that I-82 is correct, that at the end of the day, we should not be relying on tips to make up the minimum wage for workers. That really should be on the business's payroll, and their accounting system, like any other industry. I do think though, because these are expenses that perhaps the industry is not used to, perhaps the council can consider tools to support especially small businesses, not necessarily these large networks of restaurants, but really these small businesses. Tools like tax relief, perhaps, or commercial rent control, or any other supports that can really help those small businesses without cutting into worker pay. The second thing I want to request of the council and note is the fear around lost tips for workers, which I understand, and again, I've been there. And I do think we need to be mindful of workers in those two different types of restaurants, right? Those working at these higher end restaurants where a plate is $80, $100, versus these small mom and pop shops throughout our district. And we know that implementing this sort of policy doesn't necessarily mean that people will have lower wages. If anything, there's real examples throughout the country and the world where the opposite actually happens. Tipping goes up because workers start providing better quality service, and then the customers feel better, and then they actually want to tip more. So this fear of big tip loss isn't really supported by data. But what I do think there's a real threat to tipping. And I think it's the service charges and service fees that didn't really exist before I-82. But it's not because of I-82, it's because of the guidance that was pushed out by the restaurant industry. And so, if anything, I would hope that the council can still, one, fully fund I-82, implement it, and let's not delay it after this 90-day period. But two, ban service fees. That's really what's hurting workers and hurting consumers, and we're being hit, as we all are on this call, being hit by inflation and cost of living. Service fees is hurting all of us just for a bit of extra revenue and profit for the business. It doesn't help workers and it doesn't help the consumers. And then three, asking the council to focus on those policy solutions, thinking of what other ways can we reduce the expense areas for those small businesses so that they too can survive and continue the great eating culture that we have here. Thank you so much for your time, and I know it's been a long day, so really appreciate you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now, Tom L., it says.
Yes, thank you.
Is that Tom Luby?
It is.
Okay, all right. Please go right ahead. You're on our list.
Great. Well, good evening, Chairperson Bonds and member of the committee. I sincerely appreciate having the opportunity to testify before you today. As we just established, my name is Thomas Luby, and I've been a proud resident of the District of Columbia for nearly 10 years. I'm providing this testimony to voice my strong opposition to the mayor's attempt to repeal I-82 and the council's recent vote to pause I-82 just yesterday. I ask that the members of the council respect the will of the DC residents who twice now have voted for an increase to tip minimum wage and reject the condescending notion that DC residents are ignorant to the implications of such an initiative currently advanced by the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington, RAMW, as we heard many times in today's session. Contrary to what RAM-W would have you believe, Washington, D.C. is home to an incredibly educated population. Our workers are among the best and brightest in the nation, and we are home to the foremost public policy experts in the world. And this workforce has faced many challenges presented by recent changes to the federal government. Members of our community, our friends, family, and neighbors have been laid off and forced to tighten their belts in the face of national and local economic uncertainty. Instead of advocating for policy that protects the economic interests of the whole community, RAM-W and its members have used this as yet another opportunity to undermine our voice in a cynical attempt to reduce wages under the guise of providing economic relief. On April 7th of this year, I was unfortunately laid off from my federal contracting position. Since then, I've done everything in my power to realign my finances to account for my drastic reduction in income, an unfortunate reality that too many of my neighbors face. And after nearly a decade away from the service industry, I returned in an effort to replace my lost income. I'm currently working at Dacha Navy Yard. Council member, if you think I'm just a paid actor and not an actual service member, you can come visit me during my shift tomorrow night. I'm currently earning the minimum wage plus tips, and I can say in no uncertain terms that the increased wage floor has been a lifesaver for me during an incredibly difficult time. I truly do not know how I would keep my home without the increases from I-82, and I would like to emphasize that if the council expects me to do my part to drive the local economy by frequenting restaurants and other small businesses, the only way to empower me to do that is by protecting my wages. I'm already spending less money supporting local businesses, and if my wages are cut further, I won't be able to continue even at this reduced level. When making your decision, I'd ask that you consider what RAM-W is as an organization. It is a dues-based membership organization that seeks to promote the interests of the most well-positioned and capitalized restaurateurs while touting itself as a defender of the mom and pops. They know that most restaurants operate under a high assumed risk of failure. The National Restaurant Association, for example, claims that roughly 50% of restaurants will fail in their first 5 years. Yet they lay this churn squarely at the feet of I-82. In fact, a review of ABRA licensing has shown consistent growth in DC's restaurant industry throughout the years that I-82 has been in effect, and the largest restaurants, RAM-W's core membership, has been the greatest beneficiary of the post-COVID recovery. The restaurant group that I work for example, is poised to open up its 4th location, and groups like Clyde's, Knightbridge, and Star have all opened up several locations since I-82 has passed. So which is it? Is I-82 really holding back restaurants, or are wealthy business owners purposely misconstruing facts to their own benefit? We heard RAM-W's own lawyer testify before that the voters are turning against I-82. Well, if that is the case, then bring it to the ballot. If you stand by your polls, and these are not just paper polls that are paid for by RAM-W, bring it to the ballot box. Don't try shady tactics to enforce emergency legislation. I had to go take my 1 day off last week to come and fight at City Hall. Don't try and take it down through a ballot initiative, a budget initiative. And it is for these reasons that I ask that the DC City Council remove any measures impacting I-82 from the budget. We have a tough road ahead of us, but we cannot expect DC residents to get by on reduced wages and austerity. The mayor and the council need to defend our income and our ability to pay our bills now more than ever. And I would like to thank the committee for its time today and the council for its continued service to DC, a city that I love and I'm proud to call my home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, thank you all very much for your testimony. Thank you so much. Okay. 26, what we just did 26. Okay, 96 is in the Zoom. Okay. 96 is here. All right. Diana Ramirez. I think you're in the Zoom. All right. Christy Matthews Jones, also in the Zoom. Zachary Hoffman, you're in the Zoom. Alana Eichner here in the Zoom. So we have 4 in the Zoom. And we'll take your testimony starting with Ms. Ramirez.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Diana. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can go.
Okay,
right ahead.
sorry about that. Okay, my name is Diana Ramirez, and I'm with the National Women's Law Center. The National Women's Law Center is in strong support of Initiative 82 and against the emergency legislation passed yesterday to overturn Initiative 82 and against the proposed budget that also overturns Initiative 82. And let me be clear, a pause is a repeal. We applaud the council last year for respecting the will of the voters, but we're disappointed in the council members who voted to overturn the will of the voters yesterday. We urge this committee to put a permanent stop to Mayor Bowser's attempt to decrease wages for tipped workers and to instead commit to fully implementing Initiative 82. Raising the tipped wage will combat poverty and persistent racial and gender pay gaps in DC. In the District of Columbia, roughly half of tipped workers are women and close to 39% are women of color. As a result of low wages, wage theft, and widely variable tips, tipped workers experience poverty at far higher rates than the workforce overall. And women who have to rely mostly on tips for their pay report high rates of sexual harassment from patrons and coworkers. Women's overrepresentation in low-paid jobs, including tip jobs, is also a factor contributing to persistent racial and gender pay gaps. Women working full-time year-round in DC are only paid 86 cents for every dollar paid to their male counterparts, leaving a wage gap of 14 cents on the dollar, and gaps are much wider for many women of color. For example, Black women working full-time year-round in DC are paid just 52 cents for every dollar paid to white non-Hispanic men, one of the largest pay gaps in the country. Initiative 82 takes important steps to reduce these disparities and boost economic security for tipped workers and their families by steadily increasing wages for tipped workers. The passage of Initiative 82 made clear that the district's voters expect restaurants to play by the same minimum wage rules as every other employer, with the required base wage for tipped workers matching the regular minimum wage by 2027. The gradual phase-in of the full minimum wage ensures that both small and large restaurants are able to plan for the increases. For decades, every minimum wage increase proposed across the country, the restaurant lobby has repeated the arguments you've heard today. But evidence from one fair wage jurisdiction shows that the restaurant lobby's fear-mongering tactics are just that, a dishonest attempt to protect their pocketbooks at the expense of workers by decreasing wages for hardworking professionals. What is hurting workers are service fees that hurt their take-home pay. What is hurting workers are council members who think they can repeal a voter-approved initiative that passed on the exact same ballot that got them elected. And I ask those council members, are you willing to overturn your own election like you overturned Initiative 82 yesterday? Please adhere to the voter-approved timeline of Initiative 82 and respect the will of the voters. Please remove any changes to that timeline from the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Christy Matthews Jones.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Christy Matthews Jones, and I'm the director of the DC Growers Coalition. DC Growers Coalition works to elevate and amplify the voices of youth of color who are young women of color, and transgender people of color. DC Girls Coalition is composed of youth-serving organizations and advocacy organizations, which is led by a youth advisory board. Today, I'll spend my testimony discussing some of the concerns we have about summer youth employment program and more paid opportunities for year-round support for youth. We understand this year there have been some critical services we must highlight there have been some critical cuts to services. We also understand the importance of programs needing to grow in both numbers and quantity, such as the Summer Youth Employment Program and the High School Internship Program. We would like to see some of the same improvements already expressed within the high school internship program, such as ensuring young people are paid on time. Many young people rely on internships and stipends to support themselves and their families. It is critical that they receive their payments for the hours that they work in a timely manner in order to ensure that they are able to meet their needs as well as their families' needs. We would like to see an increase to internship programs beyond school, as well as to young people who may be suffering from barriers to their education, which has impacted their ability to participate in these programs. We are also concerned about the Summer Youth Employment Program budget, which has a cut of over $400,000 to those who participate. This directly conflicts with what youth have been advocating for the last couple of years in this program. Young people have been advocating for the council to pass and fund the Pay Our Youth a Fair Summer Wage Amendment Act of 2025, which will require an additional $8.9 million annually to raise the Summer Youth Employment Program. This will allow an hourly wage to increase from 10 hours to 14 for young people under 15, and a minimum wage for the older participants. While we would love to see youth in DC making a minimum wage all across the board, we do support this bill and its work. Youth have participated in the past, have said that Summer Youth Employment Program has caused them to miss out on wages when applying for jobs outside of the program for the summer due to businesses opting to utilize the program because it pays a lower wage. Young people are doing the hours and the work but are being paid lower. In DC, so many young people are also bringing in income to support their families' housing, food, and basic needs. It is critical that the program reflects their work. We do not believe this is a time to cut our young people's access to summer jobs. We encourage the funding to be restored as well as the work towards the Pass Our Youth Fair Housing Summer Wage. Youth in DC are asking for what they need in order to transition into young adults who can contribute successfully to society. Starting young people off with this support sets the tone for how they see their worth. So many young people who participate in this program are youth who are in families struggling through poverty and low wages. It is critical that we provide them with an example of what their worth is and the support they need. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do want to ask you, the DC Girls Coalition, do you participate in the internship program that you spoke of today? Miss Matthews Jones, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I didn't hear you at first.
Okay,
I'm
all
so
right,
sorry.
okay. No, I was asking if the DC Girls Coalition participates in the internship program.
We do not participate in an internship program because we don't personally take government money, but we do, however, employ a full-time youth as well as a high school student as our youth ambassador. And all the young people who participate in our program receive a small stipend because we believe in practicing what we're preaching. And we do pay stipends for everything that our young people participate in. But no, we don't directly participate in that program.
All right, and I then assume you may have some summer youth employees that are assigned to your organization from the summer employment program?
So not through us, but we do have several summer youth employment youth who work at various organizations, some at government entities, some who've worked at like small businesses, and they have reported. We actually had a meeting with some of the council members a couple of weeks ago where they reported the experiences that they've had, including them applying for jobs outside of the summer youth employment program and getting turned down only to be hired through the summer youth employment program with a lower wage. And so 85% of the young people we work with work in the summer youth employment program, not through us, but just in general. And then we provide a supplement when they do work with us outside of the summer youth employment program through the summer. But yes, we do offer our form of a summer youth employment program.
All right, when you say that you offer is it a stipend that you offer, or do you take care of transportation? I'm just trying to understand,
So
your
we have
direct role.
3 levels. We offer a stipend. We offer a small stipend for participating in a two-hour session every other week. That is about $25. And then we also offer an additional stipend for people who come on as organizers, where we pay them hourly to participate 4 to 5 hours a week. And then we also have a youth ambassador, which is a paid employment position where we offer young people $20 an hour throughout the school year and more in the summer to help us with our campaign. And that's how we do our work, as well as we do have a youth organizer who came from DCPS and has been working with us since she was a junior in high school, who's now a graduate of Catholic University, who we pay about $25 an hour to do some of our youth organizing. We would love to expand our program, but as I stated, we don't take government money. The hurt is happening across the board, and so we're working on finding other private resources to do so.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that extra information. I think we have a few others. Okay. Zachary Hoffman, we'll take your testimony now, sir.
Thank you, council member. Very happy to be here. Good evening. I've been watching the testimony throughout the day. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I am the current DC Council appointee to the Tipped Workers Coordinating Council, and I really want to work with you on discussing what that actually means based on the testimony and questions you've asked today. That body is empowered to reevaluate and understand and make suggestions from a legislative point of view. The wage theft and reporting system set up by the initial legislation that repealed Initiative 77 through DOES with regards to their oversight of wage theft and how to report that. I am the council's representative on that body, and I've had a very difficult time working with the council to make these legislative changes and discussing how to make that process better. And I would really, really like to work with the council more on actually fulfilling the promise of that body. And I'm happy to work with you either offline or if you want to have a couple of questions here. I'm also on the board of directors of the Capitol Hill Bid, and I live in Ward 6. I work in Ward 6. I've been a hospitality professional for over 20 years, or almost 20 years, and I've been a tip worker in DC for about 10 of those years. The ballot initiative 82 that's begun to remove the established tip credit in Washington, D.C. is proven in practice to be incredibly unpopular among traditionally tipped workers, business owners, and operations across the district. I need to emphasize the qualifier of traditionally when speaking about tipped workers as a class among the workforce. One policy that works for the fringes of what legally could be considered a tipped position has never been a policy that works for all tipped workers. Specifically, we are talking about restaurant servers, bartenders, and their support staff. From the beginning with Initiative 77, traditionally tipped workers have lamented the introduction of this legislation that would only be supported and target valets, coffee shop workers, housekeepers, and the ever-growing list of so-called tipped workers. The initiative, as predicted by many who oppose both the ballot measures, has massive impact all directions that are disproportionately negative for the industry. Workers are now often subject to service charges, money that's not legally theirs, as is the case with tips. Businesses are attempting to find a way to offset mounting payroll increases, with many more still on the horizon, potentially, and we really appreciate your pause for that. And operators are suffering the ire of the public, who for the most part are ignorant to the legislative changes and are rightfully upset by the increase in both prices and the proliferation of various fees aimed at keeping businesses afloat. I have very little time left, and I want to skip forward to the fact that I manage currently a local 25 union property. I'm very proud to do so, and I support the workers who want to organize. And just because I oppose this initiative does not determine my opinion on your organization efforts. In fact, I support it quite heavily. The union that has been talking about this initiative today for decades, and even before the legislation had been passed, supported having a tip credit in some form. Even in our contracts, there was a tip credit included. Now, we paid far above the minimum wage at the time and still do now, but the union itself did support utilizing a tip credit although we did pay for insurance and we paid for other paid time off, sick leave, far and above the minimums before there were minimums. And we supported our work staff because it was the right thing for us to do and we could afford it. And we made a solemn vow to support our staff. But it is important to note that Local 25 does and has and did support utilizing a tip credit before it was phased out, before it was legislatively mandated. That being said, I'm happy to answer any questions, Councilmember Bonds. And if not, I would love to work with you online about how to get the DC Tipped Workers Coordinating Council working on making the wage theft reporting system work better, because DOES is not doing a good job with it. And that has been very clear. And I'm happy to be your spokesperson on that body to make those changes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman. I'm just thrilled to know that you are there and that we are going to have an opportunity to meet very, very soon.
Excellent. I would look forward to it.
Because you've heard the messaging I've received today, and I want to make sure that if we can do something before the budget, we will do it. If we can't, we'll have to do it after the budget. But,
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
And I think we have, we have, all right. Ms. Eichner, you're on.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Alana Eichner. I've been a DC resident for over 12 years now. I live in Ward 1, and as many others have said today, I'm also a DC voter. I was excited to vote in favor of Initiative 77 in 2008. I was excited to vote in favor of 82 in 2002, and I guess I have to be there today because the council does not seem to hear our voices, that we are in support of this. So I'm here again today to say that I'm again in support of this, because it sounds like voting for it twice was not enough to make that clear to the council. I want to say to Mr. Hoffman and other folks today who have said that voters are ignorant about this policy and that's why they voted for it. As a voter, I am not ignorant about the policy. I had a very informed vote in favor of it. And my vote came from talking to restaurant workers who told me that this would support them. And so I really don't believe that people and other voters I know feel the same way, that they looked into this and they voted for it because they believed in the merits of the policy. I think that I've been listening to 7 hours of testimony, and a lot of the folks who have talked about we have to protect restaurants have talked about either, for instance, someone who owned Cork Wine Bar said, we had to take out a second mortgage to support our creation of our restaurant. And what a privilege it is to have a house and a mortgage and be able to take out a second mortgage when many of the workers we're talking about who can't make ends meet can't even afford a room in an apartment because they make such low wages with the sub minimum tip wage. Similarly, someone who was was in favor of eliminating 82, they said, we're opening several more restaurants now in Maryland. What a privilege it must be to be the owner of 4 or 5 restaurants. And so I ask that you center those who are most at risk here and most vulnerable and not equate the economic security and power dynamic of someone who owns a restaurant with someone who's working in the back of a restaurant, has very little power and very low wages. If a restaurant cannot afford to pay its staff, which are its most valuable resources, the minimum wage, which as you've heard, most people cannot live on in DC, then you don't have a viable business model. And it's not okay to balance the books of your restaurants on the backs of exploiting workers and complain when you're forced to follow the same wage laws that all other employers in DC are forced to follow. I'm also a patron in DC. I go out to restaurants, and my enjoyment of eating at a restaurant should not be at the expense of the staff working there. But I know so many times that is the reality when you go out to a restaurant, that you're enjoying your experience at the expense of workers who are relying on tips to receive their full salary, and often they are not. And that's a sentiment that's shared broadly by others in my life who I regularly go out to restaurants with. I just want to conclude by saying that in my day job, I get to work at the National Domestic Workers Alliance, so I know what it means to work with low-wage immigrant workers who face a lot of the same challenges as restaurant workers. Like in restaurant work, in domestic work, wage theft is often the norm, not the exception, and so many workers are unable, they feel powerless to speak up or file a wage theft complaint because they don't want to be retaliated against. They don't want to lose their job that supports their family. They don't want someone to threaten to call ICE on them. And so reflections of wage theft claims are nowhere reflective of wage theft in this industry, similarly in domestic work. I want to just note the history when some people have debated about using the word slave wages. All I want to say is that my understanding of the history is that the practice of tipping came into existence in the United States after emancipation as a tactic for employers in the hospitality sector to hire newly freed enslaved folks with the expectation of being in service to white patrons to receive their full wages. And later, tips workers were excluded from the Fair Labor Standards Act. And that's something that we know well as domestic workers, because they too were excluded from the Fair Labor Standards Act, the basic wage protections in this country, because it was also a predominantly Black workforce at the time. We should not be codifying racist policies that have impacted vulnerable workers for over a century. I'll just say I've had the chance in my work with domestic workers in DC to know and organize alongside many restaurant workers. They are some of the most brave workers that I've met. And most of them are workers of color who are most vulnerable to the exploitation caused by not receiving the same minimum wage. So I ask that it's these workers, the most vulnerable workers, not the managers, not the restaurant owners, that you listen to. And so for all these reasons, I just want to be clear that me and domestic workers and the National Domestic Workers Alliance are in full solidarity with restaurant workers. And that means to not repeal Initiative 82. It means to fully implement it, because we know what it's like to constantly face wage theft and exploitation in jobs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is that it? All right, thank you. Thank you to this entire panel, and we'll now move to, we have maybe 3 more panels. Okay, this is Hansa. Okay. All right, Jean, Hansa, Melissa McFadden, Sam Holly. That's what I thought. Well, I've already done her number, so that's what I was concerned. Okay. Stephanie Bastek, Gracie Anderson, Jack Watkins, Jean. Are any of you testifying? No? Okay, all right. Just want to make sure since you're here. All right, we'll start with Jean. You're on. We'll take your testimony now. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bonds and committee members and staff, I'd like to thank you for allowing me an opportunity to be heard on I-82. It can be a divisive issue, and I've heard you, Councilmember Bonds, called un-American and other demeaning things for simply holding a hearing on this issue. So we appreciate your support in hearing our voices again. Also, thanks to those council members and to you for your courage yesterday to vote to pause the tipped wage increase. My name is Jean Holmes, and I'm the community liaison for IMP, which is 930 Club, Anthem, and Lincoln Theater, and I'm on the board of the DC Nightlife Council. I've been in the hospitality industry and a DC resident since the 1980s. At this very critical moment in time, I'm testifying before you because of a deep concern I have about the status of small restaurants in DC. Many negative forces have descended upon us all at once: an abusive and punishing administration in the White House, a city budget deficit, inflation that had purveyors charging me $10 for a single stalk of celery at one point, safety issues on our nighttime business corridors, and fewer customers visiting our establishments, to name just a few of the main forces squeezing us. In the time I have worked in hospitality, I've never seen our industry in as much crisis as it is today. In my amateur estimation, the heart of the issue is that many local businesses still have major debt from the pandemic, and few small businesses have recovered enough to put that debt away. At the same time, they are unable to get loans because of this existing debt. One result is closures, loss of jobs, empty storefronts, and a dwindling tax base. Some of the council members here know John Solomon and Tony Talmadon. I hate to talk about them behind their backs, but I'm going to. These guys took a chance several years ago to open a family-friendly neighborhood restaurant on 12th Street Northeast. Unfortunately, they were forced to close their family restaurant, Brooklyn's Finest, about a month ago. I went to the final night, and you could feel the tremendous amount of loss that consumed the Brooklyn community. The loss of sociability, the loss of jobs, the loss of friends, the loss of community. Small restaurants and bars are not big money makers. They have very small profit margins, but they are crucial neighborhood assets to helping and raising money for local efforts and charities. Each time an establishment like Brooklyn's Finest closes, it is a profound loss. And then a few weeks ago, I heard that High Con and the Atlantic Plumbing Building was closing. I was shocked because I went there on a Saturday in January and had to wait just to sit at the bar with my niece and her kids. I don't know all the particulars about their closure, but I'm sure they would still be open if the financials were making sense. So as a member of the DC hospitality industry, as well as a resident of the city who hopes to age in place, I am passionate about and 100% committed to the success of my city. It is with that in mind that I reach out to you to support the mayor's budget and repeal I-82. I don't have a bunch of stats to throw around about how many restaurants have closed since the pandemic, mainly because DC doesn't keep those stats. But I'm sure Rama and others have been in the halls of the Wilson Building. I trust they have given you some idea of those numbers. Regardless, it doesn't take OTR or an accountant to convince me of what I see every day with my own eyes. My point is twofold. One is to share with you the depression settling over the industry like a dark storm cloud, foreboding and concerning for each small operator just waiting for the skies to open and pour down its inevitabilities. It really isn't easy to be a small business in DC. The routine paperwork is overwhelming, and God forbid there should be an audit. My other point is that I'm concerned as a resident that the city business quarters that were burned out during the '68 riots and that were once starting to thrive and offer promise are now starting to return to empty storefronts and blight. I realize that pausing I-82 isn't a panacea, but I feel strongly that the council is obligated to give those businesses that are still struggling to survive some small chance at making it. Please, please don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We need some serious reality checks about what the environment is like for our small business operators. Keeping in mind how essential our industry is to the city's tax base and bottom line, please support them at this truly critical time by repealing I-82. And before I close, I have to address the will of the people. With regard to the will of people, I want everyone to consider what other industries have the general population voted on what an employer in that industry pays their employees. I mean, you council chair Bonds, you work for me in theory, but I don't vote on what you get paid. And I don't know that I should. But it's a reality of I can't think of another business where this happens. I don't think the public should be voting on my salary. So I think it's very I don't know. The will of the people, I'm not sure that the will of the people is really relevant. Yeah, they voted on something, but it might not have ever should have been a referendum to begin with. This should have been legislatively done. Okay, so finally, I believe we should listen to the muse and visionary poet and musician Joni Mitchell when she says, "Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone?" Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for listening to me, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to move next to, Gracie Anderson. You're on. We will take your testimony now. Sorry.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Hi. Good evening. This is a long, a long day again for all of us. Thank you again for allowing DC workers and small business owners like me this opportunity to speak to you on the possible repeal of Initiative 82. Brooklyn's Finest, Hycon, Convivial, Haraya, Compass Rose, Brooklyn Pint. These are just some of the most recent examples of actual closures of small businesses that were affected by I-82. Many of these places, I'm sure that you all have visited and enjoyed at some point. This disappointing and increasing trend is a real and scary reality that we're facing and just further shows how I-82 is not a fitting policy for DC small businesses. I can't speak to corporate or larger hotel and restaurant groups, but I can testify once again that as a minority female small business owner in DC, we are hurting. I own the Town Tavern in Adams Morgan. We have been open for about 17 years, and I've worked in the service industry for more than 28 years. I have worked as a server, a hostess, a bartender, management, pretty much every role you can imagine in order for me to gain the knowledge to successfully open my own business. But let me tell you, I would not have been able to have that opportunity or felt I could even have achieved that type of dream if it wasn't for this city. Washington, D.C. has always encouraged diverse small businesses to open, to grow, to thrive. It is what most DC residents and workers are most proud of when they think or even talk about this city. You hear it all the time. Other cities, would love to strive to have that. We were given encouragement, opportunity. We could create business models that could be achievable. Owning a business that didn't have to just be a dream, it could be attainable. The majority of nightlife and hospitality establishments are locally owned and operated independent small businesses, and I don't think many can dispute we're damn proud of it. To have the world at our doorsteps, diverse and unique restaurants and bars, we need to keep supporting this growth. That might not continue to be possible if I-82 isn't repealed. I don't want to live in a city full of billionaire-owned big businesses, as someone earlier stated. The landscape of DC's restaurant industry will be impacted if we don't do something about I-82. I don't want to lose what makes DC, DC. I understand residents voted for I-82, but we have tried it these past few years, and it's just not working. I felt we did a disservice to DC voters by not informing them better on what exactly the impact of I-82 and its effects would be. Something that is easier to grasp from actual DC workers and small business owners. It also did not help that some outside interest groups I'm unclear on the agendas, but flew in here spreading misinformation on some of the facts that they were, unbiased data to support their claims, which only further confused voters and even some DC workers. But facts are facts, like the fact that minimum wage must be paid regardless tipped or untipped employee. Tipped employees usually make a whole lot more, which is why, let's be honest, most people get into this business. So to say we deserve a living wage, well, that's not the minimum wage. It should be more than that. And tip workers have the ability to make more than the minimum wage. How much more? Well, that's not what I-82 is supposed to be addressing anyway. The things some people that are testifying here today really surprised me to hear at this point after so many rounds of us going back and forth. Sexism, racism, harassment, wage theft, these are problems. Absolutely. There are bad actors and owners in every industry, but those aren't solved by I-82 either. Statements that businesses can't afford the wage increase shouldn't even be open. Well, one, that's just rude. Two, it should not be a surprise, but we have extremely thin margins to work with. And we also have immense increases to combat as well, from insurance to rent and more. I'm sure more wealthy businesses aren't as badly affected by those things, but this is a stressful reality small businesses have to deal with. And when I say deal with, it means cutting hours, shifts, workers, days we are open, and the scariest option, complete closure. I am an owner who doesn't want that to happen. I want to give more shifts and more hours to workers that want to work, opportunities to make as much money as they can. But the reality is with I-82, I can't always make that happen, and it's just getting worse. And that sucks. Over the last few years, I've had workers from other businesses reach out and ask for shifts that I can't afford to offer or give. And I would really like to do that. But it also makes me also realize that there aren't as many jobs available or shifts available as they used to be. Businesses are being more selective, more competitive, and in the end, if you aren't the best of the best, you won't be making as much as you had hoped. I am hearing testimony that if they don't have I-82 and increased base wage, they won't be able to stay afloat or pay bills. And I understand that, but you can't stay afloat either with less shifts and hours and inevitably less job opportunities. This bad policy has been hurting the small businesses of DC. We are asking you to think of these workers and owners and small business owners and find ways to protect us, protect them. I'm asking this council to help make this truly fair to small businesses who are soon to be extinct. We need to repeal I-82, reevaluate, bring back the tip credit, and we need to make sure that we reevaluate everything that everyone's talked about today. But I don't think if we continue on this path that we're going to see anything that's going to be productive for everyone. And obviously that's a very difficult thing to do, but hopefully we can gain something from all of these hours of testimony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you very much. And I see. All right. Ryan Seelbach will be testifying for Ms. McFadden. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. My name is Ryan Selbach. I am the founder and CEO of Better Hospitality Group. I moved to Washington, D.C. in 2011 with no contacts, no money, and just a dream to start a hospitality company from scratch. I worked as a bartender for other restaurant and bar groups for my first 2 years in Washington, D.C. I loved working as a bartender. The vast majority of my income as a bartender was from tips. I made good money as a bartender. I was able to save enough money to then open up my first hospitality establishment in the District of Columbia. That went well, so we were able to continue growing over the next 10 years, and now we have 4 hospitality venues, and we have 150 team members that we are extremely proud of. At our group, we believe in promoting from within, we believe in diversity, and we believe in fairness. And we love giving opportunities to folks that are disadvantaged. We are a very nice group of people at the helm of our company, and we believe in spreading any success that we have to our entire team members through increased wages, through promotions, through career development. With acts such as Initiative 82 that are not in our hourly workers' interests, we're kneecapped to grow. We are kneecapped to provide new opportunities, to open up new businesses, to create more jobs for our fellow team members. I am in the trenches with our team members every day of the week. I hear their testimonies to me and how their paychecks are decreasing because our guests are not happy with the level of service that they're being provided because we can't afford to have as many servers on the floor or bartenders behind the bar as we could 4 years ago. So our guests are unhappy, sales are decreasing, our shifts for our workers and our positions for workers are decreasing on a monthly basis. This is not a sustainable operating model for the workers of the District of Columbia. My team members are up in arms about Initiative 82. They would very much like it repealed, and they would like life as a bartender and a server and a barback and a busboy. They would like life to go back to normal from what the pre-Initiative 82 days were. So I am here to represent our workers, and I am adamant that Initiative 82 will be the nail in the coffin for local operating groups in the District of Columbia, groups such as myself, who built their company from the ground up and have created thousands of jobs. So thank you for hearing my voice today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Sarbak. Did I get it right?
Selbach.
Sabak. All right. Thank you very much. Now we will hear from, I'm sorry, Jack Watkins. Watkins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you and we see you. All right.
All right, wonderful. Hi, everybody, and good evening to everyone. Thank you for having me today. I don't happen to be a restaurant owner, a member of any international associate or national associations, I should say, or somebody who's taken out a lot of debt to open a restaurant in the District of Columbia. I'm just a resident, voter, guy who spends money in the district. And what I can say from all of that is that I would never support garnishing workers' wages in order to support a small subsection of restaurants and small subsection of businesses within the city that I don't particularly like. As far as I can tell, I don't have anything new to add to this discussion, but that seems to pretty much be what it boils down to here.
What?
It's not, hey, excuse you.
Sorry.
It's not really about a lot of the other things that people have brought up. There's obviously a lot of equivocation and misinformation. It's just not really something that is relevant to me as somebody who isn't a part of the restaurant owning community. Like, we don't need to keep going over the same issue of how are we going to slip past something that was voted on by our community because restaurant owners really, really want to pay people less. Great for them. I don't agree. I never will. And sitting here and seeing all the testimony has just confirmed that more. My heart goes out to business owners in DC. It is really, really hard to own a business, and it's really hard to own a small business in our capitalist economy. Of course, the billionaires have an advantage over you. They already won. So to say that it's workers' fault because they're getting paid too much and that's why your business is failing is just not something that really clicks with me as somebody who just lives in the city and wants to see a better community for everyone and not just for restaurateurs, small business owners, and people who pay payroll. Like I said, I don't think I have anything new or creative to add here. I just wanted to add my voice to the crowd of people who feel like a regular person caught up in a really, really contentious and astroturfed issue. I hope that what I've said has been helpful or relevant to somebody, and please do not overturn the will of the people once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Watkins. Now we'll have Stephanie Bastick. Ms. Bastick?
Yes, I'm ready.
Finally, welcome. Thank you for your absolute patience with us.
Of course.
Go right ahead.
So my name is Stephanie Bastick, and I work as a server at St. Anselm, a restaurant in Union Market, where it seems like new restaurants are opening every month. I'm also a DC resident, and I voted for Initiative 82, just like I voted for Initiative 77 before that. And I think that the council has to take out any mention of I-82 from the DC budget and respect the will of the voters. It's bad enough that you just voted to pause it. And in response to what my fellow panel member said about a ballot referendum on industry pay, I ask, in what other industry do bosses get to pay their workers below minimum wage? If you think it's bad for all of the other bosses on this panel, imagine how bad it is for the people that they employ. I note that none of their employees are testifying on this panel, and when's the last time you took your boss's word for yours? I earn $10 an hour plus tips. My tips haven't changed since I-82 passed in 2022 because my employer doesn't have a service charge. Service charges are the reason why some servers have seen their income go down. Service charges that restaurant owners are unequitably distributing or failing to distribute to the workers for whom tips are intended. If the council wants to address the real problem here, ban service charges rather than cutting my wages. I guarantee you that any employer with a service charge now is not going to roll it back if I-82 is repealed. They're just going to keep stealing from their workers, like restaurants like Union Kitchen did before I-82 anyway. And I would love to see the books for the restaurants that just closed, like High Con, because it seems awfully politically convenient for a large restaurant group to blame a measure that RAM-W has been organizing to undermine since it was passed. Stephen Starr, my employer, can't afford to pay me and my coworkers more. The restaurant just spent tens of thousands of dollars on union busting when my colleagues and I organized. Plus, Starr just opened 2 new restaurants in DC. That's not the kind of thing you do when you're broke. Don't cut my wages. I need a wage increase more than Stephen Starr does and more than any other boss on this panel does. I am trying to buy the house I've been renting for 10 years, and Stephen Starr already has a $3.5 million mansion. Starr only ever increased my hourly wage when the city required him to, and I'm counting on that $2 an hour wage increase next month, and I'm counting on you, the council, not to undemocratically go against the will of DC's community for a second time on the same issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And thank you to the entire panel for your testimony. We're now getting close to 8 p.m., so I will move right along to the next panel. And all right. I believe this is Cerise Delvaney and Eric Heidenberger. And the last, okay, Tigis Casa. I believe you're also on the internet. Okay, yes, we see you. Thank you. And thank you for your patience. We'll start with Delaney.
Oh, it's Devaney.
Okay. You can begin
Good
when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you all for being here so late today, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Cerise Devaney. I live in Ward 5, and I'm a bartender at Tip Cow in Columbia Heights, as well as a barista at the Coffee Bar in Shaw. I've worked in the restaurant industry for more than a decade, and I've been in the DC restaurant industry for 8 of those years. I am a member of the Fair Price, Fair Wage Coalition and a member of ROC DC. I voted yes on Initiative 82 in 2022, and I'm concerned with the mayor and council's considerations to change, pause, or repeal this initiative. I asked the DC Council to stand by the will of the voters and remove any changes to the tipped minimum wage from the DC budget. Back in 2019, when I was serving at Oyam, a Jose Andres restaurant in Penn Quarter, when the tipped minimum wage was $4.45. I remember working shifts where it actually cost me money to be there because customers left so little in tips. I would constantly be recalculating my hourly wage throughout the shift based on each table, especially during slower shifts. While in general my paychecks would average out to meet the minimum wage, as others have mentioned, is not a livable wage in DC. And from season to season and paycheck to paycheck, my pay would vary greatly in unpredictable ways. Now, post I-82, I'm working at places that pay $18 and $17.50 hourly with tips on top at both. The difference to my mental well-being and financial stability is significant. While a third to half of my income is still reliant on tips, it is no longer wholly dependent on tips. Instead of stressing over whether a guest will tip me enough or whether the shift will be busy enough, I know I will make some amount of money when I go to work, and I can focus instead on doing my job well without being exhausted by daily financial anxiety. One table with a bad tip doesn't ruin my night. I track my tip rate at both jobs, and at the coffee bar, tips have remained the same or increased slightly since I started working there in the spring of 2023. At Tip Cow, tips have remained the same over the same time period. They have not gone down since I-82 passed. They fluctuate by season, but are consistent from year to year. Tips are important for me making a living wage, but tips are not threatened by Initiative 82. As others have said, tips are threatened by service fees, which are not mandated by this initiative. Neither of the businesses I work for have implemented service fees. With tips and minimum wage, I am able to make a living wage for DC. Having experienced hourly pay both pre and post 82 as a tipped worker, I know everyone deserves the security and stability of being paid a minimum wage by their employer. In closing, the DC Council should remove any changes to the tipped minimum wage from the DC budget. And if you're worried about threats to workers' take-home pay, consider banning service fees. I really appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Heidenberger, you're next. We'll take your testimony.
Hi, thank you, and appreciate you going through this kind of marathon hearing with us. It means a lot for you to listen to both sides. Just want to thank you and the fellow council members for taking the time to listen to the restaurant community today. My name is Eric Heidenberger, and I'm a managing partner for our family-owned and operated restaurant group. We have 6 locations here in Washington, D.C., Shaw's Tavern, the Mad Hatter, Prost, Vagabond, 801, and the Bottom Line. 2 of our locations have been proudly operating and serving DC for 40 plus years. We also own several restaurants down at the Delaware Shore. The restaurant industry has always been challenging. Margins have always been razor thin, but the last several years have been exceptionally challenging. We have paused any growth objectives in DC and have started looking into different markets. If the trend continues, we project to close half of our DC locations within the next year. I wish this were not the case, as I love this city, I was born and raised here, and have been proud to call it my home for most of my life. Initiative 82 has made it near impossible for a small independent operator to make ends meet. Customers say DC has become too expensive to dine out, citing higher prices and service charges, a direct result of I-82. A few of our locations have seen a 30% decline in customer foot traffic, which has resulted in significantly less take-home pay for our staff. The decline in sales, coupled with a 2x increase in labor costs, has put a significant strain on the viability of our DC operations. Our group attributes our long-term success to having a great staff, really the best, and offering a good product at a reasonable price. Over the course of the last 2 years, we've unfortunately had to reduce staff hours, cut support positions, and raise prices to offset the increase in labor costs. Cutting labor and hours and reducing staff is the absolute last resort and the most difficult decision an operator has to make. I'm an optimistic person by nature, as I think most restaurant operators are. We see the glass half full and try to make the best out of any situation. It's a tough time to be optimistic. To be clear, we are not protecting margins. There is no profit. Ownership is currently supporting many of our businesses out of pocket. We're doing that simply to keep our doors open, protect staff that have worked with us for 40 years, in the hopes of brighter days are ahead. If any of the council members do not believe that restaurants are in distress, I'd be happy to share and review our financials with you. I'd like to end by recognizing one of our employees, Danielle. He has been nominated as a finalist for Employee of the Year for this year's Grammys. I could not think of a more deserving candidate. Danielle has been a barback with us for 42 years. I first worked with him 15 years ago when I was just a young bartender. He was one of the hardest working and kindest humans I've ever had the privilege to work with. He's a family man and loved by our staff and customers. I would do anything for him. That's why I'm speaking today, to protect the jobs of Danielle and our 250 plus employees that work with us currently. Please support the mayor's budget and repeal Initiative 82. Help DC restaurants. Help us keep our doors open so we can continue to serve DC for another 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now move to, all right, Tigit Casa.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Teges Casa,
All right.
and
Hello, my name is Tegis Kaza, and I work in the Western Georgetown as a server. I'm also DC resident, and I support Initiative 82 restaurant workers deserve a regular wage increases. As a mother raising three child in DC, I know how hard it can be support family on the tip minimum wage. Cutting the tip minimum wage hurts everyone, even union workers. We know that employers are always looking for ways to reduce our wage, and this only help them, and don't do this protect workers. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, and thanks again to the panel, and thanks to those who are, we have one more. All right, one more, okay. I was going to wrap up for all of us so we could, do those things that we know we have to do, okay. I will do my best. All right, it's number 83, Scott Dooling. He is on. All right, Scott, you're on.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much for letting me speak this late, Councilwoman Bonds. I really do appreciate that. Sorry, I'm stuck at work and I got a second to break away, but so I've lived in the city for 5 years now, bartended in the city for about 8 years now. I'm lucky enough to work for two very good restaurant groups in DCRG at the Mad Hatter and Longshot Hospitality at Salt Line and Navion. We've seen a direct effect of 82 really hit us where it hurts, and that's just at the bottom line of money. And unfortunately, the person who suffers the most in my experiences has been the customer, with all of the raising prices and just confusion that goes along with it. I really do appreciate you guys at least implementing the pause, and just that you're considering repealing 82 is a huge step in my mind. And I'd like to thank you for adding me in the end, and I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we all who are assembled here, thank you very much for being short and sweet.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to find my closing notes. I personally feel that I've learned so much today, and appreciate the emotions that have been expressed, and I'm really looking forward to us taking a look again. And I know for many, we've looked at this issue for a number of years. Since 2018, we've been looking at this issue, but that's because we have people involved, our people, the people of our community, and so we will continue to look at it to get it as right as we possibly can, so that our community continues to have the opportunity to thrive. And if my staff would give me the dates for the closing of the record, I would like to have that, and then I can properly close this hearing today. All right, if you have any additional comments, those who maybe did not have an opportunity to submit their written testimony yet, please do so, and you can send it to CEAL at dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL at dccouncil.gov. The record will be open until the 5 p.m. on the 18th of June, 2025. And so I look forward to hearing more, learning more. I do ask, do not send in 5,000 emails that say yay to one side or yay to the other side. Let's make it real people who want to put in additional comments. But I think today has been very rewarding for all of us. We know that it's not either or, it's all of us together. And so that's how I'd like to see us marching forward. It's a tough issue. It's a tough issue. It's about incomes, it's about households, it's about work, it's about survival. And it's not just survival of workers, it's survival of the industry. So I recognize that. And we will do our best to look at as many of the issues that we can and to come up with some action for relief. That's what we really have to focus on as we move into the future. And so I won't delay you any longer. I know you want to leave as well. So with that, I thank you again to all that participated and those that have bothered to listen to us all day long. Thank you so very much. And to my staff, thank you, thank you, thank you. I know you wanna get home too. And I'll say we are closing at 8 p.m. on the same day in which we started, which is June 4th, 2025.